Hey everyone, welcome to this full stack tutorial where you're going to learn how to build an entire SaaS application from scratch using tools like next.js 13, Typescript, Tailwind, ChatGPT, Stripe, Clerk, and many more. And in this tutorial, we're going to focus on making a business that helps online coaches create AI lead magnets just like this. And the reason these AI lead magnets are so powerful is that they're trained to solve a specific problem for a specific person. So whenever an online coach goes to share one of our lead magnets on Twitter or LinkedIn, just like this, and a potential customer of theirs stumbles upon it, they'll quickly hop over to our website, type in their email address and name. That way they can access these AI lead magnets to solve the problem that they're having. From there, our online coaches can access the customer's email address and start chatting with them to help move these leads over to potential customers. So enough talking, let's go ahead and dive in to see one of these AI lead magnets in action.
So as a software coach, I could create a post around the topic of coming up with new app ideas because I know this is a pain point that my customers have. And if people are interested and need help solving this problem, they can click on the lead magnet down here. From there, it'll take them over to my website where they can actually read more about the problem that they need help solving, and they can begin to chat with this pre-trained AI chatbot that I've created. So let me just show you what happens. Whenever the customer goes to click send, what we're going to do is prompt them for their information. So let me just enter that real fast. And after we enter in our information, we give them access to chat with our pre-trained AI chatbot. So let me go ahead and click send. And from there, what you can see is we actually deliver on the promise of helping them come up with 5 SaaS business ideas. Yeah, and if you can just roll through, the results are actually pretty awesome. So now that you've seen what the app can do when it comes to AI lead magnets, let me actually walk you through the entire app that we're going to be building. So like I mentioned earlier, we're going to be using next.js 13 to build our entire application. And when it comes to creating our landing page, we're going to be using Tailwind CSS to make sure that it's beautiful and is mobile responsive so that it looks great on all page sizes. And if you notice in our navigation bar, I'm currently logged in, and we're going to be using Clerk to manage authentication state throughout our entire application. Whenever a user does log in, we take them over to our lead magnets table page. And over here, we can see all of our lead magnets and analytics. All of this information is getting pulled from our database on planet scale using Prisma. And because we are trying to create a business here, we actually cap the number of free lead magnets users are able to create, and we actually disable the create button until they upgrade to our pro plan. Whenever users do upgrade, we take them over to our Stripe dashboard where we ask them to pay $10 a month to create unlimited AI lead magnets. From there, whenever a user does decide to work and create a lead magnet, we take them over to our lead magnet editor page. Over here, we give them the ability to update every aspect of their lead magnets in real time and see how it looks. And when it comes to our prompt editor, we allow them to do some prompt engineering and actually test out the results over here so they can see it before they deliver it to the customers. And we allow them to update everything else about their lead magnet. And when it comes to their profile, we actually need the ability to store images somehow, which is why we're going to be using upload things to make our lives super easy for managing all pictures. Outside of that, we're going to be building a Navbar where users can delete, update, unpublish, and everything when it comes to lead magnets. And we're also going to be working on creating this collapsible sidebar over here. Outside of that, we're going to be working on an account page where users can update their username so that each one of their lead magnets is custom to them. And we're also going to give them the ability to manage their subscription state. So if they're inactive, we allow them to upgrade to Pro. And if they are Pro, we allow them to cancel. So I'm excited for you guys to start working on building out this application. It was a ton of fun making, and I think you guys are going to learn a ton along the way. So let's go ahead and head over to our code editor so we can start setting up our development environment.
Oh, and wait, real quick, before we dive too deep into the coding, I just want to mention 3 things to you real fast. First off, because you're awesome, I'm giving away all the source code for totally free. All you have to do is go down in the description below, and there's a link that shows you how to access all the source code that we're going to be writing in today's video. The second thing I've noticed in the past, some of you guys have asked for more coaching or freelancing opportunities. So if you need help bringing your project to life or anything like that, feel free to click that freelancing/coaching link down in the description below so that we can hop on a quick strategy call and figure out what we need to do next. And the third thing I want to mention is that if you guys get stuck at all on this tutorial today, there's a few different ways that you can reach me. Feel free to shoot me a DM on Twitter and I'd be happy to help you figure out whatever bug you're running into. And then also you can click the schedule a call with me button down below in the description, and you and I can hop on a quick 30-minute call and figure out how we can solve whatever problem you're running into. So with all that out of the way, let's go ahead and hop back to the video.
All right, so now it's time to create our project and set up our development environment. And the first thing that we need to do is create a new Next.js project that uses TypeScript and Tailwind CSS. To do that, we're going to follow these installation instructions that come from the shadcn docs. And for those of you who haven't used shadcn before, they make it super easy to build stylish and consistent components throughout the entire application. And we're actually going to be using them a bunch in this tutorial for all of our buttons, text areas, inputs, and everything else, but we'll talk more about them later on. So now we've got a brief overview of that. Let's actually run through these steps one at a time. So the first thing that it wants us to do is to create a new Next.js project using the create next app command. And as you can see, this command has us using TypeScript and Tailwind CSS, which is exactly what we want to do. So we're going to click copy and make sure we use npm, and I'm just going to paste it over here into my editor. And if it already tries to run the command, just kill it. And the reason why we want to do that is because we actually want to give our app a good name. So I'm going to call mine lead convert. I'm going to call it YouTube. You can call it whatever you'd like. And now we're just going to run through the installation commands. So it's going to ask, would you like to use the source directory? And we're going to say no. Next, it's going to ask us if we want to use App Router. And we do want to use App Router because we want to use some of the newer features that just came out with Next.js 13. And then it's going to ask us if we want to customize our default import, and we're just going to leave it how it is. After that, it's going to install all of our dependencies, and this could take just a few seconds. Great, now that our project is created, we're going to run to the next step, which is to actually set up shadcn. So we're going to click over here, copy the other npm command, and before we actually paste it, we want to head over to the new project we just created, which is, I have it set up in my project as lead convert YouTube. So now that I'm inside the proper folder, I'm going to paste this new command. And then it's just going to take us through the installation steps. And we're basically going to choose the defaults for everything. So yes, we would like to use TypeScript. We're fine with just using the default styles, cool with the slate color. And then when it comes to global CSS, well, because we are going to be using, like we chose earlier, the app directory, this is the correct spot for our global CSS. And don't worry, we can change all this later. So we're just going to keep going. Would you like to use CSS variables for colors? We're just going to stick to the defaults. Our Tailwind config is located in our root directory, so that works perfectly. And we are fine with configuring all of our components using the @components folder. So that is great too. And then we're just going to host our utils in the util library that we're going to create. And we are going to be using React server components. So that is pretty much everything. And then finally, we would like to create this component.json file, which is going to store all of the configurations that we just set up. So I'm going to hit Y. Fantastic. Now it's just going to run through and set up everything. Great. So now what we're going to do is actually go ahead and open up this folder. And the easiest way to do that, if you're using cursor like I am, is to just type in cursor dot, which is going to open up the cursor editor in the current window. Great. So as you can see, our components.json file, which we just created, stores all the configurations that we just made. And we were right that our global CSS is in our app folder. And outside of that, our Tailwind config was set up in our root directory. Great, so as we can see, everything is set up in the right spot. Now I'm just gonna merge these two windows together so we can go back to how our view was just set up a few seconds ago, get everything sized up nicely. Okay, great, now we're back in it. So now we can head on to step 4, which is actually to set up our default font. However, we actually don't need to do it since it is already currently set up. If you head over to our layout file, you can see that this is already set up that we're using the inter font family. So we're going to skip step 4. Great. Now we can head over to step 5, which is going over our app structure, which we were just looking at a few seconds ago. And as you can see inside of our components library, we now have a folder where we will start to add all of our UI components. And you can see inside of the lib folder, we have a utils file, which is basically going to add the shadcn basically to all of our Tailwind configuration. Fantastic. So now what we can actually do is go ahead and add our first shadcn component to our library. And to do that, all we need to do is run this command right here. Copy it, head down here. We're going to paste it. And what you'll notice is once this installs the button, if we head back over to our components UI folder, you'll see that the button is just installed. And here's why I like shadcn so much. Let me close out of everything. So one of the hardest parts that you're going to realize when you start to make larger and larger applications is the fact that you have a lot of duplicate code. For example, you'll have buttons scattered everywhere, and instead of having to resell all the buttons to be the exact same, what we're going to be able to do now is import this same button into all of our different components, and we can change the styles for all these. So right now we can make all of our buttons use the primary background color. We can make it purple, which we'll do later. But it's going to make your life super easy, and it's going to keep everything very consistent, which is why I really like it. Now let's go ahead and test it to make sure that it works. So what we're going to do is head over to our main app folder, and inside of that, we're going to grab our root page. Inside of that, what we're going to do is actually go ahead and delete all the code that's inside of it. We're going to clean it all up. So delete that. Now what we're going to do is just have a simple div, and inside that div, we are going to import our new button that we just made. Now it's important that whenever you do accept imports, that you accept them from the @/components UI library folder that we just set up. So I'm going to allow that to happen. Oops, sorry. Go back and import it. And now what we can do is go ahead and, like the tutorial says, we're going to set it up to say click me inside of it. Great. So now we can save it. And now let's actually start running our project so we can see it running in real life. Run dev. Fantastic. It's going to take a second to spin up. But now what we can do is head over to localhost 3000. And whenever it loads, we should see a single button that says click me. Fantastic. So now we know everything is configured properly. And now we can move on to the next step in our application setup, which is actually going to be creating authentication. Okay, so now it's time to set up authentication for this project. And we're actually going to be using Clerk for managing our authentication state inside of our application. And if you haven't used Clerk before, I think you're going to be super impressed with how easy it is to set up, and even more impressed with how easy it is to integrate in our front end and back end code. So let's go ahead and get started using this service provider. If this is your first time using it, what you're going to want to do is click Start Building for Free, which will take you to the sign up page where you can create an account. Once you've created an account, you're going to head over to the dashboard page. Now, if you haven't created an application before, you won't have a lead convert application already. Yours will most likely be blank. I just already have one because I made that demo project that I showed you guys earlier. So what we need to do next is click Add Application, and this is going to take us through the setup process. So I'm just going to call my app leadconvert.youtube. Fantastic. And then when it comes to how we want to allow our users to sign into our application, we're just going to only have one option right now, which is Google. But I do think it's pretty cool. You can just toggle the different states to see how your login form could look with all the different login variations. All right, fantastic. Let's create our application. This should take just a few seconds to create. Awesome. So what we're going to do next is actually go through the quick start guide. So we're going to end up copying these environment variables, but we're going to wait just a second before we can do that. So we're going to open the docs for the quick start, and we're just going to run through each of these installation steps super fast. So the first thing that it wants us to do is install the Clerk next.js package into our project. So I'm going to copy that, and we're going to come over here and paste it. This should take just a few seconds to install. Awesome. The next thing that it wants us to do is to set up our environment keys that we just saw back on the other page. So let's go ahead and head back over here. We're going to copy these secret keys, and then what we're going to do is actually, if you notice in our project folder, we do not have a .env file yet. So we're going to go ahead and set that up, .env. And inside that .env file, we're going to paste our secret keys. Copy it real fast, copy and paste. Fantastic. So one of the things that is super important and can get you in a lot of trouble as a developer is you do not want to copy your environment variables to a public GitHub. So what we can actually do is we want to update our .gitignore. So if we head up here and type in .env and save it, this will prevent committing our environment variables to the public GitHub. And the reason we want to avoid doing that is because once people know your secret keys, they can start charging your account and messing with your app, and it's just all around a no-go. Okay, fantastic. So let's head back over to the next steps. And then what it's asking us to do next is to set up a Clerk provider inside of our application. And what you'll notice is it's asking us, are we using the app router or the page router? Well, we are using the app router because we're wanting to use some of Next.js 13's newest features. So all we need to do is head to the layout.tsx file. And then we're just going to copy the instructions right here, which are basically just showing that we want to wrap the entire code inside the Clerk provider. And what this is going to allow us to do is to actually access the authentication state of our user throughout the entire front end, which is super awesome. So it's next, we just have to import this Clerk provider. And as you can see, we just imported it up top. And we're just going to keep headed through the application setup. Next is telling us to set up our middleware. And basically what our middleware is going to do is every time the user makes a request to our front end, back end, or wherever, what it's going to do is it's going to allow certain requests to pass through. So this is going to be super convenient later on when we want to protect certain routes and allow people to access other ones. So what we need to do is actually go over here and create a middleware file. So we're just going to call it middleware.ts. Then we can just come in here, copy the code, and we can just paste it in and save it. Fantastic. And then what we're going to do is just keep heading down and following the next steps in our application. As you can see, once again, we're using app router. So it's asking us now to set up a sign up route. So we're going to head back over to our source code, and inside the app folder, we're going to make a new folder called sign up. And this is a great time to mention that Next.js uses dynamic routing, which means as we set up new folders, this will now become the sign up path. So, website name / sign up. Now it's asking us to set up the dynamic route for sign up. And then inside of that sign up folder, it wants us to create one last page. So this is where we're going to direct users whenever someone needs to sign up for application. Paste that in, save it, and then we're going to do the same for our sign in page. Make a new folder, sign in, make a folder inside of that. And if you haven't seen this double bracket notation before inside of Next.js, basically what it allows you to do is whether someone has a slug, so like sign in / user1, or if the user just accessed the straight up sign in page, both of those dynamic routes will take you to the sign in page, which is one of the newer features of Next.js. Once again, inside of that, we're going to put a page in here and copy and paste the code in. Awesome. Okay, cool. And then one of the other things it's asking us to do is go inside of our environment variable folder that we just made a few seconds ago. And we are going to paste in the new routes to show where we want users to be redirected after they sign in and sign up, and where we want them to actually be directed post sign up. Okay, fantastic. Now what we can do is actually embed a user button so we can test to make sure that everything's working. So let's make sure that all of our files are saved first. Great. Now we're just going to go to our root page file. Let me resize these windows real fast. Okay, here we go. And then inside of that, we're going to make our user button. And we want to import this from clerk.next.js. Say right here. Now we can run our application. Okay, it seems to be running. Open up localhost 3000. And inside of here, we should see a sign up button if everything worked properly. Should take a few seconds. Okay, awesome. So because the localhost, our root directory, we didn't set up as a public route, it is now asking us to sign in. But this is exactly what we want to have happen. So if I now click continue with Google, it's going to ask me to sign in. So I'm going to sign in on my account. And then from here, we'll eventually get redirected back to our root directory. And what's super cool is that Clerk is managing our authentication state. So because I'm logged in, it's showing my Google icon. I can manage my account. From here, I can basically just say what's happening and disconnect my account for security purposes and so forth. So all around, super cool. Now we can move on to the next state of our application setup, which is going to be making our top navigation bar. So before we can start building our navigation bar, we actually need to set up some more scaffolding inside of our project to help set us up for success as we continue to work on this. And the first thing we need to do is actually to set up route groups inside of our application. And if you haven't worked with route groups before, basically what they allow you to do is organize your routes into different logical groups And what's nice is that they do not affect your URL path structure. And basically, with all that mumbo jumbo means, if we actually look at this example right here, imagine you had an about page and a blog page on your website. Well, what you could do to help more logically structure your app is to put everything inside of the marketing route group. And what's nice, we'll get more into this later, but you can apply different layouts to different route groups and so forth. Okay, so now let's actually hop over back to our application and set up the 4 different route groups that we're going to need. So we're going to need the auth route group. We're going to need the dashboard route group. We're going to need the public route group, and we're also going to need the landing route group. Okay, so here's what each one of these route groups mean. The public route group is going to be where we eventually write our code for all of the lead magnets that we want to publicly share and allow people to access. We're going to have the landing route group, which is where we're about to create the landing page. And then inside of the dashboard route group, this is where we're going to allow authenticated users to create, update, and publish all of their lead magnets. And then finally, we have the authentication route group. And this is actually where we need to store the sign in and sign up routes that we just created a few seconds ago. So, oh, sorry, didn't copy. Fantastic. All right, now that we have set up our route groups, we can officially start to work on our landing page and landing page navigation bar. Okay, so here are all the different files that we're going to want to create so that we can start to show off our navigation bar. The first thing that we're going to want to do is inside of our landing route group is we want to create a page.tsx file. This is basically going to be our landing page. Now I'm going to type in RFCE to create a React functional export component. Now, whenever I hit tab, this is going to create the component and actually allow me to name it. So I'm going to call it landing page. So if you want to add this basically snippet to your code editor, all you have to do is head over to extensions. And if you type in React, it is the ES7 React Native snippets. So all you need to do is just install it, and then you'll be able to create React components lightning fast like I just did. Fantastic. So the next thing that we want to do is inside of our landing route group is I'm going to make a folder called components. And the general strategy for making components inside of React projects like I have, if I have components that I'm going to share across the entire application, I'm actually going to use this components folder down here. However, if the components I'm making are super specific to a route group or to a specific page or two, what I'll do is I'll actually make a components folder for that specific section. And in our case, I'm going to make a navigation bar, and it's only going to be specific to my landing page. So what I'll do is I'll come in here and I'll make a landing page navbar .tsx, and then once again RFCE. And what's super cool is it'll actually already have the name of the file imported up top here for me. Great. Now that we have a navigation bar and a landing page, we need to actually add one additional file, and this file is going to be a layout.tsx file. What this file will allow us to do is share UI between multiple pages. And it's important to note that you have to pass a children prop in your layout.tsx file. And if you actually head over to your project, you'll notice that you already have a layout.tsx file that we worked with earlier. In this file, we actually set up your Clerk provider, which is actually wrapping the rest of your application. So in our project, what we need to do is head up to landing and click new file, and we're going to create layout.tsx. Once again, I'm going to use our code snippet to create this, and I'm going to call this landing layout, save it. Now, if we actually remember, like I said earlier, you have to pass in children props. So I'm going to copy this, and we're going to paste it over here to make sure that we're passing children props into our application. And the next thing that we need to do is we want our layout to show our navigation bar up top, and then we want to show the rest of our application, which in our case is actually just going to be our landing page. So what I'm going to do is copy and paste our code over here to where we have our nav bar up top and our rest of our landing page right here. Now what we need to do is import our nav bar that we created earlier. And just in case you're not super familiar with Tailwind CSS, just as an overview, we're going to be using Flex. We want to make sure that our layout takes up the full height of our page, and we want our items to appear in a column. Obviously because we want nav bar up top, and then vertically below that we want to have our landing page. And the other important thing to mention is we actually are going to make sure that any horizontal overflow gets clipped so that you can't have any like scroll bars here at the bottom. Okay, fantastic. So we're making great progress on this. And the next thing that we need to do is actually make 2 small tweaks to our app to avoid conflicts. So the first conflict that's going to happen is if you look right here in the root of our app, there's a page that we created from the get-go. And then, as I mentioned earlier, these route groups actually don't mess with dynamic routing. So this page is also technically at the root of our application. We were to try to run this right now, we would get an error saying, hey, we have conflicting paths. So what we need to do is actually delete this page because we want our landing page to be the root of our application. And the second thing that we need to do is update our middleware. Out the gate, what our middleware is going to do is make sure that everything is pretty much protected. So it is up to us to say which routes are not protected. So if we head inside this auth middleware, we can say we want some public routes set up. In our case, we want the root page of our application to be public. So now if we spin up our app, which it already looks like it's running, head over to localhost 3000 and go to our root page. Oh, did our app not officially? Let's check. Oh, this looks like a super small error. I actually can just delete this next.js folder, which didn't really update. I want to just restart the application. Now if I refresh the page, everything should be working. There we go. It just took a second. But as you can see now, our layout.tsx is working properly. We have our nav bar up top and our landing page below it. So now let's actually dive into our navigation bar and start cleaning things up. All right, great. So the first thing that we're going to do is open up the Navbar component that we just created. And if you look in the final version of our application, you can see in the top right, we are tracking our authentication state. And this is where Clerk comes in. And I get to show you guys how super easy it is to start incorporating auth into your application. And some of these terms will make more sense as we build more of this Next.js app, but let me just do a quick overview of how we can access our authentication state in different portions of our application. So the first side is going to be client side, and this is basically, as we're building front end pages, we can access our authentication state using the use auth hook. That's how we can access our current user. And then also on the back end, or the server side, when we're building out like our API functions, we can get our current user using the get auth function. And then finally, because we are using Next.js 13 and we're using app routers, we can create server-side pages. That's the best way to describe it. But it is stupid easy to grab a user. All we have to do is this right here. So I'm gonna go ahead and copy it just so I can show you guys how easy it is. And what we're gonna do is actually log it as well. And we're gonna have to import some types as well. So no biggie. It is important as you begin to import different parts of your application to make sure you pay attention to not import the wrong one. So I'm gonna go ahead and import that one. And I'm going to import the current user as well. And what you'll also notice is that we're getting an issue with this await. And that's because to use server-side pages that are calling asynchronous functions, we have to put async in front of our functions. Now what I'm going to do is we're going to log our user. And what will happen as we save it and go over to our application, yeah, you can already see it. I'm currently logged in, and this is all getting rendered on the server side. And that's why you'll notice that this is basically getting popped up on the, like I said, the server that's running in our terminal. And if I was to head over to our code over here, or our inspector window, you'll notice that the user isn't here. And that's, like I said, that's because this is all running on a server-side component. So that's super cool. Well, now that we have all that set up in place, let's actually finish building out our navigation bar so it looks nice just like this. Okay, so the first thing that we want to do is give ourselves as much space as possible so we can make these changes. So the first code change that we want to make is we actually want to wrap our navigation bar inside of the nav tag. And here's a few of the Tailwind styles that we're adding. First off, once again, we're using flex. We want to take up the entire screen width, and we want to make sure that as we add HTML elements to this component, we want to justify the space between them. And basically this just means put as much space between items as you possibly can. So as we add our different children, let me go ahead and save these and walk you through what's happening. We have two children inside of our nav. We have this first div and we have this second div. And this justify between is pushing this div as far left as possible, and it's pushing the second div as far right as possible. So inside of the first div, what we actually have is basically our image icon. So whenever anyone clicks on lead convert, what we're doing is taking them back to the landing page, basically our /, so the root of our application. So I'm gonna go ahead and import this link component from next link. And then when it comes to our second div inside of our navigation bar, this is basically the authentication state management that we kind of talked about earlier. So now that we have our current user, we can show different HTML elements based on their authentication state. If the user is logged in, what we want to do is give them the ability to open up our application, or we want to show the user button, which all comes from Clerk, and this is what allows them to sign out of the application. If they're not logged into the application, we want to give them the sign in button. So this is a ternary to where you basically have the check, the truthy, and the falsy, just in case you're not familiar with the terminology. So let's go ahead and import some of the missing elements. And you will notice this button that's showing on the screen is actually coming from our shad cn button that we had from earlier. So we get to apply the same styling. And then you'll notice this user button. That's the one we showed earlier when we were testing out our Clerk provider. And then when it comes to a sign-in button, this will also come from Clerk next.js. Let's go ahead and save this and head over to our localhost so we can see how it looks. I think this honestly looks pretty sick. So whenever we hover over open app, what it'll actually do, it'll break right now because it's going to try and take us to our lead magnets to where we can start creating and viewing our lead magnets, but we don't have that yet. And the other thing is we can actually look at our current user and sign out just like we could in the other one. So, and as you can see, it showed sign in, and that's because like I said, we're currently tracking the authentication state dynamically. Great. So the application's working fantastic so far. And just to provide a little bit more context of like what's kind of happening in the app Tailwind wise, we're basically just making our lead convert in the top left nice and tall. Let's go back to it real fast. Lead convert nice and tall in the top left, and then we're also basically just making sure everything is centered up. So whenever we do sign in back into our application, we can make sure with this item centered that stuff basically appears vertically centered and nothing's like super low and super tall. So that's enough talking about that. What we're going to do next is actually add some more styles to our buttons. And then what we're going to do is actually start working on this lead magnet page right here. So let's hop back over and improving our button to make our styles look nice. And to update our button styles, what we need to do is head over to our components folder and open up this button file right here. And the two changes that we need to make are first to the default variant. And what you'll notice right now is that this variant uses the background color of primary. But in our case, what we want our default buttons to look like is to use purple. So that's the first change that we need to make. And the second change that we need to make is to our outline button. If you look over here, you'll notice whenever I hover over this button that it changes the text to black and it just looks like a regular button. So what we want to do is update this button to make sure that the default text is purple, that we have a purple border, and then when we hover on it using our Tailwind hover notation, it should change to have a purple background and white text. Fantastic. So now that our buttons are styled properly, let's head over to making our new lead magnets table page. So now it's time for us to start working on our lead magnets table page. And for this page, if you take a close look, you'll notice that we have a table here that's being populated with our different lead magnets that are coming from our backend database. So to fully build out this page, we also actually need to work on creating a database. And the tools that we're going to use for our backend database are first Prisma. And if you haven't heard of Prisma, basically what it allows us to do is make a nice schema for us. And then Prisma will do all the hard work of actually setting up tables in our SQL database and make it super easy for us to actually interact with this data. For example, we're able to install the Prisma client. And once we have the Prisma client, we can actually do commands like this to where we say Prisma, the name of our table, and then we can say find many, or we can actually just, grab a select few items from our database. So Prisma makes our life super easy, but Prisma has to hook up to an actual database. So in our case, we're going to be using PlanetScale as our backend database. And basically PlanetScale is just a MySQL database, and they handle all the scaling needs that you ever need to do. and you get one free database when you start working with PlanetScale. So neither of these tools are going to cost you any money. So now that we know what tools we're going to be using, let's actually start working on setting up these two different tools in our project. And what you're looking at right now are some installation steps that help us set up Next.js with Prisma and PlanetScale. And the first step that it asks us to actually run is npx prisma init. And what this will do is actually initialize Prisma inside of our project. So whenever you run this, it might ask you to install the latest version, and you're going to click yes if it asks you that. And now what it's going to do is prompt us to follow the following steps. So let me scroll down. Okay, cool. So the first thing that's asking us to do is to set up the database URL inside of our .env file. Well, we actually don't have a database URL real fast, which is why we actually need to head over to PlanetScale to create a new database. So if this is the first time you're using PlanetScale, what you're going to want to do is go in, log in, and set up an account. It's super simple. You're just going to connect it to your GitHub. And from there, once you're on the dashboard page, you're just going to click New Database. So that's what I'm going to go ahead and do right now, create a new database. Next, it's going to ask us to give the database a name. So I'm just going to call it lead convert YouTube, basically just the same as everything I've been doing so far. And then you get to pick which type of plan type you want to use. And what you'll notice down here is that you get to use you get one free hobby tier that basically allows you 1 billion row reads. And if you hit that, you're going to be making a lot of bucks. So you can easily upgrade at that point. So this will fit all of our needs. So we're just going to scroll down to the bottom and we're going to create this database. This might take a few seconds to actually load. And then what it's going to do is ask you what language or framework that you're using. In our case, we're going to be using Prisma for our database. And after that, it's going to ask us to create a password for that. So just go ahead. I'm going to copy this password and save it for later. But next, I'm just going to click create password. Fantastic. So I'm going to go ahead and create these. And you just want to go ahead and copy and paste these to somewhere safe that you can access later. Now, what it's going to ask us to do is to set up Prisma inside of our application. So we're going to be hopping back and forth between these instructions. Don't worry if you get confused. We'll make sure to go through everything. So the first thing that's asking us to do is to install Prisma inside of our project. This is all right. So what we're going to do, go ahead, come over here, install Prisma. Great, 2 packages were added. And we've already actually ran this step, so we don't need to worry about it. And here's the file URL that we've been looking for that we need to add to our .env file. So I'm going to go ahead and copy this. And then, like I said, we're just going to hop back over here. I'm going to go ahead and open up my .env file. And I'm just going to paste in my database URL right here so that it actually points to our new PlanetScale database. Fantastic. The next thing that it's asking us to do is to update our Prisma schema. So what you need to do for that is open up your File Explorer. And what you'll notice is we have a new Prisma folder at the root of our project. And if you open it up, it's already populated with a blank schema Prisma. And inside of here, it's going to tell us basically we need to update our schema to match this one right here. So I'm just going to go ahead and copy this and come over here and actually just paste over all of it. Cool. So now that we have that set up, what we want to do is actually go ahead and push our changes to our database. And to do that, all we need to do is copy this command, come down here, and both of these steps here on the right and the left have a lot of overlap. So it doesn't matter the exact order that you run it, but fantastic. So I just pushed our changes, and then now it's saying, oops, you don't have any models inside of your Prisma schema. So now we actually need to go in here and just set up our first 2 tables. So the first 2 models that we're going to work on creating are going to be our lead magnets model, and we're also going to work on our leads model. And in case you haven't worked with Prisma before, I'm just going to give you a super high level overview of how to create your schema. And feel free, there's a bunch of other great tutorials on YouTube that actually go super in depth on working with Prisma. But at a high level, what you need to know is whenever you want to create a new model, you have to use the model keyword and then define the name of your model. In this case, we're making the lead magnet model. And then if you just look from left to right, you'll notice over here, we have fields that we want to assign to our lead magnet. So you want a lead magnet to have an ID, a user ID, name. And then over here in the middle, we're assigning the data type of each one of these fields. So usually these are just going to be, strings, integers, and other primitives. And then over here on the right, we have these decorators. These are kind of fancy, but just, at a very high level view, what these allow us to do is this ID decorator says, hey, this is going to be the primary key for our lead magnet. And each time we create a new lead magnet, we are going to assign it the default value of a universally unique ID. This is just going to be a super long unique ID, so we don't end up with any duplicate IDs. And then pretty much the only other thing that's like super important for creating lead magnets is if you actually kind of look at how we're structuring the lead magnet, you'll notice that we have a draft version and a published version of each attribute of our model. So if you actually come over here and let's go look at a finished lead magnet, what you'll notice is that we have a title, a subtitle, and a body. And what's cool about this is we give our users the ability to come in here and work on a draft version, and all of the draft properties get saved to, the draft title, subtitle, and draft prompt, and so forth. And when we're done editing these, we can press publish, and these will all get moved over to the published title, published subtitle, and published prompt, and so forth. So that's actually how we've structured our lead magnet model. And one other thing that is just going to be pretty unique to working with Prisma is what we can do is use the unique keyword to say, to basically apply some constraints. So in our case, we're making sure that each lead magnet that a user creates has to have a unique slug. And basically the slugs are going to be like this right here. So AI, SaaS, business idea generator. So, and this will all make sense later on. I just want to give you kind of like a high level overview of Prisma and a high level overview of our design choices for why we set up lead magnets this way. Okay, and the next thing you'll notice in our lead magnet is that we're saying a lead magnet can have multiple leads, and that leads us to our next model. So if we scroll down a little bit, here is what our lead model should look like. And you'll notice there's actually a lot of duplicates. So as we work on building more and more models, this will all start to look a lot more familiar. Once again, we're going to use the ID as our primary key for this model. And then the thing that's new with this is you might notice this relation decorator. And basically, when you start to work more with structured databases, you can have relationships. So in our case, we're going to be using a one-to-many relationship. I know it's a big word, but basically what that means is a single lead magnet can have multiple leads. And that just intuitively makes sense for our project. We're going to put lead magnets out on the internet, and as visitors come and sign up to use these lead magnets, we're going to end up with hundreds, if not thousands, of leads for each individual lead magnet. So don't worry too much about the syntax. We'll worry about that later. And there's plenty more documentation online on the Prisma website if you want to learn more about how to set all these up. And the only two other things that I want to mention, and this is just some like good full stack engineering practices. You'll notice that right now I have indexes set up for the lead magnet ID and then also the user ID. Basically, what this allows us to do is speed up our queries. So as we go to look up leads in the future, we can easily look up all the leads that are associated to a specific user, or we can look up all the leads that are easily associated with a specific lead magnet. So that's going to be super important as your application scales and you start to make millions of bucks. And the other thing that you need to be aware about is my file is saved super nicely and everything is tabbed very neatly, but I didn't do that. I actually used an extension to do that. So what you want to do if you are working, as you're working with your schema, if you type in Prisma, there is a Prisma extension right here. Let me zoom out so you can see it. But what it does is add syntax highlighting, and it also will worry about setting up these relationships like it has done for my project. So it actually set this up for me and put a lead array right here in this relationship here for me. So it did all the hard work. I just had to type out lead magnet and leads. So that is us setting up our schema. Now we can go back to the initial problem we were trying to solve, which was actually pushing our database changes. So let's save this file one more time. Now we're going to press enter to push our database changes. This might take a second or two, but it looks like everything is done. Now we're just generating it. Okay, fantastic. So everything worked. And if we actually head over to our planet scale, let's find it real fast. Okay, here it is. All we need to do now is when we go to the bottom, we can go look at our database, the overview. And as you can see, we now have two tables in our database. We have a leads table and a lead magnet table. So congrats, give yourself a pat on the back if this is the first time you worked with Prisma. You just made your first 2 tables, and now we're ready to hop back over to the front end and start pushing and pulling data to our database. Great, now that we set up Prisma and Planet Scale for our application, we need to add one additional file so that we can access Prisma throughout our entire application. So to do that, all we need to do is head over to the lib folder at the root of our application and click New File, and we're going to call this file prisma.db.ts. Great, now I'm going to paste in some code and I'm going to walk you through what's going on and why we need this. So to start off, we're importing the Prisma client. And the reason we're doing this is because the Prisma client allows us to make queries and mutations to our database. The next thing that you notice is we have all this kind of complicated and ugly code, but here's the problem that we're trying to solve. We only want to have a single instance of the Prisma client inside of our application at any given point. The reason we want to do that is because if each page is initiating a new connection to our database, we could end up with dozens of connections to our database and start to hit some limits and just basically cause some very odd behavior inside of our application. So what this code does is it only allows us to have one instance of the Prisma client at any given point. And you'll notice what it does is we actually export this single instance of our Prisma client as the Prisma DB variable. And what's going to be cool, and you'll see later on as we continue to build out this application, but anytime I type in Prisma DB, I can actually add the models, I can access the models that we created earlier, the lead model and the lead magnet model. So that perfectly segues us to go back over to our project folder setup to where we can start actually creating the lead magnets table that we talked about earlier over here. So let's go ahead and start making some new files and folders inside our dashboard. So the first folder we want to create is actually going to be called the lead magnets folder. And inside of that folder, we actually want to create a new page. So I'm going to go ahead and type that in. And now we're going to use RFCE to go ahead and create this new page. And we're going to call it our lead magnets page. Now, why did I call this folder lead magnets? Well, because once again, we're using dynamic routing with next.js. So as you can see in our final application, we are using lead magnets right after this root to access our lead magnets table. Cool. So now if we head back over to our application and go over to lead magnets, what you'll notice is that it should actually now be populated and it should say that we're on the lead magnets page. It's going to take a few seconds to load. All right, fantastic. So it's showing that we're on the right page. But you'll notice what's weird is our navigation bar is no longer here. And the reason why that is because remember those routing groups that we created early on? Well, the navbar that we created was specifically only set up for the landing page. And now that we're over here within the dashboard, our navbar is no longer there. So we're gonna have to create a new navbar and a few other files to get all of this set up and looking nice like our final version. Great, so the first component that we're going to create is going to be our navigation bar up top. Now, if you head over to the components folder and create a new file, we're just going to call this our dashboard, we're going to call this our dashboard navbar.tsx. I'm gonna create a new functional component, save it. Now, if you remember from earlier inside of our landing route group, and if we look at our layout, we placed our landing page navbar above the rest of our body. And that's exactly what we're going to want to do back over here for our dashboard. So I'm going to right click over here. We're going to make a new layout that we want to apply to the entire dashboard route group, create it. Now I'm going to paste in some code and walk you through kind of what's going on. As you can see, we're now creating a new navbar that we're going to put above all the children. And this is just going to be the navbar that we just created a few seconds ago. Now, when we save it, what you'll notice now is our dashboard navbar is above our landing page. So this is exactly what we want. So what we can do now is we're going to hop back over to our lead magnets page. And now we're going to start using Prisma to start accessing those leads and lead magnets that we just set up a few minutes ago. So the first thing we want to do to start accessing those lead magnets and leads is we want to grab the current authenticated user and we want to grab their user ID. So whenever we import the auth function from Clerk, that's how we're able to access the user ID. And then immediately below that, you'll notice that I'm doing a check just to make sure that the user ID exists. And we're going to return that no user is found if it doesn't. And the reason I can do this is because whenever we set up our middleware, we set up the public routes to only allow the landing page to be the only public route. Every other route is going to be protected, which means that the user has to be logged in to access them. So our lead magnets page specifically, the user must be logged in to access it. Great. Now what we need to do is set up two new functions, and these are going to be our get lead magnets function and get leads functions. Now, because this is going to be a server component, and the reason why I know it's not a server component is because I don't have a use client up top. This means I can directly access our server. So things from our server. So this means I can make calls directly to Prisma DB. Now inside of here, let me actually walk you through what kind of changes we're making. So inside the get leads, what we're saying is I want to access the lead magnet model on our Prisma DB client, and I want to find many lead magnets where the user ID matches the current user's authenticated ID. If things go well, what we're going to do is return an array of lead magnets. And if things go wrong, we're just going to return an empty array. Similarly, for get leads, we are going to make a call to Prisma DB, grab the leads, find many leads where the user ID matches the user ID we pass in. If something goes wrong, once again, return empty array. So what you'll notice down here is that these were just requests, and these were asynchronous requests. So we need to await these promises to grab the actual leads and actual lead magnets. But right now we're getting an issue with this await, and that's because we need to make this page asynchronous. Fantastic. Now that we've done that, let's actually go ahead and log our lead magnets and our leads just to make sure that they're showing up properly. So 1 second, let's set up these logs. And what you'll notice though, whenever we run these, so let me go ahead and save this, run it. Let's go ahead and refresh this page. When we come over here, what you'll notice, take a few seconds to load. What you'll notice is that we get back an empty array for our lead magnets and our leads. And that is correct. Things did run properly in our get leads and get lead magnet functions, but our database isn't populated. So let's head over to our Prisma folder and actually seed some dummy data into our database. So here's exactly what you need to do to seed your database. So the first thing we're going to need to do is go over to the Prisma folder inside of your application. And then once you're in here, we're going to make a new file, and we're just going to call this seed.ts. Great. So now I'm just going to paste some code in here and walk you through exactly what's going on. So what we need to do to start seeding our database is, first off, we need to import the Prisma client. And then inside this client, what we can do is actually start creating our different dummy data. So the first thing that I'm going to do is create a dummy lead magnet. And I'm just going to hard code it in ID and just hard code all the properties that need to be assigned to a single lead magnet. And one thing that is important is that I went ahead and assigned it my specific user ID for my logged in user. And you can actually access this by two ways. One, you can log into Clerk and then navigate and see which users have logged into your application and grab it that way. Or what we can do is head back over to our application over here, and we can actually just log our user ID and then refresh our page real fast. It's right here. Yeah. And so you can just copy and paste your user ID back into your seed data right here. It is important that you put in your user ID. That way, when you're logged into your application over here, it's linked properly. Great. Now what we can do next is actually create two dummy leads associated with this specific lead magnet. So I just have dummy user 1, dummy user 2, and they're both assigned to that lead magnet ID. Now what we need to do is actually run this seed file that we just created. So here's how we can go about doing that. First, what you need to do is open up your package.json file, and we need to add in a new script. And we're going to create a Prisma seed script that you can see right here. And if you actually look at this seed script, you'll notice that we need to use TS node to run our Prisma seed TS file that we just created. So if you hop over to npm, you can see that we need to install TS node and make sure we save it as a dev dependency. So if I come down here, I'm going to quit my app real fast, paste in this install code. It's going to take a few seconds. Great. We just added our 14 packages. And now what we can do inside of our terminal, let me go ahead and clear everything out. Now we can actually run the script to seed our database. Okay, great. So to seed our database, we just need to type in npx prisma db seed. But what you'll notice when I actually run this, it's actually going to throw an error. We need to make two small changes. And the reason we're getting an error is because we're trying to import something and we're basically using a module when we're actually using CommonJS. You don't have to worry about that too much, but we just need to make two small changes. First off, in our seed, we need to take off this ESM. And then second, when we head back over to our seed file, we need to basically do this. We need to do const Prisma client is equal to require, just like that. We're going to grab the Prisma client out of this requirement statement. Now, whenever we run npx seed again, everything should work as expected. Boom, as you can see, seeding complete. And now there's two ways that you can check to make sure that this worked. First, what we can do is back over inside of our application. Let's actually restart our server, npm run dev. We can hop back over to our website, our lead magnets page. And when we refresh it, when we look at our logs, you'll notice that we see 2 leads that we just created. And then we'll also see the lead magnet that we just created as well. And there's another way that you can see that these leads and lead magnets were made. You can run npx Prisma Studio. And what this will do is open up an interactive window where you can actually access your entire database. So as you can see in our leads table, we have 2 leads that we just created, dummy user 1 and dummy user 2, and then we have our lead. And you can come in here, add new records, you can delete stuff. It's really whatever you want to do. So fantastic. Well, now that we have our leads and lead magnets seeded, now we can actually hop back over to building out the rest of our lead magnet page. And to help paint a clear picture of where we're going next, if you look at the final version of our application, you'll realize that it's broken up into 3 different components for our lead magnets page. Up top, we have this lead magnet action bar where people can create new lead magnets whenever they click this button. In the middle, we have our lead magnets table, which is populated with the data we just fetched. And then third, we have this upgrade to pro modal, where whenever a user clicks upgrade, we direct them over to Stripe so they can start on our paid plan. Now, before we start building out this page, it's actually important that we understand the 2 different types of components that come with Next.js. We can either build server components or client components, and each one of these has different use cases. So when it comes to building server components, what they're allowed to do are things like fetch data and access backend resources directly. And if you look at the lead magnets page that we just generated so far, it actually is a server component. And we're able to do things like access Prisma DB directly. We don't have to make a call to our backend or anything like that. But things that a server component cannot do are things like listen to on-click events and manage state. So if you look back at our website, that's going to be a problem because I'm going to want to be able to click upgrade and listen to the event that happens and trigger them to go over to Stripe. So we need to actually follow one of the common patterns, which is passing props from a server to a client component. So here's how we're going to go about doing that. First, we need to make a new component that we're going to pass the lead magnets and leads that we just created. So what we're going to do within inside this lead magnets folder is create a new folder, and we're just going to call this components. And inside of this, we're going to make a new client component, and we're just going to call this lead magnets container.tsx. All right, now let's clear this up, rfce, to create our new functional component. So the first thing that you want to do when creating a client component is right up top, you want to type in the phrase use client. This will tell Next.js that, hey, I'm going to be doing some client-side things such as use state or listening to on-click events. And like I just mentioned a few moments ago, what we're trying to do is pass the props from our server component down to our client component. So here's how we go about doing that. First, we need to define an interface for the type of props we're going to be passing down. We need to import all the proper resources, and then we need to update our functional component definition to say that we're going to be incorporating these props. What's cool is what we can do next is actually log these different props that we're passing in so that we can see that they're coming from the client side. So let's go ahead and save our code, head over to our Chrome window, and then open up our inspector. So now whenever real fast, we actually need to hop back over here to our other server component and actually point it to the new component that we just made. So this is called our lead magnets container. And you'll notice if we save it right now, it's throwing an error. And the reason why it's throwing an error is because we are missing the following properties from it, our lead magnet and leads. So what we need to do is pass those in, lead magnets, and then leads. Fantastic. Now that we've saved that, you'll notice 2 things. Over here inside of our browser, it says lead magnets from inside the client, and we can actually see the lead magnets in here. And then you can also see the leads from the client. But what's interesting is if we open up our server side where we're running our application, you can see that over here, we're also logging it, just our regular lead and lead magnets on the server as well. So it's cool. You can see that this technically, now that we've learned about server components, this is actually running in the server. That's why our logs appear over here. And then when it comes to our client components, they're actually running on the client, and that's why they're logging over here. So cool. That's your crash course on server and client components. So now we can actually hop back over here to building out our lead magnets container where we can make it look fancy and nice just like this. And for now, all we're going to focus on is making this action bar in this table. We'll worry about making our upgrade to Pro Modal once we start working with Stripe later on. So the first thing that we need to do is actually update our HTML to make that action bar and our table. So here's a overview of what our code needs to look like. Let me walk you through it real fast and import some of the missing components that we have. Make sure you import the right ones. So here's a quick overview of what we're going to be doing. As you notice in our final version of our application, actually I'll just open up our version. What you'll notice is that we have some padding around the new page that we're making. We're going to take up the full width, and then we're going to do some responsiveness. And then outside that, when it comes to making our action bar, what you'll notice is we're going to be putting as much space in between them, and that's thanks to justify between. And then over here on the left-hand side, we're going to put our lead magnet so people know that they're on the lead magnets page. And then we have a new button, and this button wraps around a link. So whenever people click on this link, it'll take them over to the lead magnet editor. So let me just show you. Whenever they click it, this link will take them over there. But obviously we haven't built that page yet, so we just get a 404 for now. So the next thing that we need to start doing is actually work on to start building this lead magnets table. So what we're going to want to do is create a lead magnet table. And obviously this component doesn't exist yet, so we're going to work on that in just a second. But I just want to show you that what we want to pass into it are our lead magnets that we're passing down from here. What we're doing is, this is called prop drilling, where we basically drill down props, and thankfully we're only going to have to go 2 levels deep, so this is totally acceptable, but fantastic. But as you could imagine, in a second, this table would appear right below the new action bar we just created. So now let's focus on making this new lead magnet table. So what we're going to do is hop back over to our components, and we're going to create a new component called lead magnet table.tsx. And we're going to create it over here. Great. Now, once again, we need to define the interfaces for working with this component. So what we're going to do is type in interface, lead magnet props, and we're going to want to pass in lead magnets and leads. Let me update this, lead magnet and lead. Great. Now what we can do, let's update our functional component to where we pass in our leads. Awesome. So now it's up to us to start actually updating the HTML to create a table. Now, what you remember at the beginning of creating this project is that we used shad CDN for all of our UI components. And so far, we've only imported a button, but now we're actually going to start working with a table provided from shad CN. So let me show you how we're going to do that. So the first thing that you're going to want to do is head over to the shad CN documents and actually look up a table. Once you're in here, it actually has some installation steps that tell you how to install a table. So we're going to click this copy button, we're going to click npm, and then head back over to our terminal so that we can install it inside of our application. And once you add a table, it takes a few seconds, you'll get a done button. And then when you head inside of your components folder in the root directory, you'll notice we now have a new table component. And this, just as we look through it, there's a root table, table headers, table body, basically everything that you would expect to come with a table. So let's close out of that and go back to our lead magnet table that we're working on and start updating it. And we're going to make sure that we kind of follow their code table demo example. So one of the first things that you'll notice, let's go ahead and cut out our code and start importing it. So right out the gate, we need to create a new table. And we need to make sure that this table comes from our components UI table directory. Do not put the Lucid React. It'll cause you a bunch of trouble in your application. So cool. We're going to make sure we make our imports in the right spot. And we're just going to start going down the row. The next thing that we need is a table header. And this table header is once again going to come from the same spot in our code. And inside of our table header, we need to make a row. Table row. Great. close that out. And then if you look inside of our table row, we're going to have a few table heads. If you look at the final version of our application, we're going to have 1, 2, 3, 4 of these elements. So let's copy these over from our final version of our application. Great. Make sure we're importing all the missing components. Awesome. So I'm going to rerun our application just so we can see what it looks like before we finish it up. So if we come over here and refresh our application, you should see a single row up top. Like I said, it takes a few seconds whenever you spin up an application. All right. Oh, we have not imported this missing table. So let's go ahead and head back over here, import it. Great. Now everything should work once we save it. Awesome. So now we have our lead magnets table, and it's showing our name, page visits, leads, and conversions. So now it's up to us to actually work on our table body. And what's going to be unique about creating our table body is the fact that it's not going to be hard-coded and static like this. In fact, it's going to be dynamic. And what I mean by that, let me go ahead and import our table body, and I can show you. So inside of here, instead of creating a single row, what we need to do is actually map through each one of our lead magnets and create a row for each item, kind of how our Copilot is suggesting real fast. So let's go ahead and just quickly type all of this up. So now that I have that typed up, I'm just going to save it and kind of just show you what it looks like so far. So right now it's pulling in this is a name dynamically from our lead magnet. And then you'll notice that page view leads and view leads are all hard coded. So we need to work on actually making a few different helper functions so that it looks like our final application over here, where we're actually like counting up the number of people that have like visited the page, the number of leads, and then do some math to find the conversion rate. So here's how we're going to go about doing that. So first off, when it comes to getting the number of page views, all we have to do, come in here, update this just to say lead magnet.page views. Great. Now this will show how many people have viewed the page. Currently 0 because it doesn't exist. And then next, what we need to do is to calculate the number of leads that were generated for the specific lead magnet. So the first thing we're going to do is just take out the hard-coded text, and we're going to paste in an updated version that's wrapped in a link. And we're going to have to import the missing dependencies, button, and link. There we go. Great. So now our code would look like just like this. And we need to make two small changes. First off, what you'll notice over here is that it's not automatically underlined like it is in our final application. So we need to actually head over to our button UI to update the code for it. And what you'll notice in here is that our current button for the link does not have let me just actually show you real fast. It's not underlined by default. So here's what it needs to look like in the final version. And now you can see that it's always underlined, and that's exactly what we want. And the second thing is I actually made a mistake in my lead magnets table. I'm missing a table cell, and it's going to be the conversion rate. And if you look at the final version of our code, you see I show conversion rate, then view leads. So that's actually what I need to do over here. So I'm just going to go down here and make a new table cell. And this is going to be our conversion rate. So I'm just going to call it CR for right now. And what you'll notice in our final application is that we need to do some math and then throw a little percentage sign to show how many people that visit our page actually convert into a lead. So here's the new function that we need to show for that port of our table. And I'm actually just going to scroll back up to the top real fast so we can make our code look nice and clean. So paste it right here and let me walk you through what's happening. First off, we're passing in our lead magnet and page views. And these are going to basically get pulled out from the lead magnet that we pass in. And then we just need to do some math. If no one has viewed this page, we're just going to return 0 because we don't want to get any like divide by 0 funky errors. And outside of that, if we do have page views, what we're going to do is look at the number of leads that were generated for the specific lead magnet. And this is actually calling the function that we created earlier. And then we're going to divide that by the page views. So like in our final version of the code, we're basically going to do 6 divided by 53. And then just to get a nice whole number, what we're going to do is round it after we multiply it by 100. So that way we don't get like 10.6643 repeating or something random like that. We just get a nice whole 11 or 0 or something like that that's human readable. So all we have to do back down here is replace CR, and we're going to paste it with our new conversion rate, and we're going to pass in the lead magnet ID, and then we're going to pass in the number of page views, just like that. Cool. And what you'll notice now in our application though, is it just shows a number. It's up to us to put a percentage sign directly after it so it looks nice and formatted. Okay, awesome. So now our lead magnets page is done. And now we can actually start working on the editor to where whenever someone does click view leads, we'll actually take them to a page where they can start building and populating these lead magnets so they can share them with their potential customers. So let's go ahead and get started. All right, so before we just start building all of these components that you're looking at right now, we need to put our software engineering hats on and figure out how the heck are we going to build this page. Now, when I see this page, I see 3 to 4 major components. So component number 1 is I see the action bar where people can update the name of the lead magnet and perform actions on the lead magnet. Over here on the left, I see a sidebar, and this sidebar allows me to change which editor I'm looking at. And then I see this third component, which is basically our editor. And this editor can be broken up into 2 subparts, an edit section and a preview section. As I make changes in the edit section, they update over here in the preview section. So how the heck are we going to build all this? Well, let's hop over to Excalidraw and kind of just see how it's currently structured. So let me show you how a junior engineer would go about building this. Well, what they would do is they would, inside their editor page, they would know, okay, I know my action bar needs to listen to the submit button. So anytime I'm making changes in my editor and I press save in my action bar, I need to be able to pass in the title changes that happened over here. I need to pass them to my backend database. So basically what they're going to be doing is passing changes from here up the component tree back down to the action bar, and it just gets really gross. Our action bar doesn't need to care about what happens in here. So what a pro would do is actually use one of React's features called a context. And a context basically just helps you manage data throughout your component trees. And you actually have already worked with context inside of your application. The Clerk provider that we created earlier, it does exactly what we're talking about right here. Our Clerk provider allows us to pass state throughout all of our different children components. You'll notice inside of our application, like we had a random navbar at one point, and that navbar, let me just show you real fast. The landing page navbar was able to access the current user, and this current user was able to grab the currently authenticated user because it was wrapped inside of this Clerk provider. So in our case, what we're going to be working on next is basically making an editor provider to wrap this entire section that you're looking at right here. That way the editor has access to the current lead magnet that we're working on, and we can make changes to it. And then also the action bar is also going to have access to the current lead magnet we're working on. And that way it can easily pass up the edited changes. Now, I know this might seem all abstract right now, but don't worry. As we start to build this context and start to implement it in our editor page, I think it's going to make a lot of sense, and it's going to basically help up level you as a developer to where you can start to build bigger and bigger applications without running into a lot of bugs. So let's go ahead, hop over back to our code editor, and let's start working on making our new context provider. So the first thing we need to do in order to create our new context file is actually head into our application, and we're going to make a new folder. We want to make this folder at the root of our application, and we're going to want to call it just context. Great. And this is just following React best practices for setting up our project folder. And then inside of this context folder, what we want to do is create a new file, and we're going to call this our lead magnet editor context. And this is going to be a TSX file. Now this file is going to be a lot different than all of the functional components that we've created so far. So let me walk you through how this new code is going to look. So the first thing that we're going to want to do is to actually define the shape of our context. And what I mean by that is we want to specify what properties and methods are going to be available inside of the context that we're creating. So we're going to go ahead and add in the missing dependencies. And the next thing that we need to do is actually to create the context itself. So what I mean by that is we are going to say, we're going to create a context that is going to be of this shape or null. And let's go ahead and import our missing dependencies one more time. And now from here, what we're going to do is actually create our lead magnet provider. And just to basically take a step back, The context is going to be the thing that actually stores the current state, and the provider is going to be the thing that provides the current state throughout our application. So just context equals storing state, provider equals sharing state throughout our application. Great. So now inside of our provider, you can see that we're going to have two props. Children, because we're going to wrap the lead magnet editor portion of our code. That way we can provide the lead magnet everywhere throughout this page. And then the second thing that we're going to be providing to the provider is a lead magnet itself. Great. Well, now that we've defined that, the next thing that we need to do is, once again, import our missing dependencies. And now what we need to do is let me actually import these dependencies as well. And let me walk you through what we're going to be doing inside of this context provider. So our whole goal is to make sure that all of the methods and properties we define up here get implemented in this context provider down here. So that means, as you can see so far, we have an edited lead magnet and a set edited lead magnet that get defined right here in our use state, but we do not have a save, publish, unpublish, and remove method yet. So what we need to do is inside of our code, let me zoom out so we can kind of see what's going on. We need to actually implement each one of these methods, a save method, publish, unpublish, and remove. And all of these methods are going to get passed down into our provider. Because if you remember what I mentioned earlier, context is what stores all of the different, basically all the different properties and methods. And our provider is what shares these different methods and properties throughout our application, specifically throughout all of the children that we wrap around. So now that we have a little bit more of a clear picture on what we're going to be building, let's actually start working on implementing these methods so it all starts to make a lot more sense. Great. So the first function that we're going to work on implementing is going to be our save function. And basically what we want to have happen when anytime someone clicks the save button on our front end, we want it to pass up the edited lead magnet that we're working on. We want to send it over to our backend so that we can save the changes to our database. So here's what we need to work on doing. First, we need to make a request to our backend. And to do that, we're going to use Axios. And if you haven't heard of Axios before, it's basically a NPM package that allows us to make requests to basically to different URLs. So in our case, I'm going to import Axios. And now we can start making requests. So we're going to make a request to our backend database. And to do that, we have to specify which URL we want to send our request. And in our case, we're going to send our request to our API lead magnet route. And we'll worry about setting up all of these different routes in our backend. We just have to kind of take this one step at a time. Next, we get to decide what method we want to use to send our request. So in our case, what we're going to do is use different routes inside of our application. And we're going to look at the edited lead magnet and check to see if it has an ID. If it does have an ID, that means we are working with an existing lead magnet and we just need to update a few fields on it. If the current lead magnet that we're working on doesn't have an ID, so imagine we just created a new lead magnet, we want to basically send a post method, because a post method is made for creating new lead magnets or just new data inside of our backend. Great. Now it's up to us to pass in the data that we want to send to our backend database. So what we're going to do for this is we're going to run the spread operator on our edited lead magnet, and that's basically just going to make it easy for us to access all of the different fields inside of a lead magnet. And then we're going to pass in the current user ID. And we're grabbing this user ID from our session right here, and we're going to grab our user ID. But what you'll notice is we're getting a few red flags for doing this. And the reason why is because it's saying that our session could be undefined or null. And if you remember back in our middleware, we already talked about this earlier, but the only public route that we are going to have inside of our application is going to be the landing the landing page right now. So the editor page is going to be protected. So if for some reason someone was able to access this page, they're doing something they clearly shouldn't be doing. So we're just going to run a check to say, hey, if the session doesn't exist, throw an error because they're doing something they don't need to be doing. And then next, we actually don't want to be accessing the user ID. We just want to access the user property on the session, and we want to grab the ID within it. And I apologize for all of the autocomplete. I'm using Copilot, and sometimes Copilot gets a little too smart for itself. But great, so now we are making a request to our backend to save our edited lead magnets. But that's not all. We can actually improve the save method a little bit more. So what we can do is actually surround it in a try-catch statement. And what this will do is if an error happens while we're trying to make this request, for whatever reason it fails, we can actually handle that properly. So in our case, what we're going to do is we're going to track the response that comes from this, and we're going to await the response because this is an asynchronous request. If we get a good response, and we'll build this out more as we work with our backend database, but we're just going to say like, if the response comes back with some data, what we're going to do is provide our user with basically some sort of notification so they know that everything worked out properly. And this leads us to our next package called Hot Toast. And what Hot Toast will do is actually show a little pop-up on our screen. Let me show you what I'm talking about. So here's the official page for React Hot Toast, and let me actually click on an example so you can see what it looks like. So whenever I click success, it pops up a little toast to provide some feedback to our user to let us know that something is happening. And it's actually super easy to use for our project. We're not going to use yarn. In our case, we're going to use npm install. So we're going to do npm install, and then they just, like I said, React Hot Toast. Great, so we're going to give that a second or two to install. Fantastic. And now what we can do is in our code, we can say if the data responds, we can make a little toast. So in our case, we can say toast from React Hot Toast, and we're going to say success. The lead magnet was saved successfully. Now what we're going to do, if something went wrong whenever the user was making a request to save their lead magnet, we can throw a toast error to say failed to save, something went wrong. Okay, great. Give yourself a pat on the back. We just set up our first function inside of our context. Now we're going to speed mode through the next 3 different functions, and after that we're going to start setting up all of the backend functions to make this fully functional. So the next function that we're going to work on implementing is going to be the publish function, and this is going to be super similar to our save function except a few minor differences. First off, we're no longer calling request and changing the method based on this ternary. Instead, we already know we're going to publish something. More specifically, we're going to publish to the lead magnet publish URL now. And instead of passing up the entire lead magnet, we're just going to pass the ID. And our backend server is going to handle all of the moving everything over from the draft state to the published state for us. Great. The next function that we're going to work on implementing is going to be our unpublish function. And this is basically going to be identical to our publish. The only thing that's going to be different now is instead of calling the API lead magnet publish route, we're going to call the lead magnet unpublish route. And the final function that we're going to work on implementing is going to be this remove function. And this code is going to be a little bit different in the fact that we're no longer calling the post HTTP method. We're going to be calling the delete method. And what you'll notice that's a little bit different about this route is we're calling just the root lead magnet route, and we're passing up a query. More specifically, we're passing a query with the ID of the lead magnet that we would like to delete. And then all in our backend server code, it manages deleting everything for us. So that's how that works. And once again, we're going to pass back a toast if things work great. And then we're going to, if something goes wrong, we're going to throw up an error toast. And the very last thing that we're going to work on implementing inside of our context, now that we've defined these functions right here, is we're going to make a custom hook. And let me go ahead and show you what that looks like, and then walk you through what this context is doing for us. So this custom hook is going to allow us to easily access and use all the data and functions stored inside of our lead magnet editor context. And let me just actually show you an updated version of our drawing so you can see what I mean by that. So if you remember in our code, we made a provider, and that provider is going to give access to all of the components that are our children components. And what you'll notice is over here, I have this new custom hook that we just created, the use lead magnet editor context, this hook right here. And basically what it's going to allow us to do is inside of our action bar, we can just use this custom hook and grab the save function that we just built. Or when we're over here in our edit page, or edit component, we can grab the edited lead magnet to populate, the title or the prompt or so forth. And we can do it in a safe fashion. And when I say a safe fashion, what I mean by that is we're going to use the use context hook that comes from React, and we're going to say use the lead magnet editor context, and we're going to check to see if this context exists. And if it doesn't exist, we're going to just throw an error to let our app know, hey, you're trying to do something that you can't do. And what I mean by that is all of this is happening within the editor page. But if I go over to the landing page where I haven't wrapped everything in the provider, that's where this error is going to get thrown. And it'll make more sense once we start to implement the provider and wrap everything and set up our backend. But I just wanted to show you this nice visual right here of how this new custom hook that we just created allows us to easily access all the methods and properties that we just built in our context provider. Okay, cool. That was a lot. So let's go ahead and start wrapping everything inside of our new context provider that we just created. And then let's hop over to our backend and start implementing some of the functions that we just defined here. All right, so let's go. All right, so here's how we're going to set up our lead magnet editor page. The first thing that we're going to want to do is define the props that we're going to pass into our lead magnet editor page. Now, what you'll notice here is that we're actually checking for params and we're checking for the lead magnet ID. And this comes from this little snippet that we set up in our dynamic routing. And what we're trying to do is grab the lead magnet ID. It's important that what you spell out right here matches this exactly. So, make sure that if this is capital, that's capital, and so forth. What we want to do next is go ahead and access this lead magnet ID inside of our component. And what you'll notice right here is we're grabbing our params and we're trying to check the lead magnet ID. Just based on the way that this is set up, you have to pass in a string array. So that's why we're just saying like, hey, if this is populated, I want you to just go ahead and grab the first ID that you see. Otherwise, I want you to do null. Because remember, the two cases that we're trying to solve for is one, if the person gives us an ID, we want to access that existing lead magnet. And if it doesn't exist, we want to create a new lead magnet, which leads me to the next step inside of our code. So what we want to do next is go ahead and actually act on the lead magnet ID that's provided to us. Let's go ahead and actually make some imports that are missing and walk you through what's happening. So what we're going to do is go ahead and define a variable called lead magnet that can be a lead magnet or null. And we're going to say, hey, does the lead magnet exist? If it doesn't, I want to go ahead and assign it to a default lead magnet, which we'll create in just a second. Otherwise, I want you to make a request to our backend database and find the lead magnet where the ID matches the ID that was just passed in. So let's go ahead and start fixing these errors one by one. First off, when it comes to await, we need to make this this page asynchronous. And we can do that because, once again, this is a server component. You'll notice we don't see use client in the top left. So because we're in a server component, we can directly access our backend database. And with Prisma, great. So now if we do have a lead magnet ID, we're fetching it from our database. But now we need to run into the case to where a lead magnet ID isn't provided to us. We need to go ahead and create this default lead magnet. So what we're going to do for this setup is go over here inside of our route right here, and I'm going to make a new file called lead magnet constants. So lead magnet constants, just like that. And we're going to create a default lead magnet. And what you'll notice in this default lead magnet is that we basically have just went ahead and set everything to blank, from ID to user ID to the body draft and everything else. But we have set the status to be draft, and we just give it a name of new lead magnet. So when the user loads it into that table we created earlier, they'll be able to see like, oh, I do have a new lead magnet right here. So let's hop back over to our lead magnet editor page. We're going to import the default lead magnet that we just created. And now what we can do is move on to the next part of our code. And basically what we want to do is check to see if this lead magnet exists. So imagine we're in the scenario where the user gives us a wrong lead magnet ID and we don't fetch anything. Well, technically this lead magnet is still going to be empty. So we need to direct the user to an empty page so that they know that the lead magnet they're looking for doesn't exist. So we're going to work on creating this lead magnet not found component here in just a second. But if the person did access a proper lead magnet that they can edit, we need to direct them to the editor page that we're going to work on in just a second. And this is going to follow the pattern where we just created a little bit ago, to where this is a server component and we're going to pass down our props, in this case our lead magnets, down to our client components, which we can then start to manage stuff. And more importantly, this is where we're going to start to access our context provider that we just created. It's important to note that context providers cannot go inside of server components like this one. Context providers have to go inside of client components. So that's another reason why we're passing all this down to the lead magnet editor container that we're about to create, because it's going to be a client component. Okay, cool. So let's start working on this lead magnet not found first, and then hop over to the next component. So this lead magnet not found is actually going to be accessed throughout our entire application. So we want to put this new component inside our root components folder, because like I said, it's going to be accessed everywhere. So let's make this new file, and we're going to call it lead magnet not found.tsx. Let's go ahead and do our new React functional component, save it. And as always, we're going to go ahead and set up the props that we're going to pass into it, interface. And we're going to call this lead magnet not found props. And the only prop that we're going to pass into this is going to be a return link. And the reason why we're going to do that is because if we're on the editor page, we want to redirect users to the just normal dashboard. But if a random user is trying to access a lead magnet inside of like a lead magnet that a creator is sharing, we just want to redirect them to our landing page so that they can, learn more about ConvertKit. And this will make more sense as we build out the application. I just want to go ahead and mention why we're adding that now. So we're going to go ahead, set up this lead magnet props not found. Oh, we added one too many right there. And the next thing we're going to do is go ahead and update our HTML code. And we're going to say that we want to basically make our landing page kind of take up the entire width and height. And what we're going to do, like I said, is let the user know that we did not find the lead magnet, and we're going to give them the option to return to the page that we specify in a return link. Okay, cool. So let's save this, head back over here and import our new component that we just created. Awesome. And then next, we're going to start working on this editor container component. And for this component, what we need to do is actually head inside of this right here, our dynamic lead magnet ID. We're going to right click it, make a new folder, and call this components. And inside of that, we're going to make our first new component. Like I said, lead magnet editor container.tsx. Great. Make a new functional component. And now we can start passing in our lead magnets. So once again, we're going to set up our interface to define the props that we want to pass into it. In this case, it's going to be a lead magnet. So let's go ahead and import this lead magnet, update our props in here. You gotta love Copilot doing all the autocomplete for us. Okay, now it's up to us to start doing all the hard work of implementing what's going to happen inside of this container. So the first thing that we need to do is actually replace the current HTML code that's in this function. And what we need to replace it with is our new context provider that we made a few moments ago. So we're going to go ahead and import that. And the next thing that we need to do, if you remember how I talked about earlier, only client components are able to access content providers. So that's why up here, what I can do is go ahead and type in use client and save that. And then now you'll notice that we have a missing component called the lead magnet editor. Well, this lead magnet editor is actually going to be the portion of our code that dynamically changes what we're seeing inside of our lead magnet editor page. And what I mean by that is, like, whenever you click on prompt editor, the prompt editor page pops up. The email capture, whenever you click that, the email capture editor pops up. So this is where we're going to start to actually implement all of this code and all of these different screens. But inside of our code, we just have to have somewhere to basically, we need to be able to wrap this editor with our context provider so that we can start accessing, all of our, save, edit, publish, all of those functions and properties we made earlier. So I know this is a little in the weeds, but we are slowly chugging along, and I think this is about to really click the second we start to implement this page. Okay, so the first thing that we need to do is go ahead and create a new lead magnet editor component. So we're going to do this inside of this components folder right here. So let's go ahead and call it our lead magnet editor.tsx. There we go. Great. Go ahead and make our new functional component, save it. Now I'm going to do a split screen so you can see kind of what's what's going on. So first off, what we want to do is go ahead and import the new component we just created. Great. And then open it up. All right, now that we're inside of here, what we want to do is start to basically stub out all of the different components that are going to appear in our final application. So remember, we're going to have a top action bar, we're going to have this side nav bar, and then this editor window over here. So here's what that code is going to look like. And real fast, before we just start typing in all the code, I want to go ahead and actually join together the screens so we can compare the final version of our code to the existing website. So let me go ahead and get this set up and cleaned up. Okay, cool. So I'm going to go ahead and start stubbing out this code so that it looks like this as we continue to build out the website. So the first thing that we want to start doing, let me actually resize this just a little bit so that we can make more sense as we start to stub out our code. So the first thing that we want to start doing is to actually set up state for is our sidebar collapsed or not. As you can see over here in our final website, when I click this button, it toggles our sidebar open state. Okay, great. So now we're going to continue to import our dependencies. And the next thing that we want to do and set up inside of our application is basically handle what current editor do I have selected? Do I have the content editor selected or the settings editor open? And that's what we have right here in our next use state. But you'll notice that we're setting up a type of lead magnetic sections. And what we are going to set up for these sections are basically all the different editor types that we have set up: content, prompt, email, so forth and so forth. Everything you see over here on the left. The next thing that we're going to do is actually start to update our HTML code. And the code that we're going to start setting up first is we want to basically create everything that's going to appear below this navigation bar. So that's going to be our action bar up top, our sidebar, and our editor. So here's how we're going to do that. First, we're going to take up our entire height and width. And what we want to do is make sure that all of our components appear in a column, because the reason we're doing that is we want our action bar up top, and then we're going to set this below it. Fantastic. So now what we want to do inside of here is first set up that editor nav bar up here where people can update the name and access the action buttons. And the next thing we want to do is start to set up this sidebar to the left of our editor. And we're able to access that by creating a new div container that's a flex, more specifically a flex row. And on the left side of the flex row, we're going to set up a lead magnet editor sidebar. And we're going to build out each one of these in just a minute. It's just I want to go ahead and stub everything out so you can see how it all plays together before we build it. But you can see inside our editor, we're going to pass in our is collapse state and basically which section of our editor we're currently working with the set editor selection. And to the right of our editor, what we want to go ahead and do, to the right of our navbar, what we want to do is basically show the current editor that we have selected. So as you can see, we basically just have a bunch of conditional statements to say, hey, if I'm looking at if the selected editor is set to content, show the content editor. If the selected editor is set to prompt, show the prompt editor. So we're going to work on building out all of these different editors in just a second. I just want to give you a brief overview and show you how our entire editor page is going to look before we start implementing all these different components. All right, great. So let's go ahead and actually comment everything out, and we're going to start building each one of these components one by one. So the first component that we're going to start working on is going to be our lead magnet editor navbar. And what we need to do to create this component is head over to our components folder within side of our lead magnet editor, and we're going to go ahead and create it. So new file, this is going to be lead magnet editor navbar.tsx. Fantastic. So let's go ahead and create our new functional component, save it. And now let's start actually accessing our context provider that we created earlier and actually show you how it's working and show you how all your hard work is finally going to pay off. So to access our context provider, all you need to do is use that custom hook that we made it earlier called use lead magnet editor context. And what you can do with this is go ahead and import it. And what's going to be cool is we can actually see all the methods and properties that we set up earlier. So I'm going to go ahead and just actually look at our edited lead magnet. And I'm going to come down here and I'm going to go ahead and console log it. And we actually need to make a few quick changes. This is going to be a use client component. And our editor above this also needs to be a use client. And the reason why this one needs to be use client, remember from earlier, we are using state, so we need to make sure that this is use client. Now we can go ahead and import our new component. Now let's go ahead and spin up our application again on localhost, and let's look at it. We're going to take a few seconds to run, and we need to head over to lead magnet editor, start running this. It takes a few seconds to spin up. Great. And we are now running into an issue saying that our session was not found inside of our lead magnet editor context. So let me show you the fix, how we can get this working so we can get back to working on our navigation bar. Okay, so I'm pulling up where it's saying that the issue is occurring. And if you look on line 41, we're saying, hey, if we do not have a session, I want you to throw an error. And the reason we want this behavior to happen is because if you look at our save function, we need to access the current session user ID and pass it along whenever we go to save a function. So this is the behavior that we want to have happen. But what we need to do is actually wait to load this context provider until the session loads. And let me show you how we can do that. First, we need to head back over to our lead magnet editor, and we need to open up our our container component that we created earlier. Inside of this container, what we need to do is actually check our session state. So what we can do is go use session. Fantastic. So let's go ahead and import this from Clerk, and then we can check the variable is loaded. So here's what we'll do. We will say if we're not loaded, we're going to go ahead and actually make a new React component, and we're just going to call this a loading screen, and we'll show the loading screen while it's not loaded. And once the session is finally loaded, we will load the context provider so that we'll have access to the proper session. So let's work on implementing this loading screen super fast. So let's go ahead and open up our file explorer and then go over to our components folder and create a new file called loading screen. Just like that, TSX, fantastic. Make our new functional component, and I'm going to go ahead and just paste in what the code should look like. And we actually need to make an import so that it looks nice and fancy as we start to show a loading animation. So in order to access the ring loader, we're going to need to install a new package. And here's how we're going to do that. If you actually head back over to npm and look up React spinners, let me show you what we're going to be importing. So you can see that there's a bunch of different types of React spinners. In our case, we're looking for the ring loader. So if you keep scrolling down, you'll eventually see the ring loader somewhere in here. Where did it go? Yep, the ring loader. So that's the animation that we're going to be showing while we're waiting for our page to finish loading. So here's how we can actually go about importing it. So if you head down here with npm, you'll notice that we just have to copy this command right here. Great. Let us split our terminals and paste in our install command. It's going to take a second to install our new spinner. Great, now it's working. Now when we come back up to our code, we should be able to import it. Yep, just like that. Cool, so now we have our loading screen working. So if we hop back over here, we can update our loading screen. And let's just go ahead and just say if true. I just want to show you guys what this loading screen is going to look like. If we head back over to our code, yep, this is our loading screen. So now we can see that it's just showing lead convert, and it has this fancy little animation going on. And just to provide some more overview of how we styled this, we set a Z index of 50. So this makes sure that the loading screen that we're showing, it makes sure that it appears in front of everything else. And if the user tries to click, none of our clicks will propagate through. They're, like I said, it will only click on the loading screen. And we're going to make sure that we take up the entire height and width of the screen. And outside of that, we're just going to make sure that we show our lead convert, the name of the application we're building. We're going to set that text to super tall. We're going to make sure that it's purple. And then outside of that, we're going to just show our ring loader. And I've set the color basically to purple, just so you can see it's following our normal purple 500. Yeah, the RGBs are basically the same. And then we have a speed multiplier of 1.5, just so this loading animation is nice and fast and basically catches the eye. Okay, cool. So now that we have this set up, let's actually hop back to finishing up building out our editor page. So the first thing we want to do is actually undo some of the changes we just made where we said the loading screen should always be running. we need to take this back to is loaded. Okay, cool. So now let's hop back over to that editor navbar that we were working on. All right, awesome. So where we left off inside of here, let me resize it so you can see where we left off. We were trying to showcase that we have access to our edited lead magnet that's coming from our context provider. So if I open up the inspect tool inside of here, you'll notice that I have the edited lead magnet object. And what's also really cool is you'll notice if we kind of look closely at this edited lead magnet object, everything's empty. And the reason why it's empty is because in our route, you notice we don't have an ID provided. Instead, we have we're at the root of the lead magnet editor. And if you remember from our code from earlier, we said we want to show the default lead magnet in this case, because we're creating a new lead magnet. If I was to actually go off and do lead magnet editor 123, what should happen is we should show that lead magnet not found code that we made from earlier. Okay, cool. So we're starting to slowly make some progress. This is awesome. So let's go ahead and start making our navbar look how it's supposed to look in the final version. All right, so I've reset our views to make it easier to build our navigation bar. And what I would like us to do is actually first stub out all the visual components that are going to be inside our navbar. And then right behind that, we'll come in and actually add all the functionality to the different elements that are going to be inside of our navbar. Okay, so let's go ahead and get started. So the first thing that we need to do is actually replace the existing div that says lead magnet editor navbar. And we need to start actually creating the navbar itself. So let me first show you what the old navbar is going to look like. And I know it's a little messy because it's not supposed to be zoomed in that much, but just if you remember, what we want this to do, it just be kind of a like white-ish navbar. And inside of it, we want it to take up the entire width. And what we want to do inside of it as well is to make sure that everything appears in a nice row. We want to add a little border on the bottom. That's going to be that gray 200 color. And we also want to add some padding around it. So over here, you'll notice we have a padding of 3. Over here on the left, we have a padding of 3. And on top and bottom, we also have a padding of 3. Okay, cool. So going into the actual elements that are going to be inside of our navbar, what we want to do is split them up into 2 different groups. If you remember back over here, we have a group over here on the left, which is going to be, I'll zoom out so you can see it better. We're going to have the group over here on the left, which is going to be our name section of our lead magnet, where they can come in here and update the name and cancel it. And then over here on the right, we have all the different actions that the user can take. So hopping back over to our app, here's what I'd like us to do. First, we're going to create the naming section over on the left side of our navbar. We want this to be a flex row, and we want to make sure all the items are centered vertically. And then inside of here, I'm going to go ahead and just create some to-dos for us. First, we want to make a to-do to where we can have our go back button, just like this. And then next, we need to go ahead, let me come up here. We want to make another to-do so that we can make our input section right here. That's going to be inputs and input sometimes and text other times. And then after that, what we want to do is make another to-do for this edit save button that appears right here. Fantastic. Now, when it comes to the buttons on the right, once again, we need to wrap these in their own div. And instead of like adding padding individually, like we're going to do inside of these action buttons up here for handling all of our naming, we're just right out the gate going to say, hey, I want everything to have a gap of 4 when it comes to the x-axis. And then inside of here, we're going to go ahead and stub out the buttons. So the 2 buttons that are going to appear no matter what we're working with are going to be the save and publish buttons. These buttons, as we interact with them, are going to sometimes say save or saving, depending if we're in the act of saving and making a fetch to our backend call, and same for publish and publishing. And then outside of that, we need to have some conditionally rendered buttons. For example, once we have published a button, we want the ability to unpublish and view the published version of this lead magnet. And then finally, what we want to do is once we actually, like when we're not creating a lead magnet for the first time, basically once we're working with a saved lead magnet, we want to have the ability to actually delete it. Okay, fantastic. So this is all of the different to-dos we need to do when it comes to making UI buttons. So let's go ahead and start knocking these out one at a time, and it'll start to actually populate and look like this, because right now we just have a nice white line with nothing in it. So, all right, let's go ahead and start working with the go back button. So when it comes to our go back button, if you remember in the final version of our application, it's just a nice arrow that points to the left. And to use this arrow, what we need to do is actually use the React icons package. More specifically, we need to search for an arrow inside of React icons, And if you scroll down, here's the exact arrow we're going to use, this BS arrow left, and that BS just stands for Bootstrap. And to actually start taking advantage in using React icons, we need to install the React icons package. So if you just come over here to this install step, we're just going to copy it, come down here to our editor. Let's just split a window so we can install it real fast, and just npmi React icons. And this is kind of a huge package, so it might take some time to actually install. But once it does install, what we can do, let's go and just close back out of this. So we just have our application running. And what we need to do is, we need to actually add in our new arrow into our code. And here's how we're going to do that. We are going to use the BS arrow left. And sometimes if you actually try to import it with just, command dot, it sometimes doesn't know exactly what you want to import. So that's where we need to import it up top manually. And here's what I like to do whenever I'm importing something and I'm not 100% sure what I need to import is I just type in import curly braces from, and then I'll type in the library. And I know this is from React icons, and then you have to kind of pick which, like if you go back over here, you can see all the different packages that are available within React icons. And as we saw for ours is coming from BS. So I know I need to type in BS right here. And then whenever I come back to within the curly brace, I can hit Control Space to see all the different options. So in my case, I know I want to use the BS arrow, and then where's it left? Fantastic. Great. So awesome. So now we have completed that first missing import. And if you also notice inside of this back button, what we want it to do whenever we click on it is to push us back to the lead magnets table that we created earlier. And if you notice, we're missing the router object. So we need to import that real fast. And the fastest way to do that is just to come up top and import the use router hook like this. Just like that. And now that we're using Next.js 13 and we're using the app router, it's very important that you no longer use next/router. It's really important you use next navigation. Great. So now that we've saved that, everything's working. And if we actually hop back over into our application, whenever we click this little arrow now, it should direct us back over to our lead magnets table. Okay, cool. We're making great progress. So now let's make this to-do go away. And now let's start working on the input/name section. And when it comes to the input name section of our application, if you remember in the final version, whenever we're not editing the name, we just want it to show up as text. But whenever we click the edit button, we want an input field to show up. So here's how we're going to go about doing that. So let's head back over to our code, and I'm going to show you what the final version looks like, and then we're going to work on implementing it. So right out the gate, you'll notice we have a ternary to where we're checking to see if we're editing. If we are, we want to show an input. If we're not, we just want to show the text like we just described a few seconds ago. So here's where we need to start implementing some React state management. So we're going to come up here and we're going to create a new state. And we're just going to say, basically, if we're editing, by default, we want to show that we are not editing so that the name of the lead magnet just appears. But whenever we are editing, which we're going to work on in just a second, we want an input to show up. And what you'll notice is this is a capital input. This is no longer just a regular lowercase input. Like, let me just show you real fast. If you notice I put a regular lowercase input in, we don't get a flag. And the reason why is because we are trying to use a shadcn input, but we haven't actually used one of those yet. So this is a great time to head over to shadcn and see how they're handling inputting and installing the input text field. So let me show you real fast. All right, so whenever we're over here in Chrome and we go type in shadcn in a new tab and see how they install the input, when we go look at the installation step down here, you'll notice that they say npx shadcn UI and grab the latest button and we want to add it. So I'm gonna just copy this, hop back over to our code, come down here to where we're working with a terminal. I'm going to paste in the command. Should take just a second or two to install. Great, looks like it worked. And we can actually test that it works. So I'm gonna close back out of the terminal. And if you head back over to our window file explorer, you'll notice down here in the components folder in the UI, you'll see that we have a new input TSX file. And if you just look, you can see it's a straightforward class to where we're just forwarding our refs. So we can access to things such as onClick and other attributes from the HTML input element and so forth. But enough of that, let's actually start importing it so we can use it. So now that we've installed it, I can hit Command period and say I want to add import from, make sure you're always watching for this, our components UI input library that we just had. Great. So now the only missing attribute left is this set edited lead magnet. And this is going to come from our context provider that we just made a little bit ago. So if you come back up here, you notice right now we're just importing our edited lead magnet. In our case, we want to set our edited lead magnet. And one thing that you'll notice inside of this is that we're not actually updating the entire edited lead magnet. This is basically some, state management magic. But what you'll notice is we're accessing the previous state of the lead magnet. And what we're doing is using the spread operator to spread out all the different attributes. And then all we're doing is actually updating the name of the specific lead magnet that we're editing. So let's actually head back over here and I'll show you it in action. By default, if you remember, we're saying editing is set to false. If I change this to true and save it, you'll now see that this is an input. So I can come in here and type, and as I'm typing, it's updating in real time. Great. So now that we have that working, and you can kind of see that our import is actually working, now we need to work on making sure that we can save the changes and actually, so the user doesn't have to come in here and, change true and everything. We need to give them a button that they can start using to manage it. So next, we're going to start working on this edit save functionality right here. And here's exactly what that code is going to look like. So let me just walk you through it part by part real fast. So right out the gate, you'll notice that we're using some more React icons. And what we're trying to say, let me just at a high level, we're going to say, hey, if we are editing, I want to provide the user with a check button or some sort of cancel button so that they can save their changes or exit this editing state. If the user is not in an editing state, I want to show them the pencil icon so that they can access the, just like we have over here. If the user is, and not the edit state, I can click this pencil icon to access this input window so they can change the name of it. So let's walk through this and start importing our missing libraries. So if I, once again, import from the React icon /BS, remember Bootstrap, we can access this icon over here. And then same for this BS check, we can import that one. And now we're missing two things. First, we're missing a new function called save name, which will actually make a request to our backend. And then over here, we're missing this cancel save name function. So let's work on actually implementing these two functions real fast. So the first function we're going to work on creating is going to be that save name function. So let's head back up top and start implementing it. So the first thing we need to do is make a new function where we can actually, call save name, and we don't need to pass anything in. But once we're inside of here, let's go ahead and make a try catch block. And the reason why we want to do that is because we're going to actually make a call to our backend. So we want to handle the scenario when something goes wrong. We can actually present the user with an error or something at some point. Okay, cool. One of the next things we need to do is actually save the name of the new lead magnet. So what we need to do is actually hop back over here into our editor context and grab the save function that we created earlier. And I'll actually just come back over here and just show you what we did from earlier. So back over here, yep, we have this save function, which makes a post request, post or put to our API lead magnet, which will hopefully come over here and update the name of our edited lead magnet. So let's hop back over to our code real fast. Great. So the next thing we need to do now that we have our save function is we actually need to call it. And if you notice, whenever I try to call save and await, I get an error over here because we're not properly awaiting this save function. So what we need to do is make this function asynchronous. And now what we need to do once it saves properly is actually provide some feedback to the user and say that it was saved. And once again, we're going to use React Hot Toast for this, and we need to import it real fast. Awesome. And then if something does go wrong while we're trying to save this, we need to present a message to the user to let them know that it did not properly update. Great. So now that we have all of that working, we need to hop over to the next missing function, which was our cancel save name. So for this function, what we need to do, once again, real fast, what we need to do is actually, once again, make a new function for it. And this one's going to be super simple. All we're going to do is make sure to update the set editing state to false. And this will actually get us, back over here in our final version. Whenever I click cancel save name, it just takes us back over here. So nothing fancy about this one. And now let's just go ahead and take our code for a test run real fast. It's obviously not going to work 100% yet because we haven't fully created our backend, but let's just make sure that the basics are working. So whenever I hit this pencil icon, once again, I'd expect it to show the input button because that's what we've defined down here. Whenever we're, where did it go? Yeah, whenever we're editing, we want to show the input. And then whenever I click X, what I would expect to happen is that cancel name to get called and just show us back to the, remove editing state and just show us back the normal text. And I would also expect if I was to change this to something and then click the check button, I would expect it to make a call to our backend to actually help update the name of our lead magnet. Obviously, we haven't implemented that yet, but it will work once we get that fully set up. So now let's work on implementing the buttons over here, the actual actions behind them. And immediately after that, we're going to actually set up our backend API to handle all the different calls that we're going to be making from this action bar. So let's go ahead and dive into making those buttons. All right, so the first thing that we want to do is scroll down here to our action section, which is going to hold all of our buttons. And let's go ahead and start working on importing our buttons. Now, if you remember from earlier, we only want to use our shad CN buttons going forward. So I need to import that from our UI library. Fantastic. And now we need to import, create a save button, and we need to make a publish button. Let's go ahead and save those. Great. Now they're showing up in our action navbar, but if you remember in the final version, we had our save button as a variant and our publish button as the default. So let's go ahead and update those real fast. So this needs to be a variant type outline. Save that. Great. Now it's looking awesome. So one of the other things that we need to work on is, if you remember inside of our to-do, we want to show our buttons with state. So what I mean by that is whenever we click save, it should change over to saving. And then whenever it's done doing its saving actions, it should hop back to save. So to do that, we need to add in some more state management. So let's scroll back up top, and we need to make two different states. We need to do saving and set saving. Fantastic. And then we also need to do another one for publishing. Great. Just like that. Gotta love autocomplete. So now what we can do inside here is make a new ternary. So we can say, hey, if we are saving, I want to show the text that says saving ... Otherwise, I just want to show the text that says save. Great. And then also we're going to do the same thing for publishing. We're going to do another ternary and say, hey, if we are publishing, I want to show the text that says publishing. Otherwise, I just want to show text that says publish. Okay, cool. So let's just try it out real fast. If I change this to true, we can see it says publishing. Great. And that's exactly the behavior that we want to have happen. So let me close out of this. We can zoom in a little bit better. Cool. So what we want to work on next is to actually provide some actions whenever the users click these buttons, because right now nothing is happening. So we need to add some on-click listeners for both of these buttons. So when it comes to our save button, we want to add the handle save. And then when it comes to our publish button, we want to do on-click, and we want to do handle publish. Great. So now let's hop up top. Obviously, these don't have actions, so let's head up top. Oh, I think we broke something. No worries. But let's start working on implementing these two functions real fast. So the first button that we're going to implement was that handle save. Obviously, this needs to be asynchronous because, once again, we're going to make calls to our asynchronous save function. But here's what we want to do. Right out the gate, we want to set saving to true. And we also want to wrap everything inside of a try catch, because if something goes wrong whenever we try to make a call, let's see. Yep, and we want it to be just like the code beforehand. So we're going to do, once again, catch error, and we want to console log out the error and toast it so the user has some feedback. Now what we can work on next is our handle publish button. Once again, we're going to do another asynchronous call. We're going to update our set publishing state to true. And then I'm actually going to go ahead and just use the autocomplete code, but there is an error in it. And if you notice, it's calling the save button, and that's not what we want to have happen. We actually want to call the publish button right here, publish functions, sorry. So now we can call it right here, publish. Okay, cool. So now we have functions that actually get triggered whenever we click these buttons. So let's go ahead and open up our inspector again, so I can just show you what's happening. So whenever I click save, obviously it's going to trigger, but we don't have that route set up yet. And then same thing when I click publish, it's also going to trigger. And if you notice, they get stuck in a saving and publishing state. So what we need to do after each one of these is update our state. So we'll just come down here into a finally state, and we're going to set saving to false for this one. And for our handle publishing, we're just going to set a finally to say set publishing false. Cool. So now if we were to try it again, debugging in real time, when we click save, you saw it quickly showed the saving state, hit the error, and then swap back. Same for publishing. It just quickly flickers back and forth because it hits that error so fast. Okay, great. So now that we have our first two buttons set up, let's work on setting up the unpublish and view final lead magnet buttons next. So the important thing to remember for these two buttons is that we want to conditionally render them. More specifically, we only want to show them when our edited lead magnet is in a status of published. So when it is published, what we want to do, let me go ahead and save it so we can make it look nicer. But what we want to do is show two buttons. The first button is going to be our button that lets us say, do you want to unpublish or unpublishing? Because remember, once again, we want to show some state management. So I'm just going to, once again, just throw our unpublishing. And this is going to be a ternary, so we're going to set up state here in just a second. But we're going to say if we are unpublishing, go ahead and say it, unpublishing, ... And otherwise, we just want to say unpublish. Great. So right out the gate, we need to head back up to the top of our file, make a new state, and we're just going to call this one unpublishing. Now this works great. Head back down to our code. And then what we can do in here, oh, I threw in that right there. Great. But the second button that we want to work on is a button that allows us to view the published version of our lead magnet. So this one's just going to say view published. Now let's start working on providing some actions to these buttons. So when it comes to view published, what we want to do is actually route the user to a new page. Since we're going to be doing some routing, what we want to do is wrap this in a link, just like this. So now what we need to do is import the missing component, and we want to import this from next link. And then if you'll notice, we get a red squiggly, and that's because every link has to have the property href. So let's go ahead and start implementing that. Now, what I'm going to do is this special character here, the backtick right above, tab on the top left of your keyboard. But what it allows us to do is create dynamic strings. So in our case, we want to redirect users to the lead magnet page, which we'll work on creating later. But we want to pass in our account username. Oh, it made some fancy stuff right there. Account.username. And then we want to pass it to, after the account username, we want to make sure that they go to the edited lead magnet slug. Edited lead magnet.slug. And now the reason why we're getting all these like random tag issues is we need to wrap this in a curly brace, just like that. Great. And then now what you'll notice is we're getting some issues right now saying, hey, we can't go to the account username. So we're just going to direct them to the test one for now. And we'll make a little to-do for ourselves. Change test to account username. This way we'll come back later. And the reason why we're trying to set all this up is because I want user Bob to be able to have lead magnets for, typing 101. But I also want user Alice to also create a lead magnet called typing 101. So this is why we have the account username set up right here. Okay, cool. So we will work on implementing that later. But the next thing that we need to do is make sure we add some actions to our publishing or our unpublishing button. So what we're going to do, come up here, create an on click. And this one is going to point to our handle unpublish. Great. So now we need to head up to the top of our file and make a new function. So this one is going to be const handle unpublish. Once again, it's going to be asynchronous. And all of these functions are going to look very similar, thankfully for autocomplete. So we're going to start our state management to say that we are currently unpublishing. We don't want to call the publish, we want to call unpublish. And we have to import this from our context provider that we created earlier. So unpublish, great. Now if we scroll back down to our function, what we want to do is if everything works properly after we await the call, give some feedback. Outside of that, give them feedback if something went wrong. And then once again, in our final catch statement, we want to make sure that our spinner goes back to false. And what you'll notice, like I said, we're going to implement some of these API calls in just a second, but right now we could never actually access these buttons. And the reason why is because right now we are in a new lead magnet. And because we're in a new lead magnet, it hasn't been saved yet. So we're not at lead magnet 1, 2, 3, where we could see the published version of it. Okay, cool. So let's work on making sure we can actually delete the lead magnets. And after that, we're going to hop into setting up our backend API calls. And I think once you see the API calls being called by our context and everything hooking up together and allowing our users to manage everything from this action bar, I think everything's really going to click. And like I said, once you can start to use context and start doing stuff with your backend at the same time, I mean, you're going to be leaps and bounds ahead of all other junior developers who are just getting used to using React and some of the more complicated features with it. So, okay, let's hop over to implementing our deleting. So the delete button is also going to be pretty similar to where we only want to show it in certain states. In our case, we only want to conditionally render it when we have an edited lead magnet that has an ID. And the reason why we only want to show it when something has an ID is because our newly created lead magnet, if you remember the default state, their default ID was just an empty string. So obviously we don't want to delete a lead magnet that hasn't been saved before. But if we are working with a lead magnet that's actually saved to our database, what we want to do is provide a button. And this button is going to be different than our other buttons because it needs to, let me go ahead and put the little words delete in here. We want to say that this button is a variant of, and if you look at our options, we want this one to be destructive, which means nice and red. And similar to all of our other buttons, we want to provide some state. So what we want to do is hop back up here, make a new state called deleting, and then we're going to set our deleting. Great. And hop back down to our buttons. Hopefully this is starting to make sense now that we're doing it numerous times. Repetition is the best way to learn. So over here, we're going to once again do a ternary. We're going to say if we're deleting, I want to show the text that says deleting. Otherwise, I just want the text to say delete. Great. Now, what I want to do is to actually kind of show you this pop up. What we're going to do is actually visit the dummy lead magnet that we made just a few minutes ago. So if we head over to Prisma, you'll notice that our dummy lead magnet was this one right here. So I'm going to go ahead and put this in our editor. So what should happen is this should be populated with our delete button that we just created. If I click it, obviously nothing's going to happen. But what you'll notice is that, the delete button does appear because this is an existing lead magnet. And if I actually hop over to Prisma and change our publishing status back over to draft, let me do that and save it. What you'll notice when I refresh the page, these two buttons will go away. So let's go ahead and show you. That works. Awesome. Yep. So this is the exact states that we want to be happening inside of our application. And so the only other thing that we need to do inside of here is to actually add some actions to this delete button. And just like we've done every time, we're just going to do handle on click. And this time we're just going to make a handle delete function. So head back up top to where all of our functions are, const handle delete. Once again, it's going to be asynchronous, but this time what it's going to do is call the remove function. So let's do set deleting to true. And this time our try catch, what we want to do is await. In our case, it's going to be remove, but we need to access remove from our context from earlier. Once again, so remove. Great. Now when we come back down to our handle delete function, we're going to update our catch statement just in case something goes wrong. Provide some feedback. So there we go. And then add our final statement, which is just going to put set deleting back to false. Okay, great. So now we have all our front end stuff set up. So let's go ahead and remove these to-dos because we have incorporated all of them. So the only thing left for us now is to implement our API on the back end so that whenever we click these buttons, we don't get errors like we are right now, and they actually do something. So let's head over to the next section of this tutorial, which is setting up our backend API. All right, so now it's time for us to start setting up our backend routes. And we're going to be using Next.js 13's app router. And if you haven't used this before, there's just a few things that you need to know basically for this all to make sense. First off, whenever you want to create a new endpoint inside of your project, you need to create the folder structure and then a route.ts file. So, for example, inside of our application, we want to create a lead magnets route. So what we need to do is create our API folder at our root directory. And then inside of that, we want to make a new endpoint. So all you need to do is give a name to the endpoint. So in our case, it's just going to be called lead magnet. And then we need to create a new route.ts file. So we're going to go ahead and do that real fast. And we're going to call it route.ts. Great. Now what we need to set up next is Next.js has made it super easy for us to handle all of the most common HTTP methods. So that means setting up things for get, post, put, patch, delete, and so forth. So in our case, if we wanted to set up a GET request, we could do something like this, where we would just type in export function GET, and then we could pass along the request. So we could pull out a ID that we would pass in or so forth, or we could create a post function. So in our case, let's go ahead and start creating our first post function so we can handle creating a new lead magnet. And before we just start typing a bunch of different stuff inside of our code, I think it is super helpful for us to go ahead and lay out some to-dos inside of our code so it makes sense as we start to add each feature inside of our new post request. So one of the first things that we need to do is actually set up the function itself. And this comes from the tutorial over here, where we need to make an asynchronous function where we define the HTTP method. And in our case, we're going to be handling a post request because we want our client to be able to pass up all the new lead magnet data for us. And all of that data is going to get stored inside of this request. All right, so now let's go ahead and start setting up our to-dos. So the first thing we need to do inside of our post request is to actually grab our authenticated user state from Clerk. Basically, we're going to want to use our authenticated user to help assign a user ID to the new post that's going to be created. The next thing we want to set up inside of our function is we want to parse and validate the data that the user sends to us. We want to make sure that they're sending a lead magnet that has all the proper fields, and we want to make sure that they're not actually just sending up a blank random request. The next to-do that we want to set up inside of our code is we actually want to use the data that the user sent us to create a new lead magnet inside of our database, and we're going to use Prisma to get all that set up. And then finally, what we're going to do is return the lead magnet to the user. And all this eventually is going to be wrapped inside of a try catch statement. So in case anything goes wrong as we pass stuff to our Prisma database or anything else goes wrong, we could catch it and then send back an error status to the user to let them know that something went wrong and give them a chance to try recreating their lead magnet. Okay, so let's go ahead and start knocking out each one of these to do one by one. All right, so grabbing our authentication state from Clerk is going to be super easy. All we need to do is call the current user function from Clerk. And let me show you what it looks like in our documentation real fast. So as you can see over here in the documentation, you can grab the current user by calling await current user. So let's go ahead and put that over in our code. And just to provide some additional context and just good habits whenever you're working with new libraries, it's important to understand when and where you can use certain functions, especially inside of Next.js 13. Certain things will run on the client, others will run on the server. So it's just a good habit to check where you can use things. And as you can see, we can use this function inside of server components. More importantly, we can use it inside of route handlers, which is what we're setting up right now, or we can use it inside of server actions. Okay, cool. So now that we're grabbing the current user, what we need to do is import this function like they're showing here in the example. Great. So one of the things I want to do as we continually set up our backend code is I want to log each step inside of our backend server so you can see what's happening as we build it. And then also, I'm just going to make a dummy return statement right now so that whenever we call this function, we don't get some weird error. So let me just set this up real fast for us. We're going to respond with a next response. And we just want to send back some JSON data. And we just want to say, we're just going to do a message of hello, like they said. Okay, cool. And we also need to import this as well from next server. Fantastic. So now what we can start doing is actually making requests to this endpoint. And let me show you how we're going to do that. First off, let me clear all this. First off, what we're going to do is run our development server. So npm run dev. And then now it's up to us to start making requests to it. And the way we're going to do that is inside of Visual Studio Code or Cursor, you're going to want to grab the, what's it called? The Thunder client extension. And I already have it installed on my machine, so I don't have to do it. But what it's going to be able to do is we can actually send test endpoints to we can send basically test messages to our backend database. So let me shrivel all this up real fast and show you how it works. Okay, so here's how Thunder Client works. You first pick what type of request you want to send to your backend. And as you remember earlier, inside of our Next.js application, we can pick what type of request we're setting up right here. And then you set the URL endpoint where you want to send the request. So in our case, this is where the server is running. And we can check that because inside of our code down here, we're running it at localhost 3000. That's exactly what we have right here. And then next, we can say which endpoint do we want to hit? Well, in our case, we're saying API lead magnet. And we know that's the right path because we set up our dynamic routes to say API /lead magnet. Okay, cool. So let's go ahead and send a message to this and see how everything works. So let's get this a little sized up differently too so we can check it all. So now whenever I send a message, we should see some stuff come down here. And what you'll notice is that we're getting a weird message saying, hey, Clerk has prevented basically this route from being hit. And that's why we're getting this 401 unauthorized route. And if you remember from beforehand, we actually set up our middleware to only allow one public route inside of our code. If you remember, that was the root route where we showed the landing page. So to fix this error, we need to make one small change. And let me show you real fast how we're going to do that. So all we need to do is come in here in this public route and define the new API endpoint. So in our case, we just want to go to API/lead magnet for our post request. Now we should be able to save this change. We're going to restart our server. And then now, once this gets running again and it shows that port 3000 is working, fantastic, we're going to send another request and see what happens. So as you can see, we got checks, we got a status 200, which means everything's working fine. But what you'll notice is that the user was not authenticated. And that's just because, like I said, we're just making a dummy request here from within inside of this Thunder client. So there's no user currently authenticated inside of this. So let's hop back over to setting up the rest of our to-dos and get this working. And basically what we need to work on setting up next is if the user is not authenticated inside of our app, like this, what we want to do is return a message saying that the user is unauthorized. So we can do that by setting up a next response with a JSON that we're going to show on the front end saying, we'll just say unauthenticated. That's probably the easiest right now. Unauthenticated. And then we're going to return a status of basically 401 to show that the user is not authenticated. And we're getting a little error here with user because if you hover over it, it says user is possibly null, and we know that. So what we can do is just add a little question mark there to optionally check things. Let's save it. So now if we hit send to the same backend endpoint, we'll get a status code of 401 saying things are unauthorized. So fantastic. We know our code is working. And what we're going to do next, just for testing purposes, because our code is going to be a little more difficult to test with Clerk when it comes to like faking that the user is currently authenticated. So what we're going to do is actually grab your current user ID and we're just going to hard code it for the rest of testing. So we just need to run npx Prisma Studio to spin up our database. And then if we head over to our, basically any of these fields, we just want to grab the user ID that's assigned to our current logged in user. And I'm just going to hard code this for right now. And we'll undo this at the very end. I just want to show you how things will work in our production version. So fantastic. So we'll do that. We'll undo that change in just a minute. I just want to, like I said, show you all this for easier testing in the meantime. So let's go ahead and move over to parsing and validating our data. And before we can parse our data, we actually need to grab it. So that's where we can type in a command to await our JSON response, just like that. Let me actually go ahead and close out of this for you guys so we can focus on the code for a second. So what you'll notice is we are waiting the request and we're expecting back a JSON body. And now it's up to us to verify that the data that the user is passing to us on the front end actually follows a proper schema. So this is where we're going to use a library called Zod. And let me go ahead and show you how we're going to set that up. So first, we're going to make a schema. In our case, it's going to be called our create lead magnet schema. And we're going to use that schema to parse our incoming request data. So instead of making this file super messy with our schemas and post and all the other commands we're going to be making, we're actually going to come in here and make a new file. And we're just going to call this file our schema.ts. And it also is important to point out, if you're newer to some of these endpoints setting up, when you go to this endpoint, if the user was to ever try to do like API lead magnet / schema, they couldn't hit it. The way Next.js is set up, they will only ever hit route. Route is a special file. So I know that can be confusing for newer users, so I just wanted to make that clarification for you. Okay, cool. So now it is time for us to make our schema. I'm actually going to paste in some code right here because this is a longer snippet. Once again, all the code you're looking at today is found down in the link below for free if you want to actually copy and paste this from GitHub. So what we want to do inside of here is, like I said, we're making a schema. And what a schema is going to do is it's going to check that the data that's being passed in meets all of these criteria. So in our case, we want to make sure that a lead magnet create request comes with a name, and that name is a string. If that string doesn't appear, we want to basically pass back an error saying, hey, name is a required field. And what you can do is, if you notice, we get little errors under all of these Z's, and that's because we need to import from Zod. So what we can do is type in from Zod, and let's do Z. Fantastic. Now everything's working, but we're going to get a little error because we haven't installed the Zod library before. So let me just show you what Zod looks like. Cool. So as you can see, here's the Zod NPM page where you can come in here. Let me actually see if they have a great tutorial for you guys or an example. But yeah, basically, here's basic usage for how you do it. Make a schema. You say what is going to be in the schema, and then you can pull things out of it. So in this case, in their example, in their my schema, it's expected to be a string. So whenever the user tries to parse the string tuna, it works because, hey, you passed in a string. But if you pass in a number, you're going to get a Zod error, basically. So that's why we're using it. It makes our application very type safe, and we basically make sure everything is going to work as we properly expect. And it's super helpful because we're using Typescript, so type safety is extremely important. Okay, so let's hop back down here. And what we're going to do is close out of our database, and we're just going to npm I Zod. It should take 2 seconds to install. Fantastic. So when I save this again, everything's working for our schema. Now, when we head back over to our route, we can import this create lead magnet schema. Let's just make sure it's there. Oop. Misnamed it just a little bit. Great. So now this should work. Now it's up to us to just import this schema. Fantastic. So I'm not going to show you how it works right now. We'll play with that a little bit more on the front end when we start making requests. So now that we actually have the data, what we want to do is make sure and provide some feedback to the user in case they passed along a bad lead magnet. So all we do now that we're using Zod is we just have to type out if safe parse is important. If the parse doesn't go successfully, we need to return a error to the user, and we're going to return a next response that's going to be a JSON, and inside of that we want to respond with a message that comes from our Zod schema, and we can actually access that message inside of the parse.error, and then we're also going to return a status code of 400. And like I said, that way the user on the front end, they could see, oh, you didn't pass in a draft title, and we give them the opportunity to fix that change. Okay, cool. So now that we actually have the data and we tell the user that something went wrong, what we can do is access that new lead magnet. So in our case, we're just going to say our new lead magnet is equal to the parse data. And if I hover over it, you can actually see, oh, our new lead magnet has a name, status, basically everything that we defined here inside of our create lead magnet request. Fantastic. So now it is up to us to go and actually create our new lead magnet inside of Prisma. And here's how we're going to do that. And here's actually the easiest way to do this. First, we just want to go open up our seed file from earlier, and I'm going to copy everything with inside these curly brackets, just like that. Close out. We're going to open back up our Thunder client. You want to go over to the body section, and we want to, we're passing in JSON content. So we're going to paste in everything that we just had. We don't want to set up an ID because we're going to let our backend set all of that up. And then it's going to basically ask us to format this properly. So we just need to put quotes everywhere. So let me do that real fast. All right, so I just finished putting quotes everywhere, and there's actually 2 other changes we need to make. First, we need to make sure that our slug has a unique ID name. So in our case, I'm just going to call this slug2. And then you also want to make sure that that user ID is matching to the same one that you set up earlier. Okay, great. You might have to click the format button if things are being a little bit weird, just because it is expecting stuff to be in a very specific format. But now, whenever we send this request to our API lead magnet endpoint, we should get back a success. But let's just see what happens. So I hit send, takes 2 seconds, but fantastic. So now you can see that our message showed that we successfully created a lead magnet. It gave it a new ID, it assigned our user ID, and it has the slug2 slug that we just set up. So let's actually run our npx Prisma Studio again and actually head over there and look just to make sure that it did set it up properly. So Yep, that looks right. Our ID matches that ID. And then if we head over to the slug, we should see slug 2. Okay, fantastic. We now know that our post endpoint is set up properly for creating lead magnets. So now let's work on our put endpoint so that we can update existing lead magnets. So here's how we're going to do that. First, if we head back over to our route file, we're just going to go ahead and copy our entire post function for now. Don't worry, we'll do some refactoring here in a second. But we're going to go ahead and paste that in, and then we need to update this HTTP function to be a put instead of a post. Okay, great. So let's just walk through this real fast and talk about the changes that we're going to make. So right out the gate, we are still 100% fine with grabbing the current user. And like I said, we'll add that back in once we're done hard coding during testing. Then what we want to do is grab the data that the user sends us, and we want to parse it. Except this time, we're not trying to create a lead magnet. We're trying to update a lead magnet. So we need to head back over to our schema file and make a new schema. And this one is going to be a little bit different. And what I really like about Zod is the fact that we don't have to recreate this entire thing. What we can do is say export const, and we'll say lead magnet update request. And then we can extend upon an existing lead magnet. So in our case, we're going to extend off our create request, and we need to make a few subtle changes to this. First off, we need to verify that the lead magnet that is being sent up to us has an ID, because obviously we need to know what we need to change. And the second thing that we need to check for is that a user ID is also attached to the body, just because we need to know who is sending it. Okay, great. So now that we have our new schema, let's head back over here to our put request, paste that in. We're going to get a small error real fast until we update our import statement. Fantastic. So now we're just going to, like I said, check to make sure that we were given valid data. And then before we go any further, what we want to do is make sure that the person who is asking for us to, update data, we need to verify that they are who they say they are. So we need to check lead magnet to update. We need to make sure, so if lead magnet to update user ID doesn't equal the current ID from basically whoever's sending the request, we want to throw back, hey, you're unauthorized to make this change. So basically, if you had an account inside of lead convert, you would hate for me to be able to come inside and send some API request to basically potentially delete all your data or update it to say junk. So this is a check to make sure that he who is sending the request is also the person who is authenticated currently. So if they're not, what we want to do is return a statement, a next response, a JSON, and inside of that, we want to say that, hey, you are unauthorized, and we want to send back a status code of 403. Okay, cool. So what we need to do, the only other real change we need to make is we're no longer trying to create lead magnets. We are trying to update them. So we'll change that. And then with making update statements, we need to say who or what in the database needs to be updated. So that's where we add the where clause. And then once again, we just need to update some variable names. So we're no longer trying to create a new lead magnet. We're working with our lead magnet to update, and we don't need to pass in the user ID anymore. Heck, we can honestly just set it up just like this. Fantastic. So now what's happening is we're updating our lead magnet in our database. So we can just call this our updated lead magnet and return that back to the user. Successfully updated. Okay, awesome. So yeah, everything is working now. We are checking, just to recap, we are checking to make sure that it is in the right schema. If it's not, give some errors to the front end user. Then we're checking to make sure that only authorized people are making requests. Then we're making updates to our database, and then we're giving it back to the front end user. So let's hop back over to Thunder client real fast and try making a change. So for this test, all we need to do is change from post to put, keep this the exact same, and all we need to do is, like I said, grab the new ID because we need to know who or what lead magnet needs to change. So ID is now going to be equal to that. Fantastic. And then in our case, we're just going to change the slug to lead magnet slug 3. So we're going to save the change and send it real fast and just see what happens. Okay, awesome. Once again, status code, things are working. We got back a slug that says lead magnet 3 is the new lead magnet. But let's actually head over to Prisma. We're going to refresh the page real fast. And if we scroll over to slug, yep, awesome. So now we have the post endpoint set up. And now what we can do is actually do some refactoring so that we can make this basically simplify all this. Because if you notice right now, this post and put request are basically identical minus 1 or 2 steps. So we're going to do our first little bit of refactoring. So the goal for this refactoring session is basically to set up our code so that I can just quickly change the 1 or 2 things that change between a post and a put request. So here's how we would expect that to work. I would still like to, I'm actually just going to comment all of this out, but here's how we would like it to work. Whether I make a post request, where we get in some data like this, I want to pass it over to a new function that's going to handle everything for me. So I'm just going to call this the handle request function for right now. I'm going to pass along the request itself. And outside of that, I'm going to pass along the schema that we want to be handled inside of this request. So in our case, since it's the post request, we want to handle the lead magnet create request. Fantastic. And then we also, for our put command, we want to do something basically the exact same, except this one is going to be a put. Like I said, we don't have this function yet, but we're about to make it. And we also want to pass along the lead magnet update request for this one. And whenever we create this function here in a second, you'll see that we're going to set up a function to say like, hey, are we updating or creating? Cool. So let's start making this handle request function. And we're going to start making it from scratch. So the first thing we want to do is go ahead and make the function, async function, handle request. And it needs to set up just like this, except we need to pass in some more strongly typed types, basically. So when it comes to schema, we actually know that it needs to be a ZOD type and then any. So this is what's going to allow us to pass in our lead magnet create request or update request. As you can see, we're missing an import. Fantastic. And then we're going to say is updating, and we're going to set it to be false by true. So it normally just creates. All right. So here's where the code is basically identical. And I'm actually going to copy a lot of the code up top to start. So right out the gate, we are going to set up the user ID. And then next, what we're going to do is, once again, we want to pull out the body of the request that was sent to us. So what we're going to do, like I said, same thing that we've done, except now we're using variables to say what we're going to safely parse. And then if you remember from earlier, if the parse wasn't successful, we want to give back some information to the user to say, yo, something went wrong and here's the error. Then from this point going forward, we need to start checking basically intelligently. If the user is trying to make an update, we need to check to see that the parsed data is the user from the parsed data equals the current user ID. So that's what's happening here. We're going to say, yo, if they're not authorized, send back a status code of 403. But then from here, what we can do is actually grab the data that comes from our parsed method. Once again, some of this we will update later on, how I'm accessing just this plain user right now. We will add back in the code later on to do grab clerk auth. But like I said, we'll do that later on once we aren't in testing and actually setting things up and running it inside of our application. All right, fantastic. So what we need to do next is determine which command we want to run inside of Prisma. So here's what we're going to do with this code. We're going to say, hey, are we updating things? If so, I want to run the Prisma lead magnet update command, where the ID is equal to the ID on the data and so forth. If I'm not updating, I want to create a new lead magnet. Okay, fantastic. So once we get that information back, like we have for the past few times, we want to return our next response back to the user. So let's go ahead, get that set up. And then, oh, I messed up. I missed a curly brace right there. And I missed an extra curly brace right there. Okay, fantastic. So what we're doing here is, regardless of whether we update it or create it, we're just saying, hey, we successfully handled lead magnet change. And then we just give it back to the user like we've been doing so far. And then we're more intelligently using status codes 200 for creating and 201 for updating. Okay, fantastic. So this is how things are working now. And just to show you that everything's working still, we're going to go back over to our Thunder client. We're going to change things to go to lead magnet 4 now. And whenever I send this request off, we should get back some information. Great, things look good. And then if we come back over here and refresh our Prisma Studio, you'll notice that it properly updates to slug 4. Fantastic. So we've now worked on our create and update for lead magnets, which means we now need to work on the next method, which is going to be handling deletes. So when it comes to delete, they're going to look a little bit different than our post commands. If we actually head back over to our next.js documentation, they're going to use a lot more of this type where we define a new URL based on the request URL and actually pull out a specific parameter that was passed in. So if we head back over to our route, let's clean this up since we've basically set all this up. Now below our post and put command, we're going to create a new function for our delete. And this one's going to be, once again, an asynchronous function, and it's going to say delete. Cool. And then what it needs to have inside of it is a request. And this request is basically where we're going to pass along the ID of the lead magnet that we would like to delete. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and basically just copy over the code that came from over here. Just like this. Fantastic. Cool. So basically what this is saying, hey, when you pass in a delete, I want you to search for the ID parameter that gets passed in the delete query, and I'm going to use that later on to delete the lead magnet. And the rest of this is going to look very specific to the rest of our code. Normally, we would check to see the current user. So we would grab the current Clerk authenticated user. If they're not authenticated, immediately throw an error. And then we also would check to see if the current user ID matches the authenticated user ID. If it doesn't, throw back some errors. But we will worry about that later. So the other thing that we need to do is to also make sure that the person passes in an ID. Because if they don't pass in an ID, we have no idea what we would actually like to delete. Okay, so what we're going to keep going on from here is next we want to grab the lead magnet from our Prisma database, and then if it doesn't exist, well, then there's nothing to delete. So what we want to do is return a 404 status to our user, and where we say, hey, the lead magnet was not found, and return a success false to let the user know that, hey, like I said, we tried to do what you asked us to do, but we couldn't because it doesn't exist. And then, like I said, we'll put this code back in here in a second, but we would check to make sure that the current user ID matches the ID on the lead magnet. If not, return a 403 status, but we will comment that out for now, and we'll come back and add it later. All right, so when it comes to actually deleting the lead magnet, what we need to do is await a change to our Prisma DB where we're calling delete on a lead magnet, and we're just passing in a where to say, hey, I want to delete the ID from here. This should take a few seconds, and then if things go well, what we're going to do is return a next response to our user saying, hey, we successfully deleted the lead magnet, success true, and then just provide a proper stats code. Okay, cool, so that's working. So right now, if I was to hop back over to our Thunder client, let's actually try and put this to the test. So we're going to change our put method to a delete. And before we do that, actually, I'm going to create a new Thunder client request. Let's duplicate this just so we don't lose it. There we go. So now we have a new one set up. I'm going to turn this one into a delete, and we are going to create a new query for it. So we want to delete this lead magnet right here. So where ID is equal to this. Fantastic. Now we have it pasted in. We don't need to have a body inside of this because we're just, like I said, this is all getting handled inside of our query parameters up top. Okay, so yeah, now if we press send, what we would expect to happen is to successfully delete the lead magnet. It looks like it works. And now if I refresh things over here, you'll notice, boom, it disappeared. So our new route for lead magnets is pretty much set up entirely ready, and it's ready to go minus authentication. But like I said, we'll add that at the end. So give yourself a pat on the back. You just set up some of your first super important CRUD operations. You're creating lead magnets, updating lead magnets, and deleting them. So fantastic. So now let's move over to the next endpoints that we want to set up on our backend, which are going to be publish and unpublish. And for this portion of the code, I'm actually going to go ahead and minimize out that this way we can go ahead and have our old routes and we can use them for reference as we create our new endpoints. So what we want to do is over inside of our app router, over here inside of API lead magnet, we want to set up a new endpoint. And in our case, the first one we want to set up is going to be our publish route. So just like that, we're going to have an API lead magnet publish. And like we normally need to do, we need to set up a new route. Okay, fantastic. So now this post route, or sorry, this publish route is going to end up being a post route. So export async function post, and we're going to pass in some data inside of it, request, and it's going to be of type request. Fantastic. So the code that you're about to see is going to look super familiar to everything that we set up earlier for basically handling a create method. So I'm going to be copying a lot of the same code over, so don't worry, but I'll describe it out as we're making it. So eventually what we'll need to do once again is grab Clerk authentication, but for right now I'm just going to hard code the user ID. And what we're going to say, like I said, in the final version, basically just do, we would run this code where we would check the current user and so forth, but future us. Okay, what we're going to do per usual is we're going to first parse out the data that gets sent to us by the user. In this case, what's going to be happening is the user is going to be sending us an ID, and this ID is going to tell us which lead magnet would need to be published. So what we need to do with that data is parse it, and as you'll notice, we need to make a new schema for a publish request. And like I said just a second ago, the only thing that's going to be inside of this is a singular ID. So we can actually just put it in here because it's so tiny. So import from Zod. But yeah, as you can see, whenever we make a publish, if the user doesn't pass an ID, they're going to get a message back saying, hey, the ID is required. So what we're going to do is if the parse doesn't pass properly, we want to return a next response to our user of status 400 to let them know that, hey, they passed up an invalid request to us. If the user does succeed and we're able to, if they do send us a valid request, what we're going to do is pull out the data from that request, and now we can start to do our magic. So what we want to do is inside of our backend, what we want to do is basically make sure that we're able to first grab the lead magnet. We want to make sure that the ID that the user passed to us is a valid lead magnet. So we're going to check to see if it exists in our database. If it doesn't, what we're going to do is return a 404 to say, hey, this lead magnet does not exist. And then from there, because we already have all the information for this lead magnet, it's up to us to move over all the data from the draft state over to the published state. And here's what that's going to look like. All we have to do is basically say, I want to update this lead magnet that we just found a second ago, but here's how I want to update the data. I want to, spread out the current information and update the published fields. And I'm going to move the draft body over to the published body, the draft prompt over to the published prompt, so forth and so forth. That's how we're going to be able to, convert a draft post lead magnet into a published lead magnet. And what you'll notice down here is that we're trying to create a slug for our lead magnet. And if the slug doesn't exist on the lead magnet, we want to create a new one from the draft title. And the reason we want to do that is because we want to create URLs that are super nice and readable for machines. So let's go ahead and start working on this slugify lead magnet function right here so that we can make sure that all the lead magnets our users try to share are nice and easy and follow common URL practices. And before we actually start implementing and creating this file, let me show you the library that's going to be running behind the scenes. So we're going to be using, it's called Slugify. So it's an NPM package that we can just install in our project. It's super easy to use. All you have to do, import it, and then you just call Slugify on some string, and then it allows you to pass in some configurations. So in our case, if we were to pass in like a bad URL that contains some spaces, we could call the replacement. Basically, we could set up the replacement configuration to put a dash in the middle of it. And there's also some few other things to where we can say that, hey, convert everything to lowercase, so forth and so forth. So now that you know what we're going to be using, first, let's go ahead and grab the install command right here. Head back over to our project. Let's just make a new window real fast inside of our terminal. Paste the install command. Great, it works. Now, what we need to do back inside of our project is actually update and create this Slugify lead magnet. So I'm going to go ahead and copy the code. We're going to head over inside of our, darn cursor. It's trying to be too smart and open up some ChatGPT for me. So in our case, what we want to do is head down to the lib folder, and we're going to go inside of here and open up this utils file. And we're just going to make a new file, and we're just going to call it, an export function, and we're going to call it Slugify lead magnet. And all we want to do inside of this is to pass in a title or string or something to it. And then, like I said, this code is a little bit wrong because we're going to be using our own method of, our own package from Slugify. And let me show you how this is going to work. So what we're going to do is pass in our title, and then we're going to update our configurations. In our case, we're going to specify 4 specific things. We're going to specify replacement. So if you put a space, like I said, we're going to change it to where it's going to just put a cursor in the middle. And then the few of the other ones that are important to know are lower, to where we're going to force everything to be lowercase. And then when it comes to trim, just imagine there was like, hey, how are you? Space, 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 space. It would basically normally try to trim it to this. But what you'll see as we implement this on the front end, it gets very difficult for the user to like type out things with spaces. So we're just going to set that to false. All right, fantastic. So now we just have to import the missing package. For some reason, it's not a fan of it, even though we just installed it, but that should save it. Great. So now everything is set up inside of our utils file. And if we head back over here to our publish route and try to import it, great. Now our publish lead magnet officially works, and it's going to get slugified properly. So the only thing that we need to do left inside of our lead magnet is to, really just return it to the user. So we're going to, once again, return a next response. This is going to be a JSON file. We're going to have some, let me move this cursor down. We're going to specify the message to say success. That works great. Then we're going to pass back some data. In this case, it's just going to be a publish lead magnet, and then success true. Fantastic. So that's how we're going to set up publishing our lead magnets. So pat on the back, and now let's hop over to setting up unpublishing lead magnets. And this is basically going to be almost identical, the whole process. So once again, we're just going to make a new folder, except this time it's going to be called unpublish. And then inside of unpublish, we're just going to make a new file. This one's going to be a route, and then move this over here. And now what we're going to do is actually just look at them side by side so you can see just how similar these are. So let's start again once at the top, and a lot of this code is just going to get copied and pasted from over here. So to start off, once again, we are going to expect a post request to come in, and we will eventually set up Clerk authentication once we're working back in the application. But for dummy testing, this is perfect. Okay, so I really am just going to copy pretty much all of this over, and we'll tweak it as we go. Okay. So right out the gate, we need to handle the request that's passed to us, except this time we are going to want an unpublished request. And this one, once again, we just need to see an ID inside of this schema. And this ID is going to tell us which lead magnet we need to unpublish. If the user doesn't pass us an ID, we're just going to throw an error inside of this inside of this if statement. If it doesn't parse correctly, we're going to return a 404 or 400 to let us know that something went wrong. Next, we are going to go ahead and grab the data for the publish request, and this is just going to, if you hover on it, it's just going to have an ID. So now it's up to us to actually grab that lead magnet, and what we need to do once again is check to make sure that the person is asking to unpublish a valid lead magnet. If it's not, we're going to hit them back with a 404 that, hey, this wasn't found. But now here's where the code starts to differ a little bit. We no longer are trying to, come in here and update move things from publish back to draft. All we need to do is make one small change. Let me go ahead and show you guys what it's going to look like. Basically, what we need to do here is update a lead magnet to say, I want to change the status of this lead magnet back from published like it used to be, and now I want it to put it back as draft. And I'm just going to change the updated state to reflect the new current time. So that's how all that's going to work. And then what we're going to do once we make this change in our backend database is we're going to come down here and return to the user that, hey, we successfully unpublished your lead magnet. And then let's change just a few variables, unpublished. Fantastic. So now everything's working, so we can publish and unpublish our lead magnets now. So what we're going to do is hop back over to our Thunder client and actually walk through a few scenarios of publishing and unpublishing data. So to start, what I'm going to do is go ahead and merge back these two different pages together like we had them beforehand. And then what we're going to do is go back to our Thunder client. Let's see if we have any opens. Yep, this one looks great. We want to make a post request, and then let's head back over to our Prisma. Fantastic, it's right here. So as you can see right now, we have one lead magnet. So let's go back to the scenario and create a new lead magnet to start. Should take a second. Great, it works. We have a lead magnet, and then if you notice, the current status is draft. So now it's time for us to come in here and hopefully publish this lead magnet. So what we need to do is come in here and grab the ID. Over here back in our code, we're going to duplicate this Thunder client code, and we're going to make a fantastic. And now what we're going to do is make a new request to the publish endpoint. So publish. And if you remember back in our code, when it comes to publishing to a new route, all we want to do is pass along, if you look at our schema, all we want to pass along is an ID. So that's going to be super, super easy for us. So we can get rid of all of this JSON data right here. We want to set up an ID, and inside this ID, we want to pass in our newly created lead magnet. So I'm going to run this, and what I would expect to happen is, oops, as you can see, we get another 401 unauthorized. And if you remember from earlier, we updated our middleware to only work for API/lead magnet. So we actually need to update it once again to handle two new routes. And in our case, let's just copy this over. We want it to work for API lead magnet for publish, and we also want it to work for unpublish. Unpublish. Fantastic. So now if we save it, come back over here, try it again, publish. Should take a second, and awesome. So now it officially is published, and if you look inside of here, the status is showed towards updated. So if I come in here and refresh it, ta-da, we are now publishing this lead magnet. So that is awesome. That is awesome. And it's funny, if you actually look at it, you'll see that how the published title is the same as the draft title, and that's exactly what we want to happen. The data that was here got copied over to this section right here. So things are working as we'd expect it to. And now let's just make one final change and send a request to unpublish. We don't need to update our body because the unpublish also just needed an ID. But what we would expect is this status to go back to draft. So let's go ahead and try that out real fast. So let's send it. It's going to take a second or two. Awesome. The status went back to draft. And if we come back over to our database right here and refresh it, I would expect this to change. Fantastic. So now we have basically all of our lead magnet API set up. Just to recap: publish, unpublish, delete, update, and create. So now what we can do is in the next section, we'll go back in and add in all of the Clerk authentication. So when we start calling stuff from our front end, it's properly grabbing the authenticated user and making changes how it's supposed to do. So let's go ahead, clear back out of everything, and then head over to our code editor and actually start implementing, like I said, implementing and updating these routes to use this. All right, so these changes should be super quick. Let me just close out of this. And all we need to do going forward is basically uncomment this code and then import what's missing. So in this case, just current user. And then from there, all we need to do is actually assign user ID to be user.id. And then, if user ID doesn't exist, we're just going to throw that error that we've been showing in the rest of our code. Fantastic. So we're pretty much just going to copy this and paste it in everything else. So for unpublish, it's going to be the exact same thing. Fantastic. Import the missing current user from Clerk, save it. And then now we need to head back over to our route over here where we were setting up all of our post commands, put commands, and everything else. So let's go ahead and put it right here. Grab the current user. We end up with some duplicate code right there. Well, that works perfect too. So now everything's handled inside of this handle request. And this is the one great part about refactoring, because normally what we would have had to do in the past was we would have had to update a change to post and put, but now we just had to make a change to one spot. And then if we head down here, when it comes to, where are we at? Yeah, our delete function, we can just do this. right here and grab the current user. If the current user doesn't exist or doesn't have ID, pass back unauthorized. And then honestly, outside of that, we need to make one additional check to make sure that the lead magnet ID matches this user ID. So what we'll do here is do an if lead magnet user ID doesn't equal, yeah, that exactly right there. And let's update a missing parenthesis. Fantastic. So now we have all of our endpoints set up. They're using Clerk, and they're also safe to where people who are authenticated are allowed to make changes. And more specifically, we check to make sure that they're allowed to make authorized changes. Fantastic. So now let's head back over to our front-end code and start testing out these different buttons. So I think the easiest way to start testing all this is to actually head back to our leads page, just so you can get used to kind of going through the table and then back over to this action bar. And I realized we made one mistake earlier. What's supposed to happen is whenever you click on one of these names, it's supposed to take you over to the lead magnet editor page. So we need to update that real fast. So it was inside of our table page over here, lead magnet table. And then if you scroll down to this name cell, we actually need to make a small change. And what we need to do is wrap it inside of a link just like this. Let me show you real fast. Give ourselves some space. But what we need to do is wrap it in a link just like this and then close it out. Link. And what we're saying basically is whenever you click this, I want you to be taken over to the lead magnet editor page with we're going to pass along the ID. So let me just show you now. Let's refresh the page over here. So now when I click, this is a name. You can see that my mouse changes to a little pointer. So whenever I click it, it's going to take a second just because it hasn't ran in a while. But you can see we're now taken over to the lead magnet editor, and you can see it shows the proper ID. And if I click back and I click the second one, it's going to take us over to the new lead magnet that we just created inside of our Thunder client. Okay, cool. So now we're going to start playing around with these different buttons and just testing out to make sure that all of our hard work is paying off and everything is working. So right out of the gate, let's go ahead and start testing our edit name feature in our Navbar. So right now, whenever I click this button, and let's just say this is a name 2, and I press save, it doesn't actually quite work right. And let's actually hop over to the code to figure out let's hop over to the code to figure out exactly what's going on, because we would expect this to hop back out of the edit section and to show a little toast. So let's look up our Navbar. Fantastic. And if you look at it's right over here at the top. Whenever we click that check button, we triggered the save name function. And if we go look at that, what's supposed to happen is it's supposed to save. And then after we get done saving, it's supposed to show a toast that says saved. So that's not working. So we need to do to fix that. And the other thing that I think would make this look more functional and appealing to the user is after they press that check button, I think they should get moved back over to the set editing false state. So let's do that first. Great. So now let's just go ahead and change it to 3. So now whenever I click that, yep, it takes us back out of the edit state, but we're still not seeing that toast. So this is where we're going to have to go and do a little bit of digging to figure out why it's not showing up. And what you'll notice whenever we go over to the documentation and see what is supposed to happen inside of React Hot Toast, let's scroll down to the installation step. So we did that, we installed it, and we are importing toast just like this and showing it. But the thing that we're not doing is adding in basically toast inside of the root of our application. So this is the problem. So in our case, what we need to do is head back up to the root of our application. And it's probably easiest just to open up the page view over here. And we're going to go to the root page for our dashboard. And we can actually probably just throw it here in the layout. And what we're going to do is just throw the toaster, just like they're doing. Toaster, fantastic. Let's save it. That should work properly. I'm going to go ahead and restart the app, run it again. Great. So now when we try, once this page reloads and we try saving again, we should hopefully see that the toast icon works again. So let's change this to name 4. Whenever I click check, fantastic. Lead magnet saved. So things are working great. And then the other part that's interesting, if I refresh the page, what you'll notice is that the name will persist. So we're making great progress. Okay, cool. So now that we've done that, let's go ahead and start testing these buttons over here on the right. So to start off, what we're going to test is actually this publish button. And just to kind of give you guys some context, right now, if we look at our lead magnet, you'll notice that it's in status draft and that our published title says this is a published title and our draft title says it's a draft title. So whenever we click publish, I would expect this draft state to get copied over to the published state, and I would expect this status to be updated to published. So let's head back over to our application. And if I click publish, it shows the loading state. We get our little toast to let us know that everything worked properly. And if we head back over to our database, you'll now notice that this is now published status and our draft state got pushed over to our published state. So fantastic. So that means our published button is working just as we'd expect. And before we can actually test these other buttons, I just want to point out that we can't really test save right now because we don't have our editors down here built yet. So we can't really run the save functionality, but we can run the delete functionality. And I did realize that we missed something out from beforehand. So if you look back over here at our handle delete code, what we are going to do right now is delete this lead magnet, and we're going to show a toast that we successfully deleted it. But that's not all we want to do. What we also want to do is call router push, and we want to push the user back to the lead magnets table that we have earlier. That way they don't just get stuck in this editor with a deleted lead magnet that they shouldn't be able to access. So now that we've made that quick change, whenever we click delete, what we'd expect to do, we should see a little toast for like a split second and push us back over to the lead magnet table. Fantastic. And you'll also notice that the lead magnet we just deleted does not appear here in this table. It was called this is a name for, and that's completely deleted. So great. We have our action bar set up perfectly. And what we're going to do next, we're going to set up this Navbar up top, and then we're going to work on all of the different editors for the different lead magnets. So like I just mentioned, it's time for us to start working on our dashboard Navbar. And to provide some context, let's go ahead and look at the final version of this Navbar and start stubbing out some to-dos in our code. So the first thing that you'll notice that for our Navbar is everything's in a nice row and it's all vertically centered so that these aren't drooping too low or this is way off in the bottom right hand corner. So the first thing that we need to do is get rid of our current text and enter a new div. And like I said, we want to go ahead and make sure that everything is inside of a flex row. We want to make sure that all of our title is over here on the left and everything else is pushed to the right. Our items are going to be centered, get some nice purple text for everything, and we want to throw some padding around it all. And then what we want to do next is to go ahead and stub out the two to-dos that we want to put in here. So the first to-do we want to add is we want to put our logo link over here on the left. So anytime a user clicks this logo, we take them to our landing page. And then anytime for the right side of our navigation bar, what we want to do is, like I said, we want to stub in some routes so that when the user clicks them, they navigate to those portions of our websites. And then to the right of that, we want to go ahead and put our Clerk user, I think they just call it like the user button. So we want to put that over there as well. So here's how we're going to go ahead and implement that first title with our application logo in it. So when the user clicks it, they get taken to the home page. So I'm going to go ahead and import our next link and just go ahead and save it. So if we head back over to our application and save it. And when we save, refresh it. So now anytime the user clicks our logo, we should take them back to our landing page. Fantastic. So we know that that's working. So let's go ahead and start working on adding in our routes. And here's what we want to do to go ahead and set up that right portion of our navigation bar. So the first thing that we want to do is wrap everything in a single div, just because we have justified between setup. So everything is going to get pushed to the edges for maximum space between different elements inside of this flex bar. So there's a few routes that we could take to set things up. The first route we could do is basically manually type in a route. We could do route 1 and then do route 2, but that's going to be kind of hard coded, and the styles in the final version for this one and this one are basically the exact same thing. So what we could do instead is to actually create an array of different routes up top and then map through them. So here's what that would look like. Like I said, we can create an array of routes up top, and as you'll notice, what's important for each route is that we have a name which shows the name that we want to show the user. So lead magnet shows lead magnet, account. But the important thing is each one of these is assigned to a path. So whenever the user clicks it, it takes them to the right location in our app. So what we can do inside of this, we can actually, like I said, map through our different routes, and we'll make sure each one of them is a link. And the important part right here is our href is set to the path and the name is set to the name. That way the user can see what they're about to click on. So let's go ahead and save these changes and look at it. And what you'll notice now is that we have our nice links over here. So if I click on account, the page doesn't exist yet, but I at least want to show you that it works. It takes us to the account URL. And then let's go over inside of this lead magnet. So I can just show you whenever I click lead magnet, it takes us back to the table. Okay, fantastic. So now that these are working, let's add some dynamic styling so that whenever we're on the lead magnets page, this kind of gets underlined like it does in the final version of our app. So here's how we're going to go ahead and do that. So the first thing we need to do is inside of our dashboard navbar function, we need to import and access the current path name, just like this. And what you'll notice is that we're going to use the use path name hook. And if you try to import it, we need to import this from the next navigation. And what this will do, if I just like log it, so you guys can see what's going on, path name, let's save this. And since this is a, you'll see right here, hey, this only works in client components and it gives us some great feedback. So we need to set this to be use client, just like it's telling us to do. So now whenever we log this, make this a little bit different so we can actually see what's going on. I'm going to refresh the page so you can see what's happening. So what you'll notice now is we are at path name / lead magnets. So here's how we can start dynamically styling our different links in our navbar. So what we need to do is come down here to our area where we actually loop through all of the different links, and we want to apply some styles on our links. And here's how we're going to do that. So what we're going to do is we're going to set the class name to basically be dynamic, and we're going to say if the route path, which comes from right up here, what we're going to say is if it's equal to the path name that we get from our use path name hook, I want to add a border on the bottom and make it purple. Otherwise, don't add any styles. So now what we can see is while we're on the lead magnets page, it shows up as underlined. So that's pretty cool. And then if we go over to a lead magnet, you'll notice it disappears because we're not on the lead magnets table anymore. So yeah, it works as we type it out. So let's go ahead and remove these to-dos since we just knocked them out. And then other than that, what we can start doing next, now that we have this set up, let's go ahead and add in our user button. And this one is going to be super simple. All we have to do is actually just type in the word user button and make sure we import this from Clerk next.js. And we're going to go ahead, set it up just like that. And what you'll notice now is our person, if whenever they're authenticated in our application, they can access their authentication state. So you can see I'm logged in with this email address. I can manage my account and sign out. And that leaves one other thing that we need to do. So right now, if we were to sign out from our application, it would just kind of get hung up and stay right here. And that's just going to cause some errors because the lead magnets route is protected and we want to redirect our users to an unprotected route, which is actually just our landing page. So what we need to do inside of our code is say after sign out happens, I want to direct you to this URL. In our case, like I said, just the landing page. So let's try it out to make sure it works. I'm going to refresh it just to make sure that everything's set up properly. But now, whenever I click my icon and I click sign out, it should, after it logs out, take us back to the landing page. Fantastic. So now our navbar is working just like we'd expect. So what we're going to work on next is actually setting up all of the different editor states inside of our lead magnet so our user can update the content, prompts, and everything else. So let's go ahead and start working on that next. All right, so now it's time for us to start working on the editors for each different portion of the lead magnets. And before we just start coding everything up, I think it's very important to walk through how each one of these editors is kind of set up and create some to-dos inside of our application so we can visually connect how we're going to make things one step at a time. So if you remember back earlier inside of our project, we went ahead and actually made the basic editor page right over here, lead magnet editor. And then inside of this, what we did, let me uncomment some of our code so we can see what's going on. But what we did inside of our code is we had our sidebar over here. And then to the right, what we did is we were going to make a component for each portion of our application. So our content editor, prompt editor, email editor, and so forth. So let's go ahead and make our first content editor. And as we make that, let's go ahead and stub out the to-dos one part at a time. So the first thing we're going to go ahead and do is actually I want to comment out some of this stuff. So as we build our application, we're not going to get hit with a bunch of different errors. Okay, So like I said, the first thing we're gonna do is create this content editor. So what you need to do is open up your file explorer, and then inside of the components folder within our lead magnet ID, we want to go ahead and make a new component. And this component is just gonna be called lead magnet content editor.tsx. Great. And then per usual, we're going to use RFCE to create our new functional component. So I'm going to go ahead and save this, and we're going to hop back over to our editor parent page, and we're going to import this missing component. Fantastic. And if you remember from earlier, just by default, we're always going to show the content section of our lead magnet first. So if we hop back over to our application, and I'm actually going to go ahead and sign in. This might just take a second. Sign in, continue with Google. Great. So whenever I open up the application and then we head to this lead magnet, what you'll notice is by default, we're going to go ahead and look at the content editor, which is what we just created right here. Okay, so let's go ahead and start stubbing out our to-dos. All right, so let's look at the final version of the content editor to see what we need to be building. So if you look at this content editor at a very high level overview, I see that this is kind of split up into two different columns. Over here on the left column, we have our content editor where the user is able to come in here and mess with all the different input fields. And then over here on the right, we're actually showing a preview of the content that we're going to display to the user. So let's go ahead and start stubbing this out in our application. So the first thing we want to do is actually create a new div that in our case is going to be a flex row so that we can have, a column on the left and a column on the right. And we want to make sure that this takes up the entire width. And the next thing we want to do is actually go ahead and create that first column over here on the left. And what we can do is specify that we want the width to take up half of the screen. And that's how we get this view right here where you can kind of see this hard divide between the white and the purple dots. And then we're just going to provide some general styling to say that this is going to have some margin around everywhere of 8. And then we're going to say this needs to be a column because we just want things to flow vertically. And the next thing that we're going to do is go ahead and create that second column inside of our content editor. And this is going to be obviously our preview section. And let me walk you through a few of the key important aspects of this section. So the first thing you'll notice is we have this weird purple dotted pattern. What the heck is that? Well, this is going to be some custom styling that you're going to create in just a second that's going to allow us to add these cool purple dots in the background. And if I zoom out, you can see it better. Yeah, it just takes up the entire background. And then the next thing that we're going to work on is obviously, once again, we're going to make sure this takes up the entire height. We want it to perfectly split the width down in half. And then we're going to just set to make sure that the overflow Y is set to auto, just so we don't end up with some weird scrolling behaviors. Okay, so now just to help us visualize these two different columns that we've made so far, let's go ahead and just put in some dummy text inside of our first column over here on the left-hand side. And let's go ahead and put in some over here on the right side. Let's go ahead and put in some dummy content over here as well. Cool. So now if I go in here and let's save this and head back over to our application and see what it looks like. So far, the left-hand side is looking good. We can see that we have this content editor. And then over here on the right, we can tell that we are splitting things in half, but we don't have this cool purple pattern. So let's go ahead and start working on that next. So the first thing we need to do is open up our global CSS file. And then what we're going to do is just scroll down to the bottom where there's some empty space, and we're going to paste in the style for the purple dotted pattern. Now let me walk you through each part of this to help it make sense for why we're doing specific things for this pattern. So the first thing that we're going to do for this purple dotted pattern is we're going to set the background to be purple. That's why when you look at the finished state, you see that nice purple background. And then what we're going to do is set up two background images. And when you see radial gradient, think circle. And the reason it's not even really a gradient, because what we're doing is we're making a circle and then setting the color of it. And we're saying it's only going to be 1 pixel wide is the diameter. And then we're just going to make it transparent after that. So the ending result is just going to be a single dot of this color. And then we're just going to recreate a second dot. And the reason we want to do that is because we are going to basically set the position for each of these dots. For the first dot, what we're going to do is set the position to be 0, 0. And then for the next dot, we're going to set it to be 10, 10. So that's why if you kind of look, what's really happening is we have a bunch of dots that are set diagonally. So dot 1, dot 2. And then these are all going to be made with inside of a 2020 square. And that 2020 square is just going to be repeated indefinitely on top of our background. So I know that's a little bit complicated, but just know you end up with diagonal dot, put it in a square, and then just repeat it, to fill the entire space of our background. So that's why it works. And then let's hop back over to our code real fast. And as you can see, it's looking nice. We have our nice purple dotted background. Okay, cool. So now that we have this set up, let's hop back over to our content editor and start setting up all the different attributes of our content. So the first thing that we want to set up in our content editor is going to be our title section of our lead magnet. As you can see, this is going to be the title that we present to our user over on the left-hand side of our content block. So when we hop back over to our content editor, let's go ahead and actually, I'm just going to show you what the code looks like, and then we're going to walk through debugging all the issues that arise as they pop up. So right out the gate, what we're going to do is we're going to set some margin bottom of 4 to make sure that as we add new attributes for our lead magnet, that there's some space between them. But if you take a closer look, what you're going to notice is we're going to set a label above an input. We're going to set the label to be title because we want to edit the title of this lead magnet. And then next, what we're going to do is provide some stylings around an input. And then we want to actually set the value of this input to be the edited lead magnet. And then every time we make a change to this, to the title, the draft title of our lead magnet, we want to update it. So right out the gate, what we need to do is use, once again, our context editor that we created earlier. So let's go ahead and import that. Use our editor context. Fantastic. And then what we want to do is import the edited lead magnet, and then we want to import the set edited lead magnet. So as you can see, that context is going to get used in multiple places throughout our app. Right now it's getting used over here and obviously up in the action bar like we showed earlier. So I hope you're starting to see the importance of why we needed to create that context from the beginning. Okay, cool. So this is working. As you can see right now, if I come in here and I hit and change this is a draft title 2, and I'm going to go ahead and actually just show you that saving works. So all we got to do is actually come up here and click save. And now this is going to save an updated version of our draft title. So whenever I refresh the page, I would expect to show 2 again. Fantastic. So now we know that our save function is working. I know we didn't get it tested out earlier, but we also know that this is actually directly editing our lead magnet. Okay, cool. So the next thing that we're going to work on is actually working on the subtitle that's going to go right underneath here. And to do that, all you have to do is find the bottom of that div, and we're going to input a new input field. And this is, like I said, just going to be the subtitle, and this one's going to be trying to access the draft subtitle, and we're only going to be updating that as we make changes here. So I'm not going to show you guys how to edit that one, but the important part to realize is that once again, we are just using the core 2 elements from our context, the lead magnet and the set edited lead magnet. Now, we actually need to make a few more changes before we keep going forward. If you notice in the code that we've set up so far, we're using input. We're not using our shad cn UI input. So let me show you. So over here, we have an input, but we're not using it. So what we need to do is actually update these inputs to use our custom UI components. So setting that up is going to be super easy to change. All you have to do is grab both of these inputs. All I did on my computer, I'm using a Mac, I just hit Command D, and that's how I'm typing into both of them at the same time. And I'm just going to type in the word input, and I want to make sure that I import the one that's pointing to our UI library. So now when I save this, what you'll notice is now we're using our styles. And what's going to be great about this is you can see right now I have these, I'm basically overriding some of the shad cn class names with these custom class names that I set up right here. So what we can actually do is copy these class names, head over to our input field, because this is one of the great part about shad cn. Let's hop in here. And what I can do now is actually add these styles to the end of this class name, save it, and we're going to end up with a few overlaps in styles. No biggie. We will just actually go ahead and save these and get rid of the duplicates, W full, and we also want to get rid of rounded. Save it. Get rid of those as well. Fantastic. So now what's going to be cool is whenever, if we hop back over here, you'll notice if I get rid of both of these, what's going to happen is they're still basically going to look exactly the same. So that's one of the great parts of using ShadCN. We get to share styles amongst all of our different input fields throughout our application. Okay, fantastic. So now let's look back at the next thing we're going to build for our content editor, and it's going to be this body section. And if you might notice, this body section is a lot different than our two other fields up top. And the reason why is because this has the ability to bold things. I can come in here and create bulleted list. I can do a lot of different things in here. This is not a typical input field. Instead, this is actually from the library called TipTap. Let me show you what TipTap is real fast before we start to make too much additional progress. So at its core, TipTap is basically a open source content editor. And let me just show you a demo of what it can do real fast, because this is what we're going to be using it for inside of our application. So here's basically their default text editor. And as you can see, I can come in here, delete everything. I can come in here and add a bulleted list. I can add a code block basically, or change it to a block quote. I can add horizontal rules. You can do really anything inside of here. And what I really like about this demo is if you scroll down here, you can see how it's all set up to where we won't go into the context or go into too deeply how it all works right now, but just know that you can force the editor to toggle things to make things go from a paragraph to a bulleted list, so forth and so forth. So inside of let's go ahead and clear out all of our code over here, and let's follow the installation steps for setting up TipTap in our project. So let's head back over here to the documentation and figure out how to install TipTap inside of our application. And the first thing we're going to do, click that installation button at the bottom, and we're trying to set this up for React. So whenever we go over here, what we want to do is follow, the install instructions are right here. So here's what we need to install. So what we're going to do is just copy these install commands real fast, come back over here to our editor. I'm just going to close out of our Prisma Studio real fast. We're going to paste in that install command, npm install TipTap React, and PM for Prosmere, TipTap starter kit as well. Great. So now this is going to take a few seconds to install. TipTap is kind of a bigger project, so this might take just a few seconds. And then we can pretty much ignore the rest of their install instructions just because we're going to be doing something that's pretty unique, because if you look at the final version of our application, we really just want to have our editor show up in one spot inside of one component. So let's go ahead and close back out of everything now that that's installed. And let's go ahead and open back up our content editor right here. And then let me show you all of the other different dependencies that we're going to need to install as well to go ahead and get everything set up. So in the final version of our application, here are all of the different packages that we're going to want to add to our TipTap editor. Now, right out the gate, we're probably going to get a few errors for all of these, but the important thing to realize is that we need to add a bunch of extensions to our TipTap editor. Now, if you actually head back over here to the documentation, we probably actually have to head back over to their example. But what you'll realize is that, we have an extensions right here. And in our case, we want to add the starter kit extension, and then we want to add the bulleted list item, paragraph, so forth and so forth. So that's where we're going to be adding all the extensions. So let's go ahead and start setting up our TipTap editor inside of our content editor, just so you can see how we can quickly set up TipTap. So the first thing that we're going to want to do is add in our TipTap editor. And here's what we're going to do. We're going to store our editor inside of a use state, just like this. And our editor is actually going to come from our TipTap React. Then what we're going to do is create a hook. And this hook, what we want it to do, I'm going to go ahead and create it real fast, and I'll show you exactly how it's all going to work. So basically what we want this TipTap editor hook to do is when the component mounts, so we're just going to leave this empty, we want to create a new TipTap editor. And here's how that's going to work. The first thing we're going to do is check to see if the editor exists. If it doesn't exist, what we're going to do is set the editor with all the proper extensions that we want to have inside of our editor. Let's go ahead and import some of our missing dependencies. Fantastic. So now what's going to happen, like I said, if we don't have an editor, we want to set the editor. And what we want to do inside of this hook is also, it's a good practice to basically, if you are mounting things like this, whenever you're done, or whenever this basically use effect unmounts, what we want to do is destroy the editor. That way we don't have any memory leaks or any weird things like that. So if we hop back over to our application real fast and refresh the page, all right, we have no errors. That means things are working great so far. So let's go ahead and work on adding our Prisma body to our HTML code down here. So let's go ahead and open up some more space. And this code's going to be a little bit different just because we are going to have a label like we usually do, but instead of having an input, what this time we're going to do is actually show our editor content. And our editor content, like I said, this is just going to be our Prisma editor. So what we can do is come in here, and it's kind of weird and gross right now. And don't worry, we'll get that fixed in just a second. But what we can do is come in here inside of this, and we can add, bulleted list. Yeah, it's not going to show up. We actually have to come in here and add styles. So that's the next thing we're going to do. Let's go ahead and actually hop back over to our global CSS file, and we need to start adding all of our Prisma styles. So let me show you what we're going to add real fast. Okay, so this is just a huge list of all the different classes we're going to add to our Prisma. And the reason why I keep saying Prisma, if you actually head back to the TipTap homepage, it mentions it. I'm not sure exactly where, but basically TipTap is a wrapper around Prisma. Prisma is the underlying text editor, but Prisma is honestly it can be very complicated to manage the state of the editor, so TipTap just makes it super nice and easy to use. So that's why you'll see the word Prisma everywhere. That's just because it's the underlying package. So if I save these global CSS styles, and like I said, because this isn't like a full Prisma tutorial, I'm not going to dive into too deeply while we're having all this. Once again, all of the source code for this is down in the description below, so you can just click on the link, head over to the all the code, and just copy and paste this into your project. But just so you can see it real quickly, in case you don't want to do that, here's all the different class names that we're going to be adding. So great. So now if we head back over to our editor, let's refresh the page. So now whenever we come in here, what we should be able to do is start adding all of our different extensions. So you can see right now I can add in buttons, and things are starting to work great. And there's one additional class we need to add as well really fast, because right now if you kind of click in here, we have that weird blue border. So we need to add basically an outline to be none. So when we're typing in here, it doesn't have that weird blue outline like it had just a second ago. Okay, great. So everything should be working now, just like we talked about. We can come in here and do heading ones. Fantastic. So everything is working great inside of our TipTap editor. So give yourself a pat on the back, because like I said, we just made a ton of progress really fast, and we now have our content working. So I can come in here, say this is our test content, come up here, press save. This takes just a few seconds, but now whenever I refresh the page, I can come in here. Fantastic. Our title, subtitle, and our body are all working. So now what we're going to do next is start working on the content preview section, so that it looks just like this, a great preview of what we're building. And you'll notice that as we make changes over here, they happen over here in the preview at the exact same time. So let's go ahead and start working on this next. So let's go ahead and head back over to our content editor. And inside of here, if you remember, for our demonstration purposes, we just have an H1 that says content preview for right now. But what we actually want to show is that lead content preview. So what we need to go ahead and do is let's add in some spacing that's going to surround our preview. And then inside of our preview, let's go ahead and make the component, and then we'll build it as we go. So we're going to make a lead magnet content preview just like that. And now let's go ahead and actually make this file. And if you remember, the way we were structuring our project earlier, we want to put all of our components that are specific to our lead magnet editor inside of the components folder under the lead magnet editor. So we're going to head inside of this component file right here, make a new file, and it's just going to be our lead magnet content preview. So TSX. Fantastic. We're going to use RFCE per usual to create our functional component. Now let's save it. And if we head back over to our content editor, we should be able to import it just like that. Save it. And then now, fantastic. So now we have the basics of our content preview set up. And what you'll notice now is that the container that we put it in, this little div that says MX12, so margin on the left and right of 12, little, margin up top from MY. And we basically want this to take up the entire height. And then And then from there, what we're going to do if the page gets too big, we're going to make sure that the preview doesn't get too large by setting its maximum width like this. Okay, cool. So now that we have this set up, we can go ahead and actually start building out our preview. So creating this preview is going to be super simple. And if you remember in the final version of our app, we basically the first thing we want to do is create a white card that's going to house our title, subtitle, and body. So to do that, what we need to do back over here in our component is get rid of this current div, and we need to replace it with a new div. And let me walk you through what's going to be inside of this. So the first thing that we're trying to do is go ahead and set the maximum height for this white card that we're making to be 85% of the vertical height. And we want it to be a column because we want our title, then subtitle, and so forth. And if our content is too large vertically, we want to allow the user to scroll through it. From there, we just want to round some borders, set the background to white, and add some padding to make it look nice and add a little shadow. And then obviously we want to add different margin depending on the size of our screen. All right, great. So then the next thing we want to do inside of this div is add the 3 different properties of the lead magnet that we want our users to see in real time. So the first thing we want to do is let the user see the title. And we're just going to make an H1, and we're going to make this appear, like I said, just use some nice colors and then update the font depending on how big the screen is. And the next thing we want to do is add in the subtitle. Now, what's important to realize here is that we're conditionally rendering this H2 depending on if the user has actually added a subtitle or not. So this way we give them some flexibility with the lead magnet they create, just in case they don't want to have a subtitle. And the third thing that we're going to do is come in here and we are going to add the body. Now the body is going to be a little bit different than what we're used to. What you'll notice for this is we're creating a div, and we're going to say it's going to be of class name Prosmere. And what we're going to do is dangerously set the inner HTML. And the reason we're going to do that is because if you remember from earlier, this body right here with tip tap, it's actually just pure HTML code. So, it's going to have H1s, it's going to have P tags, it's going to have everything. And we just want our body to appear inside of this content block. We want the content that's generated here to appear over here in our preview. So let's go ahead and actually give our preview the ability to access the title, subtitle, and body. So what we're going to do for that is we're just going to go ahead and create a new interface. Gotta love autocomplete. And then inside of this, we just want to access the title, the subtitle, make sure it's conditional, and then finally, we just want to access the body. So now that we've saved those, let's go ahead, pass them down in here, and add them out. Title, subtitle, and body. Great. So now when we do that, everything looks great in this component, but we're going to get some errors in our parent, and that's because we're not passing in the proper things. So when it comes to passing in the body, we just want to pass in, if we scroll up all the way to the top, it should just be our edited lead magnet. And we don't want to pass just any body. We specifically want to pass the draft body. And we're going to do the same thing for the title. We're going to pass in the edited lead magnet draft title. And then finally, when it comes to the subtitle, we're going to pass in the edited lead magnet dot subtitle. Great. So now we save it. Everything should look good. We don't get any major red errors. And the part that I really like about this is basically everything is two-way binded. So I can come in here, and as I type, it updates real time in our preview. Same for our subtitle. I can even delete it, and you'll notice that it doesn't just leave an awkward space here because we're conditionally rendering it here in our preview. It actually, it's not applying this margin bottom. It's actually when we get rid of the subtitle, it completely deletes the element and all of its spacing. And we can come in here and do bulleted list. We can do our headings test, just like that. So yeah, everything is working great. So now that we have basically finished up our content editor, the next thing I want us to work on is actually making the side navigation bar so we can actually hop between the content editor, prompt editor, email capture, and everything else. So like I said, we're going to work on our side nav bar next. And if you remember from earlier, we've actually already stubbed out the location we want to add in our sidebar. So if we open back up our file explorer, expand this over here, and if we head into the the lead magnet editor right here, what you'll notice is that we actually already, like I said, stubbed out the lead magnet editor sidebar right here in our code. So let's go ahead and uncomment this. And what we're going to do is actually go ahead and create this component real fast. So I'm just going to copy the name of this real fast. And then within inside of our components folder, we're going to make a new file and just lead magnet editor sidebar tsx. And we're going to go ahead and create it per usual. So one of the first things that you remember whenever we were creating, stubbing this out initially, we wanted to pass in 3 different parameters. We wanted to pass in, is the sidebar collapsed? Because in the final version of our application, as we click this button here, we're going to collapse it. And then we also want to give the ability to set the selected editor. So this is, are we looking at emails changed, person, or so forth. And then we want to pass in the ability for the user to actually toggle. So that's what this set is sidebar collapsed button is doing down here, or property, sorry. So if we head back over into our file, let's go ahead and start setting up the interface to make this match what we have over here. So the first thing we want to do is, like I said, go ahead and create the new interface. Interface, lead magnet editor prop sidebar. And then let's go ahead and say, is sidebar collapsed? Boolean. Then we're going to say set selected editor. And this is, we're going to make this in a second, but this is going to say, content, profile, and so forth. And then the final thing we want to do is set is sidebar collapsed. Okay, great. So this is looking awesome. And we can actually go ahead and pass down these attributes inside of our component, just like this. So is sidebar collapsed, set is sidebar collapsed, and then finally, we're going to pass in set select editor. Okay, great. So now let's work on making that lead magnets sections part right here. And I actually just forgot, the good news is we already created this type a little bit ago. If you remember back in our parent component, we created this type right here. So all we have to do is actually down here in our interface is import it from the parent. Great. So now what we can do is start working on building out this sidebar and making it functional. So the first thing we want to do is go ahead and create this nice long white sidebar inside of our component. So what we need to do is actually go ahead and get rid of this current div. And what we want to put inside of it, like I said, is a full-on div that takes up the entire height. And what we want it to do is be that nice, nice white color. And then we're going to put a little border that's gray on the side. And the other thing that you'll notice is we're going to put a transition, and that's going to take 300 seconds because in our final version of our app, instead of it being super snappy, there's actually a slight little duration animation between the two. Okay, cool. So the next thing that we're going to do inside of our app is we're going to add in the actual sidebar itself. And this is going to be dynamic. And what I mean by that is we want to take up a variable width depending upon the collapse state. So if we are collapsed, we only want to take up the size of, in our case, just the icons. But if we are not collapsed, we want to set the minimum width to be 210 pixels. So that's what's, this here is about 210 pixels. And I think this is somewhere around like 60 or so whenever we have wfit. Okay, so the next thing we want to do inside of our side navbar is we want to go in here and actually make what was very similar to our navbar up top, where we go ahead and create all the links and then map through them on the sidebar. Just because the styling is for this navigation link is basically the same as this one. So let's just change the name and the link behind it, and that way we can just map them easily. So here's how we're gonna do that. So we're gonna create a new basically new array of all of our editor options, and inside of an editor option we're gonna have a label. Let me just maximize this so you can see. We're gonna show the label, so content editor, the icon, which we'll import here in just a second, but that's gonna go over here. And then we're going to have the value, and the value is going to match up to that lead magnet sections that we showed from earlier. So let's go ahead up top and import all of our missing icons. And what's important to know is earlier we imported icons only from one library, so Bootstrap, but now we're importing them from a few different ones. So that's why you'll notice that some of them come from FI and then other ones come from TB. So they're all slightly different. All right, so now if we save this, now we can head down into the rest of our code and start actually mapping through each of these different options for our navigation bar. And just to show you kind of what's happening, what we're doing is we're making a button, and inside of that button, we're going to show two things. We're going to show the icon, so that's right here on the left, And if the sidebar is not collapsed, we're going to show the actual label attached to it too. So that's why it's kind of, like I said, dynamic. All right, so now going even deeper, what you'll notice is we're getting an error in our code. And when I hover over this, it's saying that option.value, which is a string, is not assignable to a parameter of type, this lead magnet sections. So here's what's wrong with our editor options. We actually need to make a new type for it. And here's how you can go about doing that. And just real fast to provide a little bit more additional detail, the reason why this error is getting thrown is because this value in here, like if you would hover over this, it's saying, well, it's not doing it right now, but if I hover over it now, it's saying that value is of type string, and we need to be more strict about that and say that it's something else. So let's go ahead and copy their current type and give it an updated type. So do this real fast. So icon type. Sometimes you're not going to get import. Sometimes it's not going to be super smart. So what you can do is actually figure out where icon types is coming from. So BS books, if I look, it's an icon type. So if I hit command and click this, it'll take me to its file definition. And if I scroll up to the first instance of where this is getting used, I notice icon type comes from the parent directory inside the lib file. So really that looks like it's just going to be inside of React icons. So let's try importing that as well. So import. Okay, there it goes. Now it's being smart. Cool. So now we just need to change this value, like the original problem we were trying to solve. We need to change this value to not be a string, but we want it to be of type lead magnet sections. Okay, cool. So now things are working inside of our code. They're looking nice. Let's go ahead and save it real fast. And now if we actually head back over to our server that's running and refresh it, oh, we're getting an error. So let's see why we're getting an error. It looks like in this file right here, we haven't imported the new component that we just made. So let's import it real fast, save it, and this should hopefully fix our code. Let's refresh it. And what you'll notice now is that we actually have our sidebar, and it's looking just like the production one. And the only thing we need to do next is to come in here and add that button on the bottom. So here's how we're going to do that. We're going to hop back over into our sidebar component, and then we're going to scroll all the way to the bottom. And what we need to do is actually add a button. And this button, what we're going to do is not make it like our other buttons. Like you'll notice for this whole file, we're not using our shad cn buttons. And that's just because this is highly custom to what we're doing. But what we're going to do is below all of these, we want to put a new button. And let me walk you through what's happening inside this button. The first thing we're going to do is we're going to set the margin up top to be auto. So we're going to push it all the way to the bottom. And then we're going to set our text nice and big at 2XL. And then outside of that, just make it purple. And then here's what we're going to do. If the sidebar is collapsed, we're going to show one icon that's going to have a right collapse. And let's actually just pull it up in here, refresh it so you can see what's going on. We actually need to make one change. If you look right now, the margin top, let's pull up the inspector and I'll actually show you what's going on. This margin top of auto is actually pushing it off the screen. So what we need to do is actually make this a relative div and then set the absolute position to be at the bottom. So let's fix that really fast. All right, sorry for all the confusion. I figured out what was going wrong. So we missed a few things. So the first thing is this was relative. I said absolute, but I typed out the word relative. So that moved it down to the bottom. But there was actually two other changes that were causing us problems. And let me show you how I fixed them. So the first one that I wanted to show you was this is currently taking up H full. But if you think about it, we don't want to take up the entire height. What we really want to do is take up the entire vertical height minus some amount. In our case, that some amount is going to be the height of our navbar, which is, if you look right here, it says 66. It says, it's kind of hard to show you, but 672 by 66. So 66 plus 65 for the second navbar. So all in all, we want to take up 131. So that was the first major change that we had to make. And then we had to make an additional change inside the parent because this change alone got the sidebar working right, but the actual content preview over here was still being a little weird. So if you head back over to the lead magnet editor, we want to do the same thing. We want to apply styles where we want to calculate the height to be 100% of the vertical height. But this time we only want to do minus 66%. And the reason why, 66 pixels. And the reason why we want to do that is because, we have the lead magnet editor sidebar over here on the left. And above that, we have our navbar. So we don't want to include the navbar in our calculation this time. So that's why we say 66, because the height of our true navbar for the application is 66. So that's why we have that. So, but now everything looks nice and we're not scrolling or causing any weird overflow issues like we were beforehand. Okay, cool. So we've got that issue fixed. And more importantly, now that it looks right, we want to check to see if it acts right. So now whenever I click on this toggle button, you'll see that it moves left and right. And whenever we do that, we basically are also toggling the visibility of our labels for each of the different preview windows. So that's working great. And then, like I said, right now we have the content editor set up. So whenever I was to show the prompt editor, you'll notice it goes blank because back over in our code, we have this styled out. So now it's time for us to start working on this next. So let's go ahead, uncomment it, and start working on our prompt editor. So the first thing we're going to do is go ahead and copy the name of this new component, open back up our file explorer, and make this a little bit bigger so we can see what's going on. So once again, I'm going to add this new component to our components folder. So new file, paste in the name, .tsx, fantastic. Go ahead and make our new React functional component. All right, things are looking good. So let's go ahead, save it. And if we hop back over to our other file and import the missing component, now we should be error free. And when we save it, we'll see that the lead magnet prompt editor actually pops up in our code. So we know we're on the right track. So now let's go ahead and look at the final version of what this is supposed to look like. So in the final version, what you'll notice is this is very similar to the previous version, to where we have our editor over here on the left, and then we have our preview section over here on the right. So let's go ahead and get this left section of our editor working real quickly. All right, so the first thing that you want to do is go ahead and remove this existing div and create a new one. And in this new div, what we want to do is take up the entire height, and we want to set it to be a flex box that's a row. And the reason we want to do that is because, if you remember, we want to have our editor over here on the left, and then we want to put our preview to the right. So that means what we want to do is go ahead and create the two separate divs inside of here. This first div is going to be take up 50%. That's what this width 1/2 means. And we want it to be a column because we want our title, our edit, and then all of our different input edit fields below it to stack vertically. And then in the second, div that we want to put over here to the right, we want to basically put our prompt preview over here. So now that we have that set up, I want to go ahead and start building out this left-hand side and show you what's going on as we build it. So the first thing that we want to do is set up our H1. Let me walk you through this because this is kind of some fancy Tailwind styling. So what we want to do is set up our new H1 tag, and we just want to show the word AI prompt editor. And here's how this works. What we're going to do is say we want to set our background gradient to go to the right, and we want it to go from red 400 to purple 600. So that's why we have that red to purple look. But if you take this out, I just want to show you kind of what happens, because this is, like I said, here's the tricky parts. So if you take this out and save it, what you'll notice is that, it just puts the background gradient behind it. So that's why we had to add those two extra fields to make the text transparent to where we can see through it. And then we want to clip the background to only show what's in the text. So those two final changes is what makes it have that nice little gradient look and really pop on our screen. Okay, fantastic. So now that we have that set up, let's go ahead and move on to the next part, which is going to be adding in our first inputs and labels. Now this is going to throw some errors, but let me just walk you through it because this is very similar to what we did from beforehand. So the first thing is we're going to throw a label up top and just say what's the prompt that you want to do. So whenever the user asks a question, we're going to, what's the prompt engineering that you're going to add value to. And then inside of here, we're going to pass in our draft prompt, and then we're going to give our user the ability to update this draft prompt as they make changes. And what's great is, once again, because we already did all the hard work in our use context from beforehand, we can just do this. We can say use editor context, just like this, import it, and now we can quickly grab our edited lead magnet and our set edited lead magnet, and all the hard heavy lifting was already done. So that's why if we come back in our prompt editor, you can see we have access to it and things are changing. If I save it and then I refresh the page. Yep, so lead magnet saved, refresh the page, come back to our prompt editor. Things work like a charm. Fantastic. So now we can move on to the next input field inside of our application. And this is going to go directly below the prompt. And this is going to be the first question that we want to show the user. So if you head to the final version of the application, and let's make this a little bit more wide. So the first question is basically what we want to show. It's the first message the user is going to see whenever they open up our lead magnets. So that's what's happening in our application. And then the next thing we're going to do is hop over to the bottom and actually start working on creating our prompt chat interview section where the user can start interacting with it. So the first thing we're going to do is actually work on implementing this AI dotted pattern. And what we're going to do for this is go back over to our global CSS file. And if you remember from earlier, we made that purple dotted pattern. So what we need to do now is work on adding our AI dotted pattern. And this pattern is going to be super similar. And let me just walk you through the changes that are going to happen. And like I said, this is going to be pretty much identical to what we talked about earlier. But what we want to do is add in a background. And this background, we just want to have a bunch of different radial gradients, but they're only going to be 1 pixel big, so they end up being just a bunch of dots. So in our case, we're just making a bunch of dots and then dot, and they're going to be diagonal, and we'll talk about that in a second. And besides that, we're just going to set up a general linear gradient to go to the right, to start at this color and end at this color. So that's how you read all of that. And just remember from beforehand, so background, the way this background size works is this sets the position for the first element, this one does for the second element, and this does for the third. So our first element is this little circle. The second element is this little circle. And then the third element is our entire linear gradient background. And like I said, we talked about this earlier, but just know we're setting up our circles to be kind of zigzagged, and they just get repeated a bunch of times. So dot, dot, and then it gets repeated, dot, dot, repeated. And it fills up actually the whole screen, and it makes that nice, beautiful pattern. So let's hop back over to our prompt editor and actually start filling in the chat preview that's going to show up here. So the first thing we want to do was like what we did earlier, and we want to go ahead and wrap the chat container that we're going to build and apply some styling to it. And we're just going to put it in a white card like we did beforehand. So just remember, add some margin on the x-axis, y-axis, and then we're going to set the maximum width to be large. And if you hover over it, that means it's going to be a maximum width of 512. Make that background nice and white, and throw a little shadow on it to make it kind of pop. Okay, fantastic. So now what I'm going to do is go ahead and import the final component, what it's going to look like, and then we're going to actually look at the final version of the application and talk about why each of these fields is super important. Okay, so let's start with the first one. So I think the best way to show it is actually head over to the final version where we can see what's happening. Basically, what's going to happen in the final version of the application, whenever the user comes in here to type in to chat with our lead magnet, what we want to do is actually capture the user's information. So that puts us in a spot to where we need to tie the input that the user gives us. So that's going to be their name and their email address. We need some way to tie that to our current lead magnet. That way, when we're done building the application, let's just actually head back so you can see, right now you can see that we have 2 leads that are tied to this current lead magnet. So that's what that's why we need to pass in the ID basically. We need to tie leads to lead magnets. So that's why we're passing in that. The next thing is we want to pass in the email capture prompt. So that's, I think it's actually best if I just go ahead and show you the final detail. So whenever you come in here to what are the 5 topics, I'm just going to copy and paste these. So whenever the user does this and clicks send, we're going to say, oh, real quick, what is your information before we generate you the things you're looking at? So that's that email capture prompt. So that's why we're passing that. The first question, that's very obvious. The first question is, what's in here? And that's what we're going to be editing in our editor. I'm breaking a lot of things at once, but we're going to go fix that. So it's actually best just to stick to the final version. So the first question is going to be this first question chat right here. The prompt is going to be, this right here. And then the third thing is going to be capture email. And basically what we're trying to do is when we're editing here locally in our editor, we don't want to capture our own email as we begin to chat with this. We just want to make sure that this works properly. So that's why we're passing this all over. And the only other thing I did want to mention for this first question and prompt, the reason why we're passing it over is because we are eventually going to pass our question and prompt over to OpenAI. And we're basically just going to go ahead and set up a series of messages. That way, and this will all make more sense later, but we have to pass these questions over and prompt over to make, to basically provide context for the conversation that the user is going to be having with OpenAI. Okay, cool. So let's go ahead and start working on actually creating this AI chat container. And this is where we're really going to dive deep into setting up all of the different new AI features for this application. So the first thing we're going to do is go ahead, come down here and copy the name of this. And what we're going to do this time when we create our new file is we're going to end up making we're going to put it in a new folder. And the reason why is because this AI chat container not only needs to appear inside of our editor, but we also want it to appear whenever we make our lead magnet pages that we can actually show to users. So what we're going to do instead is we're going to create this component inside of the root level component folder. So we're just going to make our new file and we're going to call this lead magnet AI chat container.tsx. And then we're going to come in here and just hit RFCE to make that new functional component, save it. Now, if we head back over to, not our sidebar, if we head back over to our prompt editor, what we're going to do first is go ahead and make that interface that we decided on earlier so we can pass in all these different, all these different attributes. So the first thing we're going to do, come in here, interface, lead magnet chat container props. It looks good to me. So let's go ahead and start working on passing each one of those in one by one. So we want to pass in our lead magnet ID, email capture prompt. The next thing we would do is pass in our first question. Then we want to pass in the prompt itself. And then finally, we want to pass in that capture email Boolean. Fantastic. So let's go ahead and add those down here. Things look great. And if we head back into our prompt editor, we should be able to import this now with no issues. Fantastic. That looks good. So if we hop back over to our application and go to the prompt editor now, we should actually see, yep, look, it appears right here. So now we can come in here and actually start building it. So for this portion of our project, we are heavily going to rely on an NPM package called AI. So what we're going to do first is go ahead and install this package. So let's cancel, or actually just split our screen and do an npm install AI, just like that. Fantastic. And now let's walk through how this package works at a very high level. So back over here on this page, we want to scroll down to the portion of the code where we can see this. Here's how this package works. So right out the gate, we have access to the use chat hook. And this use chat hook allows us to see a list of AI messages that we send back and forth to OpenAI. Input, so this is the input field. And what's nice is you can actually see what's happening up here and down here. So you can see that there's an input field, and this is going to be where the user types in their message that they want to send to OpenAI. And like I said, the messages here are just going to get split out into a div to where you can see who's sending it, the system or the user, and then the content of that message. And then finally, what you're going to see is there's a handle input change. So that's, as the user types in a new message, they are going to handle that. And then finally, a handle submit. So this is going to be whenever the user does actually submit the form, or in this case, they submit the message, just like you're typing on your phone, and sends it off. It's going to handle basically sending everything to OpenAI, waiting for that message to be processed, and then sending it back down. So it's going to be pretty cool. So let's go ahead and start working on the bigger version of this, because like I said, this is just super simple, very basic version. Let's work on making the version to where it's going to look like this inside of our editor. So the first thing that we want to do now that this package installed is we want to go ahead and import that package from AI React. So yep, like we said, we're just going to follow that. And then you also notice we need to make sure that we set this to be a use client component. Fantastic. So the next thing we want to work on is actually going ahead and pulling out the use chat hook. So in our case, let's go ahead and import it. And I'm going to walk you through why ours is a little bit different. So right out the gate, we are going to be using the use chat hook like we just talked about. But the thing that's going to be a little bit different is we are going to specify where our OpenAI endpoint is set up. And in our case, we're going to create it in a little bit, but it's going to be at API/OpenAI. That's where we're going to be sending all of our requests. And a few of the other things that we've pulled out that you don't see right now in the default version is we are going to pull out set messages because we need the ability to come in here and set that first question that we're going to be showing to the user, which appears right here. And then we also want the ability to set the prompt that you're looking at right here. Cool. And then the only other thing that's really going to change is we just, we're going to set is loading because whenever the user pressed send, we want this little send button to turn into a spinner. And outside of that, we're just making a new name for our handle submit. Okay, cool. So let's go ahead and actually start working on building out the rest of our AI chat container. So the first thing we want to do is actually replace this div down here with our updated container. And inside this container, what we want to do is go ahead and make sure that our chat window takes up a max of 3XL, which is about 768 pixels. And then we want to make sure that everything that appears inside of here, like all of our messages window that's going to pop up here, and then our input below, we want to make sure that appears in a column. And then inside of that, we're going to go ahead and make our message container, which is going to be up top. So let me walk you through what's going to be inside our message container and zoom out real fast. So what you'll notice is we want to take up the maximum space. That's what our flex grow is going to do. And then we're going to put a space between all of our messages vertically. So this is going to be about 16 pixels. And then outside of that, we are going to make sure that we set overflow Y so the users can scroll within this message window. And then we're going to go ahead and set a nice border around our message window. So it kind of looks like we're, reading out into a screen. So that's why we're going to set some rounded to set to medium, put a border, make sure the border is solid, and then add some padding. So that's why we have that nice little padding floor around it so our messages appear inside. Okay, cool. So then inside of this message container that we just set up, we want to set up two scenarios. The first scenario is when we do not have any messages inside of our chat window. So in that case, we're just going to say, hey, no messages yet, start chatting with the below. And then the other option is when the user does have messages, we want to go ahead and show those. And here's what that's going to look like. And let me walk you through this because this is where, going back to our initial example, here's where the rubber meets the road. So let's hop back over to our final version so this is going to make more sense. So the first thing that we're going to do is we don't want to show system messages. And if you're not familiar with OpenAI, there's a few different types of messages. There's the system message, which sets the initial context. Then there's the assistant message, which is going to be basically from when OpenAI generates a response, that's going to be the assistant. And then the third type is going to be user. So that's what the user types. So in our case, we are removing all the system messages, which is going to be our initial prompt. And then what we're doing is mapping through each of the messages and then generating a little message block like you're typing on your iPhone. So here's how that's going to work. What we're going to do is dynamically apply different types of styling. So if the message comes from the user, what we want to do is justify the message to the end. So that's going to push it all the way to the right. Otherwise, if it's a message from, ChatGPT, so let's go ahead and just copy this example in here and paste it just so you can see what happens. So, yeah, there you go. So if I give it enough space, let's zoom out a little bit. It's a little hard to see in this like minimized view, but what will happen on the actual final version of our application is, messages from the system are going to appear over here on the left, and then our messages are going to appear on the right. So it's going to look just like you're texting, your friend on your iPhone. Okay, fantastic. And then we're also going to apply some more dynamic styling, and we're going to say if the user sends a message, make it that nice purple background color. Otherwise, make it that gray color. That way we can help differentiate between the two message types. And then outside of that, what we want to do is you'll notice whenever we get back some responses from OpenAI, it doesn't do a great job of breaking up text. So that's why we're going to go ahead and split things up based on a new line character. That way we get nice new lines just like that. Okay, cool. So now that we're showing all the messages, and let's hop back over to ours so we can kind of see what's going on. So now that we can see inside of our prompt editor that we just created, we currently have no messages yet, and that's what we'd expect. So let's work on using the set messages function that comes from our use chat hook so we can start adding our first messages to our chat. So setting messages is actually super easy, and here's how we're going to do it. We're going to make a use effect, and inside of that use effect, what we want to do, let me go ahead and close it off so it's working. So the first thing we need to do is import this missing dependency. In our case, it just comes from React, like up top right there. And what we want to do is we want to set messages. So we are going to call set messages. And then if you look inside of this set message function, it tells you the exact type of objects we need to create. So whenever I come in here, you can see that we're missing these following properties on the message type. We need to assign an ID, a content, and a role. So the first thing we're going to go ahead and do is assign the role. And in our case, we want this to come from the system. And we want this to be not a, hey, welcome to AI chat. We want the content to be the body that we're creating over here, this prompt right here. Oh, sorry, I need to change it to the word prompt. Fantastic. So, and you're going to notice we're going to get a little error, and that's because we're not actually pulling in prompt yet. So fantastic. And now we're getting the second error, which is we do not have an ID. So you don't have to do anything fancy here. We're just going to, but the important thing is, each ID needs to be unique. So we're just going to give this a random ID of 1. Great. And you'll notice this comes from system. So that's why this little block is empty over here. So now we need to work on creating our second message. So I'm just going to copy this. Go ahead and make our new message, except this time we don't want it to come from the system. We want it to come from the assistant. And then we want the content to be our first question that came from up here. So put that in there. First question. Fantastic. And we're going to give this a number 2. So now what you'll notice is this is still empty. So why is that? Well, what we need to do is come in here and actually update our dependencies for this use effect. So if you just hit command or control spacebar, it'll usually autofill what's going wrong. But in our case, we just need to add in prompt, first question, and then we also need to add in set messages. Okay, great. So now if we come in here, refresh the page, this should just take a second. And then now you can see that our first draft question is here. So as this changes, it changes over there. So give yourself a pat on the back. You now have the basics of your visual portion of your AI chatbot working. But you can obviously tell we can't chat with this yet because we don't have an input button below. So that's what we're going to work on next in our code. We're going to make our input button, and we're going to make the text area where the user can type into. So the first thing we're going to do is come in here below our message container that we just created, and we're going to end up making a new, there we go. We're going to end up creating our form just like this. So what you'll notice when it comes to our form, let's head back over to example so you can kind of see as we're building it what needs to happen. Inside of our form, we need to have basically an area where the user can input their message. And in our case, we're also going to give them a little button that they can press. So when it comes to giving the user the ability and area to type in, we're going to give them a text area. So this text area, if you'll notice, we'll go property by property. The input, once again, comes from our use chat. We're going to have a on change handler, once again, comes from our use chat. And then we're going to just provide some nice stylings to make sure it takes up the most amount of space possible. Give it a border gray. I'll just show you the final project so you can see kind of what's happening. Let me just refresh this real fast. But what you'll notice is we're going to give it a border. And then to the right of that, so we're just going to give this text area a nice border, give some nice spacing. So when we're typing, our text isn't on the actual, hitting the lines of our border. And then outside of that, whenever it's focused, we're just going to give it a ring size of 2 and make sure that ring is purple. Okay, cool. So that's how we're going to make it look nice. And then you'll notice that we're going to set the placeholder to be type your message here. And then by default, what we're going to do is say rows is set to 1. And then we're also finally going to say, we want the style to be resize none, because normally with text areas, there's a little thing over here that you can drag to make this larger, but we're going to make it look nice and clean. Okay, fantastic. So the next thing that we're going to work on is adding in a button. And this button is going to be the thing that allows our users to submit their message. So here's what this button is going to look like. Right out the gate, we're going to say this is a type submit button. So whenever the user clicks it, it triggers the on submit for the form. Once again, we just have some more styling because this button is going to be a little bit fancier. We're not using the shad cn button just because, like I said, we're going to be doing some fancy loading state stuff. And then what you'll notice inside of here is we're tracking 2 things. If the button is loading, like let's say our request for OpenAI is happening and is loading is currently true, we're going to disable the button, which is going to gray it out. And then what we're going to do is if it's loading, we're going to show the rise loader. And this is where we need to import another package. So if you remember from earlier, we were using, it was called React Spinners. Like if we go back over to our package, we were using React Spinners. So this is how we made that loading page animation. Well, now what we're going to do is use rise loader, and let me show you how to import it first. Usually if you hit command dot, yep, it's not going to show it. So I'm just going to go ahead and say that is where rise loader comes in. And then let us hop over to our application real fast. Well, I got to fix this error, but I'll set this to true in just a second so you can see what it's looking like. But what you'll notice inside of our code, we are getting an error for handle submit. So why are we getting an error for handle submit? Well, that's because we do not have a function yet made called handle submit. So let's go ahead and start working on that now. So the first thing we're going to do, come back up here above our return statement, and we're going to make a new function called handle submit. And the reason why we want to do handle submit is because we need to make a to-do to first capture our user's email. So we're going to say capture user email. And then if we have properly captured our user's email, we then want to submit our handle OpenAI chat submit, basically what we have up here. So that's how it's all going to work. So that should hopefully get rid of the errors. So now if we come back into our editor, things should be great. And then I'm just going to go ahead and set this to true so you can kind of see what this rise loader works like. So if we come down here to the prompt editor, yeah, so now we have this cool, nice looking animation whenever we're sending stuff off to our backend. Fantastic. So let me put it back to the way it's supposed to be, save it. Okay, great. So now it is up to us to go ahead and start implementing our backend. So whenever the user does submit a message to their backend, we're going to send it to this endpoint. So we need to make sure this endpoint is actually working properly. So let's go ahead and hop over to the backend. So the first thing I'm going to do is go ahead and even out the screen so we can see more of the code we're creating. Now, if you remember, because you're a pro at creating routes in the backend now, what we need to do is go over here and open up our File Explorer. And then we need to scroll down to our API folder and we need to create a new endpoint. And this time, if you look, we want to create an endpoint at the OpenAI path. So we need to come in here and we need to make a new folder and we're just going to call it OpenAI. Then within inside of this route, what we want to do is just create a new route.ts. Great. So now whenever a user sends a request to /API/OpenAI, they're going to hit this route. So now it's up to us to go ahead and create this function. But what the heck should we put in here? Well, thankfully, the React code that we were looking at earlier, right above it, they have a backend endpoint of what we should basically copy for our application. So let's go ahead and almost copy this in and then make a few slight changes to it for our application. Okay, cool. So right out of the gate, what you'll notice is that we're getting an error because they're using OpenAI. So that's just a quick fix. All we need to do is run npm I and then type in OpenAI to install the OpenAI package. Great, that is a quick change. And then the next thing that we need to do inside of our application, walking from top to bottom, is you notice that they're importing an OpenAI key. So this is where things get a little bit different because we actually have to head over to OpenAI and create a developer key. So here's how we're going to do that. First, we need to open up a new Chrome tab and I'm just going to type in openai.com. You're just going to click menu, go to login. Once you log in, you're just going to click API to access the API. And obviously, if this is the first time you're signing in, you just want to make a new account. It's going to be super easy. Then you're just going to click your little profile up here, and then you're going to click View API Keys. In our case, we're going to go ahead and create a new key. But as you can see, I've been using this for a while, so I already have some developer keys. So we're going to create some new keys, and I'm just going to call mine lead convert YouTube, just like that. I'm going to create a secret key. Now, I'm going to show this to you guys, but obviously I'm going to delete it afterwards. But what's super important is you want to go ahead and copy this, and because as you can see, you won't be able to view it again the second you're done closing out that modal. So what we want to do is hop back over to our .env file, which should be in the root of our application right here, and we're going to go ahead and paste it in. And if you remember what we need to paste it in as, hop back over to our route. They have it set up to OpenAI key. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to say OpenAI key is equal to this SK, so secret key, and then it's all going to work. So we're going to save that, life's good, and we're going to click done. And then, yeah, so everything is set up, and as you can see, this was created today, and it hasn't been used yet. So cool. So that's working. And then what we're going to do next, let me make this a little bit bigger again. We're going to hop back over to our route. So what you'll notice is the next thing that's not working is that we get a little squiggly with our request. So we need to specify that this is of type request. And then outside of that, everything looks pretty good. The only thing I'm going to change is you can see right out the gate, they're using GPT-4 4. Just for cost purposes, to start, I'm just going to say we're going to use GPT 3.5 Turbo. And it is cool. It does a lot of autocomplete for you. But we're just going to use Turbo. And the important thing is we do want to stream the response. That's how you get that nice feedback to where it's basically, it looks like the AI is texting you back instead of you just having to wait for it to generate the entire response. So that's pretty much all we need to do to set up our backend. So we're going to go ahead and save this. Now let's go ahead, head back over to our front end code, and then let's go back to our local project. And now we're going to go ahead and try this bad boy out to see if it works. So the first thing we need to do is actually go ahead and update our prompt. So we're going to say do whatever the user tells you to do. And then for our first question, we're just going to say, what do you need help with? Fantastic. So we're going to go ahead and we have to make sure we save this change. So we're going to go ahead and save it just real quick. Ta-da! Everything's working from before. And as you can see, what do you need help with appears over here. So now let's go ahead and actually make a request. So name 5 USA presidents. So this should work. It might trigger some errors, and I think I know why, but we're going to go ahead and try it. But okay, cool. So name 5 US presidents, and now it's working. So as you can see, as it was, generating a response, it was actually texting it back out to us. So fantastic. You now have the AI portion of this project set up. So now we can go ahead and move on to the next portion. So the next major task that we want to work on is handling email capture. Because if you notice right now, this isn't working. So what we're going to do, I'm going to just actually close out of all of this code over here. So we have some more space again. And then what we want to do is go ahead and start working on that email capture. So what we're going to do, go into our dashboard, look at our lead magnet editor, open up specifically the lead magnet editor, and then we want to be working with this email editor. So let's uncomment this and start working on the next section. Cool. So we're going to get a quick error, but let's go ahead and work on making this component first. And you're becoming a pro now at opening and creating new components. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to come back over here inside of our components folder for our lead magnet editor. We're going to make our new component for our lead magnet editor. Go ahead and open it up, make our new React functional component, save it, hop back over to the lead magnet editor and import this missing component we just created. Great. Now things are working. And if we hop over to email capture, you can see it's working as expected. So let's go ahead and speed mode through setting up this lead magnet editor component real fast. So when you look at the final version of our lead magnet editor, when we look at the email capture, you'll notice it's basically copying the same format as everything else that we've done so far. So let's go ahead and start working on implementing the code to where we have, we have the left-hand side, which is the editor, and the right-hand side, which is the preview. So the first thing we're going to do is start on removing this default div, and we're going to change this to our usual container where we're going to take up the entire height of this section, and we're going to set things up to be a row. So we have editor on the left, preview on the right. And then what we can do next is go ahead and set up that editor section for the left to where it's going to be a column, and it's going to take up 50% of the width. And then we'll set up our right preview section. And what we're going to do inside of this one is, once again, we're going to use our purple dot pattern. So it shows up pretty like that. And then once again, we're going to take up 50%. So things look nice. And then what we can do is start actually moving through and setting up this portion of our code. Because right now, like I said, it's just going to be a nice empty section. So here's what we need to do next. We need to, inside of our div, we need to go ahead and let people know that they are inside of the email capture section of our code. And then per usual, we need to work on adding an area for the user to type in the question that we want to ask the user so we can capture their email. So, put a little too much code in there. Wasn't ready for it. Oh, here it goes. I just one too many divs. My bad on that one. But what you'll notice is, per usual, our use context is coming in clutch. So all we have to do is access it with our use lead magnet editor context, access it, and then just import our edited lead magnet and our set edited lead magnet. Now things should work great. So when the user is inside of our code, they can come over here, and then access it and update it in real time. So things are working great. Well, now that we have created our email capture prompt, it's time for us to start working on the placeholder code over here to the right. Now this code is going to be very similar to what we've been doing for everything else. We're going to throw it in a white container, and this white container is basically going to be where we throw the actual preview. So this preview is going to be a little bit different because this preview is going to get used here, and it's also going to be used in the lead magnets that we pass out to our users. And because it's going to get used not only in the editor, but in the other portions of our application, we need to make this component, the lead magnet editor capture preview, we need to make it in the components folder at the root of our application. And let me walk you through once again why we need to add these two properties real fast. First off, this is the capture form that's going to show up, and inside of this capture form, we need to figure out which leads to assign to which lead magnet. So this is why we pass in the lead magnet ID, so we can correlate the lead to the lead magnet. And then also we want to pass in that draft question we're working on right now. So as we're making changes right here, well, whenever it pops up, as we're making changes right here, we want them to show up top in this little modal. So let's go ahead and first off, let's go ahead and make this file. So when we head into our root file editor, let's go all the way down to components. And then inside of here, what we want to do is make a new file, and this file is going to be called lead magnet email capture preview. .tsx, fantastic. Let's go ahead and import it. Life's looking good. Head back over to our broken component, import it real fast. And now let's work on fixing these props that need to be passed over to our capture preview. So the first thing we want to do, come in here, let's make a new interface. And inside of this interface, we want to pass in the lead magnet ID, and then we want to pass in the email capture prompt. All right, things are looking good. So now when we're in our code and we head over to email capture, you can see things are looking good. All right, so now let's work on actually adding in all the code here so that it looks nice. So the first thing we want to do is replace the boilerplate content with our own content. In this case, we're going to add in a new div. And inside this div, we basically want to say, hey, we want to give you a little space margin up top, and then we want all of the text inside of this to be centered. And then from there, what we want to do is go ahead and show that email capture prompt that we're generating right here. So let's go ahead and save this, get a little error real fast, no biggie. And then we're going to pass in our prompts, and we want to access the email capture prompt specifically. So now when we go over to our email capture, you can see that our draft prompt message is passing up here. Great. So the next thing we want to do is work on adding in that form. So we want to be able to capture the person's first name, and we want to be able to capture their email. So what we need to do for that, we're going to make a new div to wrap all of this content. But what we want to do is go ahead and put a form in here. So this form is going to work just like everything else, to where we're going to have a handle submit function, which is going to send stuff off to our backend API and create the lead for us. But we'll work on that in just a second. The important thing that we need to work on first is creating two different inputs. The first input is going to capture our user's name. And I'm just going to keep it over here for a second. The first thing we want to do is capture the user's name, and the second thing is capture the person's email. But what you'll notice is these name and email properties don't exist yet. So let's go ahead and use state to manage that. So the first thing we want to do, we want to capture the person's name. And the next one we want to do is capture the person's email. Fantastic. And then finally, what we want to have happen is we want to capture the person's, after we capture the person's information, we want to submit their data to our backend. So let me walk you through what's happening inside this button. We want to say, hey, do not enable this button if the user has not basically put an @ in their email address. This is just, kind of like a ghetto disable button real fast. But outside that, we're just going to make this a button. And what you'll notice here is we want to manage state within this button and dynamically show content of, hey, you are signing up as a lead, or give them the option to press the submit button. So this is creating lead is going to get triggered while we're making a backend call to our database. So what we're going to do, once again, we're going to make a new state to manage is creating lead. And now the big missing component is this handle submit function. And this handle submit function is going to be where we pass off all the data we're collecting to our backend API. So we're going to make it here on the front end, and then we're going to go over to the backend and finish setting everything up. So the first thing you want to do when handling submit is you want to prevent the default behavior. And the reason why you want to do that is because if not, it's going to recreate the entire page. So then what you want to do is say, hey, we are creating a lead, and that's going to trigger this little submit button to start spinning. But now it's up to us to make a request to the backend. In our case, what we're going to do is we are going to make a post request to the API /lead route, which we're going to create in just a second. And then what we're going to do next is, let's go ahead and set this up so things are nice for us and easy to set up. So we're going to use Axios. Axios is basically just a library to making requests to our making fetch requests and everything else easier. So we've used that beforehand. I just want to mention it just again. So what we want to do inside of our post is to pass along the name of the person we just collected, the email, and then the third thing we want to pass along is the lead magnet ID. So this lead magnet ID, it's going to come from our props that we just set up a little bit ago, lead magnet ID. And this way we can tie, the user's name and email to a specific lead magnet that they came from. Fantastic. So here's what we want to do afterwards. First, we want to go ahead and actually create a to-do for our future state, because if you remember in the final version of our application, whenever we say send, we actually pop everything up inside of a modal. So whenever the user does give us their information properly, we want to close this modal out so they can come back over here and work on sending the rest of their messages. So we're going to say close modal is the first one. And the other thing is, we don't want the user to be able to, close out of this modal and then come back and then press send again and bypass it. We want to capture the user's information in order for them to start accessing our API. So the other to-do that we're going to do eventually, not right now, is we want to basically capture the successful lead event. And we'll work on that later. I'm going to go ahead and add a to-do for it. In the meantime, what we're going to do is actually go ahead and just throw a toast saying success, you've successfully signed up. And we need to import this from React Hot Toast. And then outside of that, what we're going to do inside the catch statement, we're going to provide some feedback if something goes wrong, just like that, toast error, something went wrong. And then what we can do, if you remember earlier, we did set creating lead to true. Well, we need to add a finally statement so we can stop spinning things around in the loading state. So set is loading, creating lead to false. Fantastic. So now that we have all of that set up, what we're going to do now is actually hop back over to our backend and create a new route for making leads. So let's do that real quickly. So this is going to be a super simple endpoint. So I'm going to just go ahead and shrink that over so we can make our new endpoint. So if you come over here inside of our File Explorer, head over to our API. Remember, we want to make a lead route. So we're going to make a new path. We're going to call it lead. And then inside of this lead folder, we need to make a new route TS. But hey, you're used to this now because you've done this a few times now. And then inside of here, we're going to make a basic post function. And the reason why we want to make a post function is because we want our users to pass up information for us to create a new lead. The keyword there is create a new lead. So per usual, what we want to do is allow the user to pass in information to us, and then we want to safely parse it. So what is important, if you remember when we were creating the lead on the front end, we want the user to give us the name, email, and the lead magnet ID. So we're going to make a new Zod schema for creating a lead request. And we're just going to import all these real quick from Zod when it comes to making a name and email. All right, fantastic. So now that we've set that up, what we want to do is check to see if the parsed requests, to make sure that it was parsed successfully. And basically, if the user doesn't give us a name or doesn't give us an email, we want to let the user know in a request that, hey, you didn't give us all the right information. So we're going to send back a 400 error. All right, fantastic. But if the user does give us all the right information, what we want to do is check to make sure that that lead magnet exists. That's corresponding to that lead magnet ID. So what we're going to do is call Prisma DB, make sure we are accessing the lead magnet route, and we're going to find a unique lead magnet where it matches this lead magnet ID. So if the user passes up something to us where the lead magnet doesn't exist, we are going to return a 404 error to let them know that this lead magnet was not found. But in the situation where, everything works out, they gave us great data and the lead magnet does exist, we want to update and create a new lead. So when it comes to making leads, here's the important things. We've done this a few times now, but the important thing is to realize that we want to pass in the email of the person, the name, the lead magnet ID. And then what we're also going to do is we're going to add the user ID. And the reason why we want to add the user ID is because if forever later down the road, if a creator wanted to look at all of their leads from all of their different lead magnets, they could just do a find all leads where lead equals user ID. So this is just to help make future things easier for our creators. Fantastic. So now that we have created a new lead and everything's been working successfully, what we want to do is return a message to our user saying success. The lead was created, give them a status code of 200 to let them know that everything worked properly. Great. So let's go ahead and take this backend route for spin. So let's head back over to our front end code, and then let's just refresh our page just because we made a bunch of changes. And then what we're going to do is come over here to our email capture form. And then let's just make a test one. So I'm just going to call this one Brandon, and then we're going to make this one Brandon, and then just put in my email, IO, and then let's just try submitting it to make sure that it works. So it's going to take a second. Ta-da! You have successfully signed up. So you know the drill now for how to actually test this out. What we can do is come down here and run npmx Prisma Studio. And whenever we run that, we can see our database. So what I would expect now in the leads table is to see a new lead for Brandon at that email address. Fantastic. Our new backend route works and our email capture works. So we now get to move on to the next feature inside of lead convert, which is going to be the profile editor. So let's go ahead and start working on that now. So before we dive into building the profile editor, I think it's important to take a step back and look at the final version of our application to really understand what we're going to build. So here's a final lead magnet that someone could be sharing with their potential customers. And if you've noticed, over here we have our AI chat container that we've already built. And then down here we have the content, which we've already built as well. And then up top we have the profile overview of the user. So what you'll notice is we have a picture, a title of who it is, and then a quick little description describing who they are. And if you look across two different lead magnets, so this is the Create 3 Grand Slam Offers lead magnet. And if you come over to the next lead magnet, this is the AI SaaS Business Idea Generator. What you'll notice is each one of these lead magnets is different chats and different contents. But the thing that's the same is the profile. That's the important lesson to realize here. A user will have a single profile, and that single profile will get attached to all of the different lead magnets. So that's why when you come over here and look at the final version of our application, you'll realize that our profile editor is going to be the same across all the different lead magnets. And that's just because most people only want one profile to be shared. So that's the important thing to realize here. So when it comes to actually building our application, there's a few things that we're going to have to build. The first thing that we're going to have to build is, if you remember in our application, we had a prompt editor context. Well, we're going to need to do the same with a profile, because we're going to end up making a new profile object that's going to go in our database. And outside of that profile, new object that we're going to make in our database, we're also going to have to make some new endpoints and new routes for our backend. So let's go ahead and start working on updating our database first, then hop into creating our context, and then take it from there. Okay, so creating the new model in our database is going to be super simple. All we need to do is open up our schema.prisma file, and then once we're in here, we're just going to find some empty space and make our new model. Let me walk you through a few of the different attributes of this profile, just because I know it's been a minute since we created our last database object. Okay, so right out the gate, every profile is going to have ID. That's going to be the primary key for our model. And then, as we discussed just a second ago, we only want a single profile to be used for all of our lead magnets. And another way of looking at this is we only want one profile per user. And that's why when you look at this attribute right here, our user ID, we want it to be unique. And that way we only have one profile per user. And then fantastic. We have just the normal stuff that you would expect: title, description. And then also the next thing we're going to work on is setting up a profile image URL. This image URL is going to point to a blob store. Basically, that just means, a blob store is where you're going to store your images, and we need some way to point at it, point at that image, so that way we can start to render little headshots like we had right over there. Outside of that, we just want to know when things are created and updated, and then finally, we're just going to index things based on a user ID. And just to recap, indexes just help it speed up your queries in your database. Okay, fantastic. So now that we have our new model set up in our schema file, let's go ahead and save our changes. I'm going to close out of our Prisma Studio, and I know it's been a minute, but the command we need to run to push changes to our backend database is going to be npx prisma db push, and this is going to push our changes over to planet scale. So fantastic. It looks like a success. And then I'm going to go ahead and open up Planet Scale just so we can see that everything worked properly. All right, so we're just going to open up a new tab to go to Planet Scale, and we're going to open up our database. And then when we open it up and go look at our tables, we want to make sure that we're on the main branch, by the way. But when you go to look at your tables, what you'll notice is that we should have 3 tables once it loads. Yep, fantastic. We have our 2 tables that we made from earlier, and then our new profile table that we just created, and it includes all the different attributes that we just set up over here in our schema. Okay, fantastic. So now let's hop back over to our project and start working on our context that's going to control everything related to the profile. All right, so now it's time for us to start working on our profile editor context. And just to help us out as we go, I've already pulled up our lead magnet editor context to help guide us as we build our new context. So the first thing we need to do is actually create our new context. So what we're going to do is go to our context file and make a new one called profile editor context.tsx. Fantastic. So now we're just going to walk through this part by part and build out all the different sections of our new context. So right out the gate, what you'll notice is we need to create an interface, and this interface basically just defines all of the different attributes and functions that we're going to export in the final version of our context. So let's go ahead and start working on that first. All right, so the first thing we're going to set up is our profile editor context state. And what you'll notice is that this is a super simple context. Basically what we're going to have is a profile, and this is going to be, we should be able to look at the profile and edit the profile. And then outside of that, we're going to have a save command, and that save command is how we're going to publish our updated profile to our database. And then when you look at types, what you'll notice now is we have a profile type, and that profile type comes from our new Prisma client where we just did our Prisma DB push to our backend database. It went ahead and made that new type for us. And outside of that, let's just go ahead and import our necessary things from React. Fantastic. And then as we just head down our existing context, what you'll notice next is now that we've just created what our context should look like, we need to go ahead and actually create our context. So what we're going to do for ours is right out the gate, we're going to say we want to create a context that can either be of type profile context state or it can be null. Cool. And then let's just keep going down the list. And this is where things actually start to get interesting. We're going to go ahead and make our provider. And if you remember from earlier, our provider is the thing that allows us to share state amongst our children components. So we're going to make our profile editor context provider. And what we're going to do inside of here is go ahead and start building out the functionality to match our context state. So right out the gate, we're going to create a new use state. And inside of this use state, we're going to have our edited profile. And we're also going to have our set edited profile. Fantastic. Let's go ahead and import our missing components. And then what we're going to do right out the gate is, as you can see, our editor went ahead and put in a profile here. Well, what we really want to do is go ahead and make a default profile. So this default profile is basically going to store the states for our title, description, and so forth. So what we're going to do is just right up top before our interface, we're going to make a new default profile. And it's going to look just like this. And then usually if you just hit right click on this, you hit command dot on this, it'll provide quick fixes. And in our case, we're just going to add missing attributes. And I'm pretty fine with everything they have here, except for these undefined. We're just going to make a new date just like this. Cool. So now we have our default profiles. So what we need to work on next, now that we have 2 of the 3 context state items set up, we need to start working on our save function. So here's what we're going to do for that. First, we're going to make a new function called const save, and we want this to be asynchronous. And we're not going to set up the backend endpoints just yet. We're going to do that in the next step. But here's what we want to do. First off, we want to make a request to our backend, and we want to listen to the response. So in our case, we want to make an Axios request. And the reason why this is going to be a request instead of just like a post or a put is because we're going to dynamically set the HTTP method based on if we have the ID of the edited profile. Because if we have the ID, we know that the edited profile already exists. So we need to do a put to update it. Otherwise, we're going to do a post. And here's how we're going to end up doing that. First, we are going to set the method just like this. Yeah, we're going to set the method to be either a put or a post. and we need to import Axios since we haven't already done that yet. 1 second. And import Axios. Fantastic. And the next thing we want to do is say, where do we want to send this request? Well, in our case, we want to send it to the API profile URL, which we'll set up in just a minute. And then finally, what do we want to pass to our backend database? Well, we want to pass in our edited profile. Fantastic. What we're going to do after this is once we send off this response and await it, we now want to update our existing edited profile. So here's how we're going to do that. First off, we're going to do const updated profile is equal to response data dot data dot data. And I know that's a mouthful, but that's how we actually access, whenever our backend database sends back the post body, that's how we actually access it. Great. And then what we want to do is if that updated profile exists, what we want to do is actually set it. Fantastic. Otherwise, what we're going to do is we're just going to do a toast to say to the error to say, hey, we failed to save the profile. So we're going to import that from React.toast. Fantastic. So technically, we already have all the core context that we want to build for this provider, but we're going to take it one step further, and we actually need to go ahead and also set up our code so that we can fetch the edited profile right when this component loads. And here's how we're going to do that. Right out the gate, we're going to make a new use effect, and this use effect is going to listen to whenever we have a user ID that changes. And that leads us to our next point of, well, we don't have a user ID in this component yet. So that's what we need to do next. And we can easily grab our user ID from the use auth hook that comes from Clerk. So if you import this from Clerk, what you'll see is that we can actually access the user ID, and we can also access other things, is loaded, is signed in, and so forth. But all we need is the user ID. Now, why do we need the user ID? Well, if you remember back in our example from earlier, every user needs to have one single profile, because that one profile is going to get shared amongst all of the different lead magnets. So what we're going to do down here in our code is make a request to our backend database, and we're going to grab the profile. Here's how that works. So ideally, what we would do is go ahead and make a call to our backend with something like this. We would say const response equals, and we would do an await, and we would call Axios, and then we would just do a GET request to our API profile endpoint. But instead of doing that, we're actually just going to do a query just like this. And then what we would expect to happen is to get back the response of our profile. But what you'll notice is that we get an error for await. And normally what you would do is just type in async for our normal function, but you can't do that inside of a use effect. You actually have to do something a little bit different. So here's what your code should look like. You need to create a new function called fetch profile. And then inside of this profile, this is where you can now make an asynchronous call. So we're going to move our code inside of here. And now we don't get any more errors. And what we can do next is actually listen to what we get back from this request and do a little bit of digging. So in our case, what we want to do, let's set this up and format it real fast before we keep going. So in our case, what we're going to do is listen for the response. And when we get back the response, we want to make sure that we actually have a fetch profile. So what we're going to do in our case is do this fetch profile. Profile is equal to response data, just like we did down here. And this is going to be like that. And then what we're going to do is return it. Fantastic. And then if something goes wrong down here, what we'll do is first off, we're going to log it. And then we'll provide a toast.error like we did earlier. And then what we can do with our response, in our case, this isn't just going to be any response. This is going to be a fetch profile. We can set our current profile to the default data that we just got back. So we'll do set edited profile, and yeah, that should work. And just in case something does go wrong, what we'll do is just return the default profile. That way this doesn't ever get set to null. So fantastic. So now we have everything pretty much set up in here. And what we need to do inside of our use effect is actually call that function so that it triggers and goes off and sets the profile. Okay, great. So now that we have all of that set up, now what we can do is actually return the provider. And here's how you do that. You're going to go below your last function that we made, and then what we're going to do is put our return statement. So our return statement is going to look very similar to what we had just a second ago, where we're going to say we want to export these 3 attributes. Some are properties and some are functions. And then if you remember from the very end in our code from last time, what we did is we exported a custom hook. And what this custom hook did is it allowed people to quickly access all the attributes that we just set up. And if they're trying to access this hook outside of, how we have to wrap everything. Well, if they try to access it outside of the wrapped components, they're going to get an error. And I'll show you what I mean in just a second. But let's go ahead and make this hook first so it's easy for people to access our new context provider. Import the proper hooks. And then what we're going to do next is go ahead and actually add this profile editor context to our application so we can start using it throughout. So what we're going to do is open up our file explorer, and we want to go inside of our editor, and we're going to look for the container component that we had from earlier, because this container component is what actually wrapped everything with our context provider beforehand for our editor, and now we just want to wrap it with our profile context provider. So we're going to just do this profile editor context provider, just like that. We need to import it real fast. Fantastic. And then we're just going to wrap our lead magnet editor inside of our provider. Fantastic. So now inside of our lead magnet editor, we can start accessing, our edited profile, set edited profile, and our save function. Okay, cool. So now let's hop back over to our editor. Well, actually real fast, what we need to do is, before we hop over to our editor, we need to set up those backend functions. If you remember back in our provider, we need to set up this route, and then we also need to set up this route. So let's go ahead and hop over and create those routes real fast inside of our application. And if you remember from earlier, all we need to do is go inside of our API folder. We're going to make a new folder inside of here, and we're just going to call it profile. And that's going to make a new path for us. And then now we need to make a new route.ts file to set up our endpoint. Fantastic. So let me close out of this. So the first thing we want to do is go ahead and make our get function. And our get function is going to allow people to grab their current profile. And here's how we're going to do that. Right out the gate, we need to check to see which user ID the user is looking for. And this will make more sense later, but the important thing to realize is there's 2 scenarios when people are going to be trying to get a profile. One, when they're inside the editor, they want to be able to access their current profile so they can edit it. And the other option is when people go to a new lead magnet, when someone shares a lead magnet, inside of that lead magnet, it's also, those people are going to need to see the user's profile picture and, their title, their name, and their description. So those people are also going to need to be able to grab the profile. So that's why they're going to be passing in a user ID. So what we first want to do is say, hey, if you did not pass up a user ID, we want to go ahead and return a status of 400 to let them know that you passed up an invalid request. But if they did pass up a valid user ID, we want to go ahead and grab that profile. And we're going to, once again, just use Prisma DB to say, hey, I want to access the profile table and I want to find the first profile that matches this user ID. And then we want to be a little bit safe with it. And what I mean by that is we always want users to have access to a profile. So if a profile doesn't exist, we are going to go ahead and create one for them. So that's why we made this a let instead of a const. And so we're just going to wait for that new profile to be created with just some blank dummy data. And then we're going to return all of this to our user in a single next response. So that's going to look just like that. Fantastic. So what we're going to do after that is, now that we have our GET request, we need to work on making our 2 extra requests. And if you remember back over in our context, scroll down a little bit, we need to set up our code to handle a put and a post request. So here's how we're going to handle that in our backend route. And actually, to make our life easier, instead of reinventing the wheel, let's actually go over to our other route where we were creating our lead magnets and copy this handle request function from earlier. So we're going to copy it over, paste it down here, and we're going to make a few subtle changes to it. So the first thing we're going to do, we're going to import all the missing dependencies first. So once we do that, the first thing we want to do is actually change things to say, instead of accessing the lead magnet table, we now want to access the profile table. And then anywhere where we say the word lead magnet, let's just change that to profile. And we actually could do even some more additional refactoring to where, eventually where we don't have this like almost identical function over here and almost identical function over here. But hey, that's for future us. We're just trying to get the basics down for now. Cool. So now that we have this set up, our handle request function, just as a quick reminder to walk through it, right out the gate, we're grabbing the current user. If the user doesn't exist, hey, this is unauthorized. Then we're going to grab our user ID. And what we're going to do is use Zod to safely parse the request that was passed up to us. So we're going to need to make a schema in just a second. But if the schema wasn't passed, we're just going to let the user know, hey, you didn't give us all the data we needed. Then what we're going to do is we are going to potentially update the data. But so if we are trying to update the data, we're going to make sure that the person who's trying to make the request is the person who, actually has this profile. If not, we're going to give them an authorized with a 403 status code. But outside of that, we are going to create, we're going to pass in our updated data with our parse data, and then we're going to update the profile. And then, if this is an update request, we're going to call update, and otherwise we're going to do create if it's not an update. So fantastic. So that's how everything works. So what we need to do after this is actually create those post and put requests. And here's what we're going to do for that. We're going to come down here and make our post and put request. And you'll notice we need to make two different schemas. If we hover over here, you can see we need to pass in a request in a schema. So to create our schemas, what we're going to do is inside of our profile folder, we're going to make that schema file. So we're going to call it profile.schema.ts. And then inside of here, we're going to make those two schemas. And these schemas, super straightforward. So I'm just going to paste them in real fast and import our missing Zod dependency. Fantastic. And just as a quick update, the profile create request, the user needs to give us a title, description, and an image of the user. And then whenever the person tries to update the request, we are going to extend the create request and make sure that the person passes up an ID and a user ID. These are super necessary. Okay, fantastic. So when we hop back over into our route and we import those missing schemas, everything should be working now. So now we can actually head back over to our front end, and on our front end, we can start building out the editor page for our profile editor page, so we can start calling those save commands and accessing our new routes. So let's go ahead and hop back over to the front end. All right, so we're now back on the front end, and what you'll notice is whenever we click profile editor, nothing appears, and that's because we need to create the missing profile editor component. So when we open up our file explorer, head back up to our dashboard, we're going to go inside the editor, then we're going to go inside components, and this is where we need to make our new component. So in our case, we want to call this our lead magnet profile editor.tsx. And then inside of here, create our new React functional component, save it. And then what we need to do, if you remember from earlier, we need to actually add this inside of our editor. So lead magnet editor, and right now the profile is commented out. So we're gonna uncomment that out. And then, we're almost done. We're making great progress. Let's go ahead and import this missing component. Fantastic. And then, I know we got a weird error real fast. So now when we refresh the page, what you'll notice takes a second. Let's just make sure that everything's running. Yep, everything's running. When we go to profile editor now, we are starting to get some weird errors. Oh, I didn't save it. Fantastic. So now when we go to profile editor, you'll notice we get our default text that's inside of our profile editor. Cool. So now what we can start doing is start building out everything so it looks like the final version of our application. And if you look real fast, what you'll notice in our profile editor, just at a super high level, we have a title where we let the user know that they're on the profile editor page. Then we have this weird button that the user can click to come in here and upload pictures. And this is going to come from upload thing, but we'll work on that in just a second. And then we're going to provide the attributes for the person to update. And per usual, this updates in real time. So editor on the left and then preview on the right. Cool. So let's go ahead and start stubbing out this code, and then we'll start working on upload thing. All right, so the first thing we're going to do is come in here into our code and start making it look like our profile editor. So we're going to clean up the default code that's in here, and then we're going to put in our div to where we can go ahead and make it a row so we can have, our two columns side by side. And then inside of this div, we want to go ahead and start working on our left profile editor. So per usual, this needs to take up 50% of the width and it needs to be a column so that all the elements inside of it stack nicely like that. And then over here to the right, what we want to do is create our preview window. And as you can see over here, we need to put our nice purple dotted pattern that we made earlier. And then now let's start working inside of our profile editor. And the first thing that we want to do is go ahead and put that title to where we can have it show a nice profile editor so people know where they're at. And then after that, what we want to do is make a to-do for creating that upload thing that allows us to choose a file. So we're just going to make ourselves a to-do. And the next thing we're going to work on is allowing the users to start editing the title. So this looks just like all the other tables and inputs that we made from earlier. So this is for the title. We got a nice label for our title. And then this is where our use hook comes in. So right out the gate, what we're going to do is come back up to the top, and we need to start accessing our edited profile and our set edited profile from our context. So here's how we're going to do that. We're going to call use profile editor context. Fantastic. And now we have access to those 3 different pieces of context we made earlier. Our edited profile, which we want, and then our set edited profile. Fantastic. So now that we're in here, what we can do, let's actually hop over to our application real fast and refresh it. It's going to take a second. Over here in the profile editor, you can see now we have our title, and this will be a to-do, but we can come in here and we can do things like test title. And right now, what you'll notice is when I actually save this and I refresh the page, what you'll notice when I come back to the profile editor, it didn't save. Why is that? Well, if you remember back from earlier in our Navbar, all we are saving currently is the lead magnet. We are not touching the profile. So let's head back over to our Navbar and fix this real fast. So when we open up our lead magnet Navbar, just like this, let's expand it a little bit. So if we come down to the handle save function right now, you'll notice the only save that we're accessing comes from our lead magnet editor. So let's do this. We first want to change this to save lead magnet. Now we need to come back down here, change the name. Fantastic. And then let's go ahead and actually update our other use context. So in this case, we're going to use our use profile editor context. And then we want to add in this save, and we're going to call this our profile or save profile. Fantastic. So now what we're going to do whenever we handle save, we're also going to await save profile. Fantastic. And then let's see, I think that's the only thing we need to do when it comes to handling saving the profile. So when we come back over to our code, go to profile editor, let's refresh the page to make sure it works. And then now that we're in profile editor, let's just say test title. Now when we save the page, should take a second, everything saved successfully. And now when we refresh the page and come back to our profile editor, and everything's working as expected. So what we can do now is if we want to head back over to our profile editor, we need to start working on adding in the next field. So we already have the title. So the next thing we need to add is basically our description, or we're going to call it our welcome message here. So come down here, we're going to add it. And what's cool, our context already has everything we needed to. So we have access to our description up here, and we can set it down here. Fantastic. So the next thing we're going to work on is actually handling our upload thing. What upload thing is going to allow us to do is quickly and easily upload pictures to a blob store. And all this gets handled by upload thing. And I think it'll make a lot more sense as we start building it. So let's go ahead and start working on that now. So the first thing we want to do is head over to uploadthing.com. And when we're here, you just want to go ahead and click Get Started. And then you want to click Docs in the top right. So once you're here, you can read about basically how everything sets up. But basically, just as a quick recap, I'll just kind of tell you the main things. So it's file hosting. So if you're familiar with the S3 or bucket storage, like I said, they just make it super easy to host files. In our case, we're going to be hosting images. And then, yeah, they just make it super easy to use middleware so we can like make sure only validated people are using our stuff, and very easy to use. So let's go ahead and hop down to the Get Started part. And if you'll notice wherever my cursor is at, we actually want to use the /app route because that's what we're using for our next.js project. So what I'm going to do is we're going to close out of our terminals and restart them. And now we're just going to go through this step by step. So the first thing we're going to do is install upload thing inside of our project. Fantastic. So that should take a few seconds. And then the next thing we're going to do is add a environment variable. So here's how we're going to access this. So I'm going to duplicate our current tab, and I already have a project set up. So whenever I head to the dashboard, you can already see I have something. But in our case, what we want to do is create a new project. So let's go ahead and do this real fast. So I'm going to call this lead convert YouTube. And we don't have a URL for this one yet. So I'm just going to create app. Fantastic. You just made a place to store your files. Cool. So here's what we want to do next. We want to look for our API keys. And then obviously, if you remember from earlier, we don't want to share these with people, but we need them for our project. So I'm going to click this little expose button and click copy. And now if we head over to our environment variables file, I'm just going to come down here and copy in our secrets. So here's our secret key, and then here's our app ID. Fantastic. So now what we're going to do, head back over to the documentation and move on to the next step, which is asking us to set up a file router. And for this section, we're just going to go ahead and copy this verbatim, and then we're going to tweak it as we go. So one of the first things you'll notice that we need to do is to create a new file, and you need to actually copy this path right here. So app API upload thing core.ts. So in our case, let's go ahead and open up our file explorer, head over to our API. Inside of API, we're going to make a new route called upload thing. And then inside of that folder, we're going to make our route. Well, this is not even a route. It's just core TS. We're going to make a route in a minute. Great. So now that that's set up, let's just go ahead and copy in this code and then tweak it to match our use case. And I'll walk you through kind of what's happening in each step. All right. So walking y'all down from the top, the first thing you need to do is make sure, obviously, we import upload thing so we can start working with it. And then we're going to go ahead and create an instance of upload thing. We can get rid of this fake ID for auth because we're obviously using Clerk. So we have our own authentication service. Now, let me walk you through basically what's happening inside of the code. So they're just making a router called our file router. Let's rename it so it's a little bit more representative of what's going on. This is actually going to be our upload thing file router. Fantastic. And then what we're going to do is just go step by step for what's going on. So right out the gate, we get to set up our configuration. So we can come in here and set up things for like max file size. You can also do like max file count, so forth and so forth. So for our case, we're going to say we only want max file count of 1 because a person only needs 1 profile picture. And then the next thing, what we're going to do is inside of our middleware, we can basically do a few things. First, we can parse the input that the user gives us. So imagine they give us some like special IDs that we need to like use to help make the file name. We could pass that in and process it here and make sure it was valid in the middleware. And the other thing we can do is check to see if the user is authorized and is able to make these commands. So what we're going to do is we are going to grab the current user, but like I said from earlier, we're going to use Clerk. So to use Clerk, because we're on the server side, we can use the await current user function from Clerk. And then we don't need to pass in the rec right here. We actually don't even need a rec for a request for this portion of our middleware. Let's go ahead and make sure we import our things from Clerk. Fantastic. And then obviously if we don't have a user, the person should not be allowed to upload images just so people can't abuse our database and blob store. So we're just going to throw an error. And then whenever the user does, what we're going to do, if the person is authorized, we're actually just going to pass the whole user to our on upload complete function. So here's how we do that. We just type in ... and spread our user. Awesome. And if you look inside of here, you can see the user has, I can actually just spread it up here so you can see what's inside the user. You usually can see what's inside the user. For whatever reason, it's being odd right now, but we'll work on that in just a second. So the next thing when it comes to our on upload complete file, we actually are going to be spending a good bit of time here. So the main thing that I want to show you guys is we want to attach the image that's coming up to a specific profile. So in our case, what we want to do is we want to fetch the user that's associated with this command. So we can do things like this. We can say const profile is equal to await. And because we're in the back end, we can access our Prisma DB. And from here, we're going to go into the profiles table and we are going to find the user where the user ID matches the user user.id. So we want to use user.id, but if you notice, we have to pass in user somehow. So this is where we need to actually access the metadata that comes from above. So in our case, we just have to actually put a metadata in front of it. Just because if you remember, this is getting spread and it's a type user, so we're able to access all the fields on this. And here's what I was trying to show you earlier. Here are all the fields associated with this specific user. So yeah, so that's pretty cool. So like I said, user ID, fantastic. Here's what we're gonna do. If there is no profile, we want to throw an error because obviously we can't attach an image to a profile if the profile doesn't exist. But if the profile does exist, what we want to do is update that specific instance of the profile. So, and what we're trying to do is we want to, let's do this. We want to update the file once again, where the user ID, fantastic. And then when it comes to updating the data, what we want to do is actually pass in this profile. Let me make the screen bigger for you guys. What we want to do is spread the initial profile that we fetched. And then after that, we want to set the profile image to be equal to the file that was just passed to us. So here's how we're going to do that. We're going to set, like I said, these AI tools sometimes are super nice and other times they get too smart for their own good. So in our case, we're going to update the profile image to be equal to the file.url. Great. So now this is going to provide a link to our backend blob store so that whenever we go to like load the user's photo in our lead magnet, they'll be able to see it. So fantastic. That's what that URL is pointing to. And then at the very end, what we want to do, whenever we were updating our file name from earlier, we didn't get to update this. Okay, cool. So just to recap, because like we're done with this section, what we did is we've set up upload thing. We've set some parameters for what we expect to come in, and we set some constraints. We validated that the user is logged in and authenticated for this request. And then finally, what we're doing is attaching the uploaded picture. We're attaching it to our user's profile. So that's in summary what we're doing. So if we head down to the next step inside of this installation, we need to actually set up another route. This one right here. So we'll work on that next. And this route's going to be super easy to set up. All we need to do, hop over to our file explorer. We're going to make a new file, route.ts, for our new endpoint. And then in here, what we're going to do is copy this code, and then we just need to make a few changes to it. So copy it over, right out the gate. You'll notice that we're getting an error, and that's because we changed the name from our file explorer to upload thing file router. Great. So now whenever we start to send get and post requests to /upload thing, we'll basically be passing all of that over to the file router that we just set up. Okay, awesome. And the final thing that we need to do is start to add some styles, and we're going to work on that next. So whenever people are on the profile page, let me share here. With our new styles, we'll be able to make sure that that button is purple and not the default colors that come with upload thing. So if we follow the instructions for adding the upload thing styles, what it's telling us to do is to head over to our tailwind config.ts. So it is important that you make sure you open up the TS file. And then when we're inside of here, what we need to do is wrap what we're exporting. So here's how we're going to do that. First, we need to install or import the with upload thing. So we're going to add that right here. So with upload thing. And then all we need to do right here is wrap this config. Just like that. Cool. So now you've wrapped our default configuration for Tailwind. And then finally, what we want to do is, like I said, they're adding some more recommended steps for us to do, but we don't need to worry about that right now. The important thing is we need to start adding a button to our code. So let's work on that first. So the first thing we need to do is hop back over to our lead magnet profile editor. And whenever we're over here, what we want to do is hop over to this to-do section and start adding our code in here first. So the first thing we do, go ahead and make a new container where we're going to wrap our upload button. And I want to show you two things at once. So just remember, this is what we're shooting for on the end. Choose file with a little description underneath saying 4 megabytes is the maximum. Okay, so I'm going to copy their code and then I'm going to tweak it to match what we need to do for our use case. So I'm going to copy over the upload button, and then once we're over here, what we're going to do is whenever we try to auto import, you'll notice that it's not working. And the reason why is because we actually do need to make a upload button back in our utils file. So what we want to do is, if you open back our file explorer, head all the way to the bottom. Right now we just have a lib file. So we're just going to also make a utils file as well, or folder. So here we go, utils. Fantastic. So now inside of our utils folder, we're going to add the upload thing.ts file. And then inside here, what we're going to do is basically just copy this code right here. And then when we paste it in, what you'll notice is we actually don't want all of these different components. All we want to do is add in this generate component, and this comes from right here, our upload thing React. So when we paste that in, things look great. And then now it's saying we need our, we're missing a file router. And if you remember from just a few seconds ago, we didn't make our file router. We made the upload thing file router. So we're going to import the type from, in our case, it was the app /API/upload core. That looks about right. And then in our case, actually, our imports, we got to fix this real fast. So we wanted things from our app. There we go. API/upload thing/core. And then inside of there, now we can access our upload file router. Fantastic. So once we replace that, things are looking good. And now we can access our upload button throughout the rest of our application. So come back over here. And now I'm going to import our upload button, and make sure you don't do the generic one. You want to do the one that we just created. Fantastic. So now we just need to go through here and start updating the rest of the code. So the first thing that I want us to do is update the appearance of our button. And what we'll do is hop back over to our local host as well as we're doing this, so you can see what's going on. We're here. Let's come back in here, refresh it. We also need to rerun our server, npm run dev. Get our server spinning up. It takes a few seconds. While it's spinning up, I guess we'll just keep chugging along. So the next thing we want to do is over here, inside of our upload thing, we want to add the appearance, and we want to set the appearance for our button to be background purple of 500. And if you head back over to the documents, you'll notice that when you go to theming, let me open it real fast, there's a few different ways to upload and style the button. And they do a great job of telling you the different things that you can access and change. So you can change the container, the button, or the allowed content. And they tell you a few different ways to do it. So we're just going to stick to this way. It's called the appearance way. So appearance, button, and then we just upload and change this style from there. Okay, cool. So back over in our code in the profile editor, we now have this button, but obviously it's not looking too sleek right now. So we're going to start working on that in a second. But the next thing I want us to do, now that we have set the appearance, let's go ahead and look at our endpoint, and our endpoint looks good. So the next thing we want to change is what happens on client upload complete. So basically once our upload button, once we click it, it gets sent off to the cloud and comes back to us. What do we want to do? Well, we can actually just kind of copy what they had in the example from earlier. And let's do this. Basically what we're going to check, let me show this to you guys. Well, first we can log the response, but basically if the response comes back and the response length exists, meaning basically like, hey, did we get back a file or more than one file? If so, great. Well, now what we want to do is grab that specific file, and we can do it this way. And with that file, what we want to do is set the locally edited profile picture. And here's how we can do that. So we can say, if this file does exist, what you want to do is set the edited profile, and we're going to update it from its previous state and override the profile image URL with the new URL from the file. Okay, fantastic. And then what we're going to do next is, for whatever reasons, our styles are still not working. So I think we need to make a few additional changes to our UI. And if we go back over to the docs, basically for whatever reason, what we have to do is change the way we import styles. And I had to get this to work, for all my projects, I've always had to do both. I'm not sure why, but what we need to do is actually import this button right here. And if you scroll to the top of your profile editor, we actually just need to come up here and import it, save it. And then if we head back to our project, everything looks nice and good now. It's nice and clean. So that's how we got everything working. And then so now that we have all of this set up, let's go ahead and actually try uploading our first picture, and let's look at it inside of our blob store to see if it's successfully uploading or not. So the first thing we'll do is click this choose file button, and then we're gonna just upload a picture that I have randomly from my desktop. Now it's gonna take a second to actually upload everything to, upload thing. Gotta love the names. Now, once it's done, what you'll notice is we honestly didn't get any feedback. So I think this is a good opportunity for us to come down in here and actually provide some feedback to our user. And I think we'll just use toast like we have in the past, and we'll just toast success and say everything uploaded successfully. And then down here, we'll also, instead of just doing an alert, let's just do a toast error. Toast error, something went wrong. Please try again. Fantastic. Cool. So now we just add a little bit of feedback to our user whenever people upload stuff. But, let's go ahead over to upload thing and see what's actually happening. So on the upload docs page, we can just click dashboard to take us back over to our account. Obviously you might have to sign in, and then we're just going to click on our project, lead convert YouTube. And as you can see already out the gate, it's not empty, which means something is inside of it. So when we open it up and go over to, just the dashboard, you can see that 1 files have been uploaded. So that looks great. And then if you click on the files tab, you can see the actual image itself. So you can see that was uploaded just a few seconds ago. And then whenever I click the picture, you can come in here and see that, it was just a screenshot of Upwork that I took earlier. Awesome. Okay, cool. So now that we have upload thing working, we can also check inside of our Prisma DB table. So let's go and refresh this. But like I said, our goal is I want to look inside of our database to see if it's actually also updating the profile image URL. So when we're building out our preview of our profile in here in just a second to make sure that's working properly. So when I click on the new profile link, and you should see that there is a profile for our project, test title, that looks great. And then if I come over here, you'll notice that the profile image wasn't uploaded. So what we have to do next is actually not only just set the edited profile, but it is up to us here in a few seconds to press save afterwards. So let's try it again. Let's try uploading the same picture. This time it's going to take a few seconds. And then now our toast is working as expected. So now whenever I hit save, it takes a few seconds. Fantastic, everything's saved. And if I come back over to my database and we refresh it, fantastic. You can now see the URL of the blob image we just uploaded to upload thing. Fantastic. So now that we have all of this set up, let's go ahead and actually start working on our profile preview so we can actually see our changes happen in real time. So to set up our profile preview, we're just going to head down to the bottom of our file and look for that extra div that's supposed to take up half the width. Let's go in here and start opening it up and adding our lead magnet profile preview. So per usual, what we want to do is wrap it in a white card. So that's what we're going to add right here. And then inside of this where we're actually going to start making our profile previews. So let me open this up, and we're just going to go ahead and make our lead magnet profile preview. Close it off. Obviously, we're going to get an error because this component doesn't exist yet. So let's go ahead and make it. Go ahead and open it up. Come back over here in our components file, new file. Fantastic, RFCE. Great. So another thing that we want to do, so let's go ahead and import this now that we just made it. And then what we want to do is actually pass in the profile that we're working with so that it can be, two-way binded. So as we make changes in our editor, it also appears in our preview. So edited profile, fantastic. All right, now that we got all that set up, we can head over to this component and start fully building it out. So the first thing we do, we're just zoom in because this isn't going to be a super complicated file. So right out the gate, we need to let this component know we want to pass in some props. So in our case, we want to pass in the profile itself. So we're just going to go ahead and make our props file. And this side of here, we just want to do profile. And then this is going to be a profile. We want to make sure we import it from our Prisma client, save it off. And now back in here, what we'll do, we will access it So we will access our profile from our lead magnet profile editor props right there. Fantastic. Okay, so this next part is going to be pretty straightforward. All we want to do is render three things. We want to render the image. So let's just go ahead and stub out our to-dos. We want to do the image, and then we want to do the title, and then we want to do the description. Okay, so this is what we want to have happen. So when it comes to styles, what we want to do is basically just make sure that everything appears in a column, and we want to give some stuff some nice height. So let me just show you what we're going to do. So what we want to do inside of our white card is we want to add some margin around it, and the maximum height we want to give this is 85 vertical height. We want to put stuff in a column, so our picture stacks on top of our title, which stacks on top of our description, and yeah, just some other general styles. So when it comes to actually showing the image, we don't want to just load an image. What we want to do is check to make sure that the user has a profile image uploaded. And if they do, what we want to do is use the next.js image class. So if you notice, it says next image right here. That's the type of image we want to use. And the image class actually has some constraints. So if you if you hit Command dot on this, you can see the missing attributes. In our case, we're missing the source and the alt. So in our case, the source is going to be the profile and then profile image URL. And then when it comes to alt, we're just going to call this the profile picture. That's nice. And then we're also going to go ahead and set a height of 300 and a width of 300. Now, one of the things that you'll notice in the final version of the application is that we have this nice rounded picture. So what we're going to do for now is just let the user upload their own rounded pictures, because they could do a square one if they want. But if you really wanted to get fancy and force pictures to be rounded, you could come in here and say rounded and then rounded full. But we're just going to give people flexibility for our application. So the main things that we're actually going to do is come in here, make sure that the picture gets centered in the middle. That's what this MX Auto is going to do. And then we're just going to add a little bit of drop shadow so that things look nice. Okay, awesome. So now that we knocked out that to do, what we can work on next is the image. And this one's going to be super simple. All we want to do is come in here, throw in an H1, make sure the text stays in the middle, give it that nice semi-bold so it pops, and make it one of the darker gray colors. And then finally, what we're going to do is add in our description. And just, general design theories, what you want to do is you don't have to change, you don't have to change too much, but you want, your descriptions to usually be a lighter color so that they're not, pulling your attention down as much. So fantastic. So now we have our lead magnet profile preview set up. So if we head back over to our applications and look at the profile view, we are getting a quick issue. And this is actually super important that we're getting this issue. So by default, what happens is next.js only allows you to render basically items from certain URLs. So in our case, what we're trying to do is our next image is pointing to, upload thing file storage, but we haven't configured our next configuration file to allow things to access this. So what we need to do is actually hop over to our next config file. Actually, I can't remember if it's nextconfig.ts or JS. Yeah, it's nextconfig.js. So here's what we want to update in this file. So inside your curly brackets, all you want to do is come in here and say for images, I want to allow things from a specific domain. And I want to say in our list of domains, I want to allow this right here. Fantastic. So once we copy this in, save it. When we head back over and refresh this application, we might have to restart the server. Sometimes this stuff works, sometimes it doesn't. Okay, looks like it's working. But yeah, so far so good. And then that's actually the picture I uploaded from earlier. So things are looking nice. And like I said, it's up to the user if they want to upload the, a nice circle picture or a square background. We give them flexibility, and we have that nice drop shadow. And we can also come in here and add a welcome message and say, welcome to my first lead magnet. Not any lead magnet, first AI lead magnet. Got to be specific. Fantastic. So now we can save it. Life is good. Okay, cool. Well, now that we've knocked out this profile editor and things are working great, let's go ahead and hop on to the last missing component, which is going to be our settings section of our editor. So let's go ahead and work on that right now. So the first thing we need to do, let's just go ahead and close out of all of our active files and open back up our lead magnet container. Also, the screen's fighting me. Let's get this nice and centered. Fantastic. So if we hop back up to our initial dashboard and we want to open up the lead magnet editor container and, just actually the lead magnet editor. And then inside of here, what you'll notice is the final piece of the puzzle that's missing is this select editor for settings. So let's go ahead and uncomment this and let's create that lead magnet settings component. So just copy the name of that, hop back into our file explorer, and then inside of here, all we're going to do, new file, .tsx, and go ahead and import it. Fantastic. So that's set up. Hop back over here, import it. Great. And then so now, whenever we come in here, the settings page, we can actually see that our component is rendered successfully. All right, so let's walk through setting this file up and why we need it in the first place. And I think the best way to describe this is to actually look at the final version of the application. So whenever I, as a creator, go to share a specific lead magnet, the way we're going to set up our future routes is, we're going to have our base URL of our website, and then we're just going to have /LM for lead magnet. Then we have the user's username, and then finally we have the name of the lead magnet itself. So in this case, I'm calling it create 3 Grand Slam offers, usually something very similar to the title of the lead magnet itself. And then if I go over to this lead magnet, you'll notice it has a different lead magnet name. This one's just AI SaaS Business Idea Generator. So what you're looking at right here is the slug. And that's actually what we're going to be working on inside of the settings section of our editor. So if you come in here, what you'll notice is in the settings section, you can update the slug. So that way you can give something like a nice URL to your end users so they can go and access it. So that's what we're going to be working on over here in our settings section. So let's go ahead and start coding it up. So the first thing we want to do is go ahead and remove this boilerplate code. So I'm going to do that real fast. And what you'll notice is the first thing we're going to do is put everything inside of a container. And I think it makes sense to go ahead and look at the final version so we can see, make our styles make sense as we type them out. So, we're just going to throw some margin around this container that we're building for the lead magnet settings. Great. So the next thing we want to do is go ahead and add in that title up top. We're going to make it an H1. Fantastic. So now here's where the complicated parts start to come in for this application. We're going to do what we normally do whenever we add in a new input field. And I'm just going to show you what this is going to look like real fast. So per usual, whenever we add in a new input field, we add a little slug like we have right there where we show the label. But here's where the input field starts to get pretty tricky. So we're going to type it out and then explain why we're doing what we're doing as we're making changes to it. So the first thing that we want to say is we want to add the value for this input. So what we want the slug to be by default is we want to show the slug for the edited lead magnet if it exists. So I'm just going to type out the word edited lead magnet and then .slug. What you'll notice is we don't have this yet. So let's come back up here and we need to access it from our use context. So use context for our lead magnets. Fantastic. And then come over here and we're just going to grab our edit lead magnet, and heck, let's just go ahead and grab our set edited lead magnet as well. Great. So what you'll notice out the gate is value is saying, hey, it can't be string or null. So we need to have a guaranteed backup for this input just because, the user might have this slug as empty for whatever reason. So what we're going to do is we're going to create a new function called slugify lead magnet. And what this is going to do is it's going to, we actually made it earlier, so you're already used to it. But what it's going to do, if we hop back over to our code, is it's going to replace the title we give it with, we're going to replace all the spaces and anything that's not appropriate with dashes. We're going to throw it over to lowercase, and we're going to allow the user to, we're not going to trim it. And this is going to allow the user to easily type without causing too many issues. What we're going to do is pass in here is we're going to pass in the title of the edited lead magnet. That way, you'll notice now our value doesn't show any errors. And the reason why is because there's always a backup in case this is empty. Fantastic. So now let's work on the next thing. So we're going to work on the on change. So what do we want to happen as the user is typing in here? So what we'll do is open this up and we'll make a new slug. So as the user is typing, we're going to make a new slug. We're also going to be slugifying it as it's coming out. So target.value. And this way the user is only seeing slugs that are of the right type, and they're only seeing the, they're able to see the final output as they're typing. So what we're going to do with that new slug is we're going to update our edited lead magnet. And the usual way to do this, we're just going to open up prev. Then we're going to come in here, spread it, and then, spread it. And then we're going to put in our slug, and we're going to assign it to our new slug. And if you notice, we get a little bit of errors, and that's just because we need to wrap this in parentheses, just like that. Fantastic. Now everything is pretty good for value and on change. So now what we want to do is just add in some placeholders into our input, so things look nice whenever we're typing in here. And then outside of that, we also just want to add in some, some class names and styling. So let's go ahead and add that in well. So what I did is basically just, I said take up the entire width, and we actually can change this. Let's do this real fast. If we wrap this in another div that's a row, it won't take up the entire height. So here's how we can do that. All we have to do is come back up in here and make this div be a row, and then we're going to put the column inside here. As you play around more with different flex attributes, you'll notice that there's some odd behavior sometimes. And now that everything's saved nicely, what you'll notice is it's no longer basically going off the screen. We're taking up the full width, and this is exactly the behavior we want, because when you look at the final version, it looks just like this as well. All right, cool. So what you'll notice is we're missing that little text underneath our main input field. So all we need to do is go right below our input field, come down here, and then we're just going to add some little text that's supportive to say, hey, the slug can only contain numbers, letters, and dashes, just so the user understands what they are allowed to do. So as I type in here and try to do weird stuff, everything's looking great. Okay, awesome. So now let's go ahead and move on to the next step for our application. Okay, so for the next part of this tutorial, we're going to focus on making the account page. And here's why the account page is so important. First, it allows the user to update their username. And if you remember from earlier when we were looking at different lead magnets, the username is important because it goes in the URL for our lead magnets. So we go lead magnet, person's username, and then that person is allowed to create as many lead magnets as they want under their profile. So that's how this all works. And then in addition to that, we also allow the user to manage their subscription. So if they're not signed in and a paying user, we're just going to say inactive and give them the opportunity to upgrade to the pro plan. But if they are active, what we allow them to do is come in here and manage their subscription. So cancel out of it. So we're going to go ahead and start working on this page next. So the first thing we need to do is open up our project again and open up the File Explorer. And we're going to hop back into the dashboard. And if you look right now within the dashboard, we have our different routes for the lead magnets, lead magnet editor, and we want to make a new folder, and we're going to call this account. And then inside the account folder, we're going to make a new page.tsx. So let's go ahead and make our React functional component, and we're just going to call this our account page. So let's go ahead and save this, and then head back over to our application and try heading over to our account. So as you can see, now everything is set up. So now we're going to start working on going part by part to actually get this part of the account page set up. We'll come back and work on subscriptions later when we're actually working with Stripe. So for right now, we're strictly going to be adding in the username functionality. Okay, so when it comes to the account page, we're trying to grab the user's username. But if you remember, we actually aren't storing that anywhere right now. So we need to head over to our schema file and start making some changes. So I'm going to open up our schema.prisma file. And like I said, if you remember, what we're trying to do is save a username. And if you just look at all of our models so far, we're not storing the user's username. So this is where we're going to go ahead and start making some changes. The first change we're going to make is make a new model. And this model is going to be called the account model. So this model is super straightforward. And if you look at it, let me just walk you through the property fields real fast. We're going to have our normal primary key. And all we want to do really is just grab the person's email address and their username. Those are the pieces of information we're trying to grab when it comes to making an account. And then obviously per usual, what we're going to do is add some indexes. And remember, these just allow you to speed up your queries. So we want to be able to quickly look up an account based on a person's user ID. And we also want to quickly look up a person's account based on their username. And you'll see this, why we're doing some of this a little bit later on as we start to make the actual lead magnets and allowing people to access them. Okay, cool. So if you remember from our training from earlier, what we want to do whenever we make a new change to our schema file is we want to push it to our backend database, which was hosted over on PlanetScale. So all you need to do is type in npx Prisma and then db push. And then this will push the changes over to PlanetScale. Fantastic, we got a success. So now let's actually just run our new Prisma Studio client, npx. There we go. Fantastic. So this should hop open on port 55555. Maybe too many fives in there. But then when you look in here now, you'll see that we have a new model, and this model is called account. So fantastic. Everything is set up just how we'd like it. So let's hop back over to our code real fast. So if we open back up our page that we were just creating, what we're going to go ahead and start doing is setting up a new function that's going to fetch our accounts. So let's go ahead and set that up. So we need to make this an async function because we're going to be making some calls to our backend Prisma database. And let's just call this const fetch account. And then what we're going to do in here is we want to pass in the person's user ID. So let's go ahead and pass that in. User ID. It's going to be a string. And here's what we're going to do. The first thing we're going to do is actually try and grab the account itself. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to say const account is equal to Prisma DB. And then it's cool because we pushed our Prisma DB push. We now have access to the account table. So we're going to grab the account, and then we're just going to, in our case, find unique, and we're going to do it where the user ID matches the user ID we pass in. Fantastic. But we also want to handle a separate case, just because if you remember back in when we hop back over here to our Prisma tables, you'll realize right now the account table is empty. So if we were to run this right now for our existing user, everything would show up as empty and there wouldn't be an account. So what we want to do is go ahead and create basically a default account. So here's how we're going to set that up. So the first thing we're going to do is check to see if the person is not logged in. And what we're going to do is say we want to actually fetch the person's email address. So here's how we can do that. We're going to say base email is equal to, and we want to actually grab the user, and we can do that from auth because this is technically going to be running in the server, so we can actually just access the auth method from Clerk. So here's how we can do that. Is equal to, we're just going to say auth. Fantastic. Now we just have to import it. We want to make sure it comes from Clerk next.js, and then you can see all the different fields that we can access. So in our case, we just want to grab the user. Obviously, this is going to throw some errors. So first off, we're just going to say, if we can't find the user, we just want to throw an error. And the reason why is because the account page should only be accessed by authenticated users. So if someone ever got here to this point, something has definitely gone wrong inside of our application. Okay, cool. So now that we know we have a user, what we want to try and do is grab that person's base email. And here's how you can do it. You can do user.email addresses, and we just want to grab the first one. And then we're just going to grab that. Fantastic. So that's the base email address. And then, like I said, all accounts should have an associated email address, or they shouldn't be created in the first place. So that's how that works. And then what we want to do is make a new account. And here's how we're going to do that. First, let's change this to a let. And then we're just going to say account is going to be equal to await Prisma. Yep, just like that. And then here's where we're going to do a little bit of magic. So right out the gate, we know that we know the person's user ID because it came from user. And then in addition to that, we now know the person's email address. But if you notice, we're still starting to get some errors. And if you hover over Y, it's because we're actually missing the username. So we're going to use a new method that's going to generate a random username for us. And here's how we're going to do that. So we're just going to make the username field. And then we are going to call a method that's going to be called generate from email. Now this method comes from a different class that we're going to have to import. So let me show you what we need to import real fast. Okay, so this was a super silly error. Basically what's happening is if you look right here at Prisma DB, we're not awaiting it. So what's actually the type of this account is a promise. And then, but if you look down here, we are awaiting it. So it's just an account value. So to make everything work, we just need to add the word await right there, and everything's going to work. We can get rid of those created at and updated at, because that'll get created for us by default. And then finally, at the very end, we just want to return the account that we were trying to grab. Okay, cool. So now that we have our fetch account function working, what we want to do, because like I said, this is a server-side component, what we want to start doing is actually calling this new function that we just generated. So here's how we're going to do that. First, if you remember, we need to pass in the user ID. So we need to grab it to start off with. So we're just going to use auth once again. And then what we're going to do inside of that is pull out the person's user ID. Fantastic. And now what we can do is call that function. And actually before we do that, to prevent issues from happening, we're just going to say if the user ID doesn't exist, we just want to throw another error. And just if you don't remember from earlier, only people who are authenticated should be able to access this page. So if this ever gets triggered, something really wrong is happening. So, but outside of that, what we're going to do is actually fetch the person's account, just like that. Things are great. And then what we're going to do is actually pass this fetched account into a container where we're going to start, allowing the person to update the username and save everything. So what we want to do, so we can add in some more client-side behaviors, is we want to pass this information down to a client component. And we're just going to call that component account container. And inside of that container, we just want to pass in the person's account. Cool. So everything's working, but obviously now we need to head over and start working on this new component. So all we got to do, come in here, command copy, grab the name of it, and then we're going to open up, we're going to open up our file explorer over here on the left. I'm going to make a new components folder inside of the account folder, and we're just going to call this components. And then inside here, I'm going to make our new account container. Just like that. Fantastic. So let's go ahead, import it real fast, and then we're just going to add our normal interface so we can define the props that we're going to pass in here. So interface, account props, fantastic. And if you remember, we're just going to pass in an account, but we know the type of it is going to be account. And we're just going to import that from our Prisma client. Fantastic. So let's come in here, set this up. Fantastic. So now if we come back to our default page for the accounts, and we come in here, we can actually import the missing component. Fantastic. All green, no errors. So if we head back over to our application, let's just refresh it real fast. Oh, it looks like we're actually running into a small bug. So let's start trying to figure out why this is causing an error. So I actually want to show you how to live debug this, because this is a pretty common error as you start managing and making changes to your database as your server is running. So I'm just going to head back over to our instance of our application that was running. I'm going to close out of it and I'm going to restart it. And the reason why is because whenever you run like npx, Prisma, db push, it's actually making some changes. And sometimes since the server's already running, it's not looking for those changes. So if we come back over here and refresh the page now, all of these errors should go away. So let's just check. It takes a second to get it working. Okay, cool. So we no longer were facing that first error, but we are facing the next error where the user is not detected. But this is the exact behavior we wanted to happen. So let's try and figure out how we're going to fix this real fast. Okay, so after a little bit more debugging, I figured out the issue. So if you log the user and user ID inside of our server, I'm going to scroll up just a little bit so you can see it. But what you'll notice is the user is undefined, but we have access to the user ID. So that's why we were able to this wasn't getting triggered, but this was because, like I said, you'll notice that the user is undefined. So here's what we actually need to change. So if you go over to the Clerk documentation, you'll notice that we can actually access the current user method, and you'll notice that it says that it can be used inside of server components. And that's exactly what we want to do. So we're going to change this command right here to show this. We're going to say, let me get rid of that real fast. We're going to say const user is equal to await current user, and then save it. Fantastic. And the other thing that's important is you notice we are awaiting it. So we're going to wait for the user data to load and then show it. So now if we come back over to our local host and head back over to account, you'll notice that everything is working. So hey, that was some live debugging, but hopefully that helped you just kind of see that, sometimes you're going to run into errors when using different libraries like Clerk. And if you just hop back over to the documentation to see how you can, maybe tackle the same problem of grabbing the user in different ways, you'll just, you'll get more familiar with these libraries. Okay, cool. So now that we have our account set up and we are actually setting and passing all that down to the account container. Let's hop on to the next step, which is actually going to be start populating this account container component. So this container is going to be super straightforward. So I'm just actually going to pull up the final version of this so you can see why we're building what we're building. So let me pull up the final version. Okay, so if we just look at this from an engineering standpoint, the main thing that needs to happen is we need to pull out the person's username that's getting passed in from the account. And then outside of that, we need to do some sort of state management so that as we're typing in here and making changes, we can save that updated state. And then eventually, whenever we click save, we need to send off a request to our backend to save the updated username. So that's kind of like the list of to-dos that we want to implement. So let's start knocking these out one by one. So the first thing we wanted to do was start to manage the person's username, the state of it. Fantastic. So let's import useState. Great. And then we want to access the person's username from the accounts that gets passed in our props. Okay, cool. So from here, what we want to do is allow the person to actually, type in an input box and access the person's username. So we're going to hop down here and start working on the HTML. All right, so the first thing we're going to do is get rid of this boilerplate HTML and put in our new HTML. And the first thing we're going to do is make a new container div that's going to wrap the entirety of this account homepage. And then what we're going to do inside of that is first add our H1 to let people know they're on the account home, and then add that little break right there. And what we're going to do next is start to build out this user information section. So, we're going to put in an H2, give a nice label, and then a text input area. So here's how we're going to do that. So what we're going to do, make sure, once again, add our label so people know they're messing with the username. Then we're going to add our inputs. And if you remember, we're going to use this from our shadcn library. So components UI input. Fantastic. So now everything is working for, adding in the label and the input. So the next thing we want to do is allow people to actually act on this input. And what we want people to be able to do is to come in here and either save or cancel. So here's what that code is going to look like. And let's go ahead once again, import our missing components. Fantastic. So what you'll notice inside of this, I'm just calling it like the action section with the buttons. There's a few things that the user can do. If the person presses cancel, what's going to happen is we want to reset the username to be the original username that was passed in from the account. And then if for whatever reason that username didn't exist, we'll just make it blank. And then outside of that, if the person is trying to save this updated username, we want to call the update username. So that's going to be a new function that we're going to build. So let's just go ahead and put a little placeholder for it real fast. Const is equal to this. It's going to call our backend database. We want to make it asynchronous. And then what you'll also notice is we're also managing state for this button. So we're checking to see if we're saving. If so, show saving ... Otherwise, just say save. So we need to come up here and we need to make a new state management for just called saving, and then set saving. And by default, we just want this to be equal to false. Okay, fantastic. So now we have, is saving. That was my bad. Is saving, and then set is saving. Okay, great. So now we have no errors on this page. So if we hop back over to ours, let's go ahead, refresh the local page. Oh, and we also need to make sure that this is denoted as a use client because now we're trying to access state and so forth. So cool. So as you can see, we now have access to our username. We have, these 3 random characters were automatically generated for us inside of our account page up here whenever we call generate from email. So yeah, things are looking great. So now let's go ahead and start working on this update username function. So whenever we make this request to update our username, one of the first things we want to do, well, we're going to use Axios to make this request. So let's go ahead and import that real fast. But the first thing that we're going to do is go ahead and set is saving to true because that way we want to, provide some visual UI changes for the user to let them know that something's happening. And then what we want to do is make a put request. And we're going to set up this API here in just a second, but we're going to push everything to our API account. And for data, all we're going to do is just pass the username. All right, so now let's start working on our then and catch statement as well as our finally. Fantastic. So let's go ahead and save this so we can get some formatted so it's easier to edit. All right, so inside of the then statement, what we want to do is check to make sure that everything came back successfully. So we're going to look at the response and say, if basically was the response data a success? If so, what we want to do, if it wasn't a success, what we want to do is throw up some sort of error to the user first and just say toast.error, something went wrong saving the username. Please try again. Great. So we need to import toast now. All right. And then when it comes to res, we need missing a parentheses. That's why we're getting that little error real fast. Okay, cool. But outside of that, what we want to do, if the person does give us back a, if this doesn't work, we just want to stop processing the rest of this request. And then we'll also just, log an error. So console error, just like that. So we can see what went wrong. Res data dot, just like that. Okay, cool. So what we're going to do if the data transfer was a success, the first thing we want to do is grab that new fetched account. So we'll just call it fetched or updated account. Just like that. And then what we're going to do is say, well, first, did the data get passed in properly? Great. If so, we're just going to set the username to match the updated username. We're just going to do some toast. We're going to say success, username updated successfully. And then outside of that, what we're going to do is basically just, we're also just going to say account is equal to updated account. It might not let us do this actually. Yeah, so we're going to do that. That was my bad. Okay, cool. Then in the catch statement, all we're going to do down here, once again, set, if this gets triggered, we'll just put the error statement in here as well, console.error, something went wrong, and we'll just log the error statement, just like this. Great, and then finally what we want to do is set that is saving to false. Okay, cool. So now that we have this set up, if we go over here and click it right now, what you'll notice is we'll get a little error because this isn't working properly. And if we open it up, yep, something went wrong. The toast didn't show up here because it actually it was a full-on error. So we also need to put the toast in here. Great, so now whenever we click save and something goes wrong, there we go. Something went wrong, please try again. Okay, cool. So now that we've done all that, what we can do is head back over and start to make a new endpoint in our backend. So I'm gonna go ahead and do that right now. We're going to open up our File Explorer, head down to API, and then we're gonna make a new folder first. And if you remember, we just need to call this account so that it matches this route right here. And then inside of that, we need to make a new route.ts file. Fantastic. So now that we're in here, if you remember, all we're trying to do is make a put request to this endpoint. So here's how we're going to set all this up. So the first thing we're going to do, if you remember, we're trying to make a put request. So we're going to make that endpoint right here. And then what we're going to do inside of it is we're going to do what we usually do. First, we're going to check to make sure that the person who's making this request is actually authenticated inside of our system. So we're going to check for user, and we're going to await this from our current user from Clerk. Fantastic. Let's go ahead and import this missing dependency real fast. Fantastic. And we don't need to put request in there. Great. So what we're going to do is just say, hey, if this person doesn't exist, we're going to return a unauthorized request, but we're going to do it using a next response instead. So next response dot JSON. Autocomplete sometimes just doesn't like us, guys. So inside of this, what we want to do is just put a quick message just saying, hey, unauthorized, and we're going to do a status code of 401. Fantastic. Okay, so now that we have made sure that the person is authenticated that's making this request, now we want to go ahead and parse the input that was given to us. So all we're going to do is first, we're going to grab that request. So we're just going to say request, and we want to grab the body from it. And that's how we're going to grab it. We're going to wait it. And then what we want to do is make a new schema real fast. And since we're really only grabbing a single item, that's all we need to do. So we're just going to we're going to call it username schema. And then it's just going to be, we're going to use Zod for this. So if you remember, to use Zod, we're going to pretty much just use objects and strings. So import this from Zod. And then when it comes to our body, we obviously want our username, and our username is going to be a string. Now, here's where we're going to start to use a little bit more fancy things when it comes to Zod. We can set a minimum and maximum length. So in our case, we're going to set the minimum to 3 and the max to 20. But because we are eventually going to update our front end to show a little bit more information than just error, we're going to hop back over there and make that change in just a second. We can actually add some messages. So here's how we do that. You just come in here, open up a new, new curly braces, and we're just going to add the message property, and we're going to just say that, hey, a username must be at least 3 characters long. Great. So we'll save that, and then we're going to do pretty much the same thing for the maximum, except we're just going to let the user know that, like, hey, you can't be over 20 characters. So it must be 20 characters or less. Fantastic. So now that we have that set up, we have our schema. Now it's actually time to parse the body that was given to us. And here's how we're going to do that. First, we're just going to say const parsed is equal to, and then you just put the schema, safe parse, and then tell it what you want it to parse, just like that. Cool. So now what we can do is check to make sure that everything worked properly. So we'll say if, and we're just going to say, we're going to check to make sure that the parse success happened properly. And then what you'll notice, what we're doing is we're actually coming in here and we're passing back the data that was given to us in the error message. And we actually probably need to put this inside of a JSON body. Sometimes this stuff can be weird. So I'm just going to do it just like this. We're going to do JSON.parse, just because sometimes the error messages that come back from Zod are in a weird JSON format. So we're just going to say parsed dot, and then we want to grab the error, and then we want to grab the message. Fantastic. And if you actually look at how this data is formatted, it's actually going to be an array of errors, and we're just going to send these errors back one at a time. Fantastic. So what we're going to do next is actually hop back over to our front end and actually try this out to make sure that if we try to make a username too small or too long, that, our stuff is working properly. So let's go try that out real fast. So if we hop back over to our account container, what we actually need to do is make a quick change right here so we can show the actual error message. So here's what we need to change. Inside this toast.error, we are going to replace the contents of this with the response data.message. And then we're also just going to say pass in, for whatever reason, if that message didn't get passed in correctly, we'll just throw a default error. So, okay, cool. So now if we try saving this, let's hop over to our code and then just try and make our user 1 letter long and press save. So if we do that, something went wrong. This is working, but for whatever reason, it's not actually showing us this error message. So let's dive a little bit deeper to figure out what's actually happening. Okay, so after some additional digging, I figured out the 2 things that we were doing wrong. So first, back in our backend route, what we're doing was setting the status to be 400. And the second we were setting the status to 400, it was triggering everything to fall down to this catch statement. And we weren't going to show what was going wrong. So what we need to do instead is we're going to add the success property, set it to false. And then in addition to that, we are going to make sure that we also just set the data to be null. Fantastic. So now back on the front end, we also need to make an additional change. This code right here isn't going to work. We need to also look for the message inside of that message. And that's just if you were to look to see how the message gets compiled when we parse through this Zod error message and grab the first one, the object we get back has a message on it. But you'll see as we try running it again. Okay, cool. So we got this running. So let's go ahead, refresh this page, and then now we're going to try it again. So we're going to make it 1 character long. Now we're just going to press save, and then we should get back an error message. Fantastic. A username must be at least 3 characters long. Now let's make this super long. So I'm just going to update this to where we're well over the 20 characters. And if I press save again, fantastic. We get some nice UI back to let us know that something is going wrong. Okay, cool. So now let's hop back over to our put route and continue to work on updating our username. So the next thing we're going to do is go ahead and grab that person's username. So we're just going to say const new username is equal to parse data.username. And what we want to do is actually check to make sure that that username doesn't exist for another user. So for going back to a practical example, if my username is Brandon123, it wouldn't be right for you to change your name over to mine and take over my username. So what we're going to do is check to see if that exists. So we're going to say const existing account, and we're just going to once again check back with our Prisma database. So prisma.db, and then we're going to work on the accounts table and then find first. In this case, we're going to check where, I've got to open up some curly brace, and we're going to say where username is equal to new username. And if this account does exist, we need to let the user know that they can't make this change. So if that account exists, we want to return to the user, hey, this was a false, this did not successfully work. The username already exists. And then what we're going to do in here, come back down to the next line, and we're just going to, continue to say, well, if the account didn't exist, we want to allow you to make this change. So we're just going to say const account is equal to Prisma DB account update. Come in here, and then all we're going to do is say we want to update the account where the user ID equals that, and we want to change the username. Great, just like that. So let's clean up the autocomplete. Fantastic. And now what we're going to do is just return this new account to the user. And all we have to do is just type in return next response JSON, give them a we're going to say return next response JSON. Well, for whatever reason, autocomplete doesn't like me sometimes, but message, we want them to know that everything worked successfully. We're going to give them the success property of true and just pass back that account. Fantastic. So now that this is working, let's go ahead and try refreshing this page, and we're going to try updating our username. So if my name is Brandon743 right now, and I just change this to Brandon and press save, everything should get back successfully. But oops, it looks like we had a small error. So let's figure out why we had that error real fast. So after some additional digging, it looks like it was a small mistake on my part. If you look right here at this account.update, if you look, we're trying to update the account where the ID of the account is equal to the user ID, and that's just false. What it needs to be is where the user ID of the account matches the user ID. So that's all we needed to change. So let's go ahead and save that. Let's refresh the page just so we're working with a clean slate. Now I'm going to try changing the name to Brandon real fast, Brandon123, save it, and then ta-da, everything works great. So now our username is working successfully. So what we can do next is actually hop over to working back with when it comes to making lead magnets. We're going to start working now on actually making this lead magnet page work as a whole. So let's go ahead and knock that out real fast. So the first thing we're going to set up to make our new lead magnets page is we're going to go over and open our file explorer real fast. And then we're going to head over to our public route group. And as you can see, we really don't have anything set up in here yet. So now we're going to go ahead and start making our first lead magnets. And these lead magnets are going to follow the style that you see right up top, to where we have a lead magnet route, a person's username, and then the lead magnet slug itself. So that's what we're going to start creating. So the first thing you want to do is create a new folder, and we're just going to call this LM for lead magnet. And then we want to pass in a new folder, and this folder is going to be the person's username. So we're just going to call it username. Fantastic. And then immediately after that, what we're going to do is set up another folder where we can access the person's, the slug of the lead magnet as a variable. So we're just going to call this lead magnet slug. Fantastic. And now we're actually going to start working on the pages. And for this section of the app, we're going to set up two different things. We're going to set up the page.tsx, and then we're also going to set up the loading screen. And well, I'll show you why here with our final version. If you notice, whenever I load this page, what you should see once it finally loads, there's a quick little spinner that happens in the background where it's actually showing the loading animation. So that's why we have the loading page and the actual page. Okay, cool. So now let's first work on making our loading page work, and then hop over to making the page itself work. So for this loading page, all we want to do, let's go ahead and just make our new React functional component. And we're just going to call this our lead magnet loading. And then what we're going to do in here is, if you remember from earlier, we actually made a loading screen component. So that's literally the only thing we're going to put in here. It was just loading screen, just like that. Oh, sorry, loading screen. Yep, just like that. We're going to save it. We're going to import that missing component. And that's pretty much everything we need to do for this loading screen. Okay, cool. So now let's start working on the actual page for this lead magnet that you're looking at right here. So the first thing we're going to do for this, let's go ahead and close out of our File Explorer. I'm going to zoom in, and we're just going to go part by part. So the first thing we want to do is create the component itself. And this is just going to be called our lead magnet page. Fantastic. All right, so if you remember from just a second ago, when we set up this route, we set up the variables for username and lead magnet. So here's how we can access those route variables. So we're going to make a new interface, and this is going to be our lead magnet props, just like this. And then to actually access those variables, what we have to do is type in params to access those parameters, and then username, and then then our lead magnet slug. it is super important to make sure that the way you spell username here and username here match exactly, and same for lead magnet, or else one of these are just going to be undefined and it's not going to make sense why. Okay, cool. So now that we have our props set up for our interface, let's go ahead and actually start importing those. So the first one we want to access is our params. And let me just go ahead and log it out real fast just so you can see that it's all working. So console.log, and I'm just going to do params. Just like that, and let's go ahead and make sure it's working. So we're going to head over to our application, and let's just make up one real fast. So lead magnet, B Hancock, and then just call it test. Great. So whenever I go to this page, what you'll notice is we're now at the lead magnet page. It's showing here and here. And then if I open up my console for my terminal, scroll down to the very bottom, what you'll notice is, because this is a server component, you don't see use client in the top, you'll see that we can actually see the logs right here. So I'm logging that the username is B Hancock, which matches exactly that, and our lead magnet slug is test. Okay, cool. So now we can move on to the next section where we're actually going to start, making sure that this username exists, making sure this lead magnet exists, and here's how we're going to set all that up. So the first thing we're going to do is start to throw some errors if the person didn't give us basically a valid username or lead magnet slug. So we're just going to say if params.username or params.leadMagnetSlug. We're not going to throw an error. We're actually just going to say a not found. So what we're going to do is just say we're going to return a component, and this is a component we made a while back. We're just going to say lead magnet not found. And if we save this, well, first we got to import the missing component. If you notice, now we're going to get an error, and that's because we have to add a return link of where we want to redirect the user if they can't, if the page or lead magnet couldn't be found. So in our case, we're just going to return them to the landing page. Great. So the next thing we're going to work on is actually fetching the account based on the person's username. And here's how we do that. Well, first, all we have to do is say const account, and then we're going to make a request to our Prisma DB, and then we're just going to look for the account table, and we're going to find a unique account where the person's username matches the params username that we were given earlier. Fantastic. And if you notice, we're going to get an issue with await, and that's because we need to make this server component asynchronous. Fantastic. So that's working great. And then here's what we're going to do. If the account isn't found, what we want to do is once again show the lead magnet not found component. So let's just say, let's save this real fast, refresh this. So right now we're going to get lead magnet not found because it's looking for user B Hancock. But if we head over to our table page over here, you'll notice whenever I go to the account page, the only username that exists is Brandon123. So we can just test to make sure this works real fast by going to Brandon123. And whenever I go here, it's gonna, not give us that lead magnet not found component because obviously the account exists. Okay, cool. So what we're gonna work on next is actually making a parallel request. And here's what I mean. If you look at the final version of our lead magnet, you notice we need to have access to two different pieces of data at the same time. We need to have access to the profile so we can grab the person's picture and their little description. And then we also need to grab the lead magnet itself so we can grab the content and the AI chat prompts. So here is how we make a parallel request for both of these pieces of data at the same time. So first, what we're going to do is try to fetch that profile. So we're just going to say fetch profile. And then we're going to not do an await, and I'll explain why in a second, but we want to grab the profile where, let's just do find first for this one, and we want to say where the user ID is equal to the user ID on account. So that's the first one. And the second fetch we want to do is for the lead magnet itself. And we're going to make it just like this. And for this lead magnet, we actually want to do two things. We want to do a where statement where the user ID is equal to the same user ID from the account. And then we also, when it comes to the slug, we want to make sure we use the lead magnet slug from our params. And the reason why we have to do basically this like double query where we're checking for the user ID and slug is because if you remember up top, the reason why we have usernames in the first place is because I, as user B Hancock, might have a lead magnet called, free stuff. And then you just say Joe as your username, you also might have a lead magnet called free stuff. So this allows us to both have the same slug. So that's why it's important to provide both of those. Okay, cool. So now that we're making both of these fetches that are not asynchronous and we're not awaiting them, what we're going to do is actually make a new promise and wait for both of them to complete at the same time. And here's why we do that. If we were to await this promise first, let's just say this took 1 second. Well, the whole time while that fetch is occurring, we're just waiting for that to come back. And then once it comes back, then the next fetch request will trigger. And let's say it takes another second to go do its thing. So far we've waited 2 seconds for this to complete and then this to complete. But if we follow this path where we wait for where we await both promises at the same time, well, if this takes 1 second and this takes 1 second and they happen in parallel, the total query time is only going to take 1 second. So that's why we do it. So instead of chaining things in series, we're just going to do stuff in parallel. So if you hop over to the next.js documentation, they actually recommend this a lot whenever you to speed up your page load times when working with server components. Okay, cool. So now that we have both of our profile and our lead magnet, what we can do is check to make sure that we actually have access to these new pieces of data. So we're going to say if we don't have our lead magnet or we don't have our profile, once again, we want to return that not found component that we have from earlier. Fantastic. But if we do have access to both of these if we have access to both of these pieces of data, we want to start rendering them for our user to start manipulating. So here's how we're going to render all of that HTML. So the first thing we're going to do is get rid of this boilerplate HTML, delete that, and then next what we're going to do is first put in a container. This container is going to make sure that we position both of our content on the left and content on the right nicely, and then we're also going to put that nice background. So here's what that div is going to look like. I'm going to zoom out actually so we can start to analyze this, because this is where it starts to get pretty important. So what you'll notice for this div, we add that nice background color that you're seeing that we made earlier. We want to take up the entire screen, and then we're also going to set the flex to be column, and this will make more sense here in a second. We're going to come back to that. But outside of that, it's important to know that we're going to do a lot of responsiveness, because let me just show you. As we start to make this different sizes, you'll notice at one point we want to put the profile on top of the AI chat container down here at the bottom. So it's important to realize that we're doing a lot of responsiveness to make sure that on small screens, things appear as a column. And then as we go to bigger size screens, such as medium and above, we want to switch this over to a row. And we're just going to change padding along the way so it looks nice at all the different sizes. Okay, cool. So the next thing we want to do now that we have set up this div is we want to go ahead and make our first component. And it's going to be a new component that we haven't made yet, but it's going to be a lead magnet view. And the purpose of this lead magnet view is to show our profile above our content. So what we want to do is pass in our lead magnet and our profile to this new component we're going to work on in just a second. Great. And the next thing that we want to work on is adding in our AI chatbot over here to the right. So the first thing we want to do is put a div, and inside of this div, we want to make a card. We want to make a card for our chatbot. And here's what that's going to look like right out the gate. A lot of this is going to be similar to what you've seen beforehand, but we just want to have a background white, throw some padding so we get this nice border around our chat container. And then outside of that, we just want to allow people to scroll, and then we only want to take up 85% of the height. That's it. That's important because you'll notice as this starts to get longer, people have longer conversations, what would happen is this whole container would just continue to grow vertically and it would look bad. So this is going to make sure everything is capped and people can scroll. Okay, cool. So the next thing we're going to do, and like I said, and this is just the div to contain everything. And the next thing we're going to do is actually inside of this, we're going to go ahead and actually put our lead magnet AI chat container that we made earlier. So let's go ahead and import this. And what's cool is if you remember from beforehand, the way we set up everything, we set up that we want to be able to pass in the email capture prompt, the lead magnet ID, and all of this. And what's cool is this is the exact same component that we set up earlier. Let's go back over to our lead magnet and I can show you real fast. But this is the exact same component that we set up over here in our prompt editor. I know it doesn't look nice whenever the page is super small over here in our editor, but this is the exact same component. So I think that's just pretty cool. And it's nice that we don't have to completely recreate this from scratch. We get to reuse some of our source code. Okay, cool. Well, now that we have that set up, let's go ahead and start working on our lead magnet view component. And then we'll finish up with a few extra nice styling on this lead magnet page. So let's go ahead and start making that new component. So the first thing we're going to do is open up our file explorer, and then we're just going to make a new folder in here called components. So components, and then inside of that components folder, we're just going to make our new file called leadmagnetview.tsx. Fantastic. So let's go ahead and make this functional component and save it. And then if you remember back in our parent component, we want to be able to pass in the lead magnet and profile into it. So that's what we're going to go ahead and set up our props. So interface lead magnet view props. And like I said, we want to pass in our lead magnet and our profile. Let's go and import these missing components or types from our Prisma client. Fantastic. And let's update these props so we can actually pass them in. So lead magnet view props. And we're going to access our lead magnet and our profile. Okay, cool. So most of the intelligence, or what's going to be happening inside of this component, there's going to be like zero intelligence. This is going to be a dumb component, and it's pretty much just going to be styling our existing, our image, all of this right here, and then the content. So here's how we're going to do that real fast. So per usual, the first thing we're going to do is get rid of this boilerplate HTML. And in our case, what we're going to do is start building out we're basically going to start building this from top down. So the first thing we need to do is put a container so we can put our profile picture and everything else. And if you look at this, what you'll notice in here, very similar to the content we made over here, we want the max height for this to take up, 85% of the view height. Outside of that, we're going to allow some scrolling. And then, we need this to be mobile responsive because we want this to look good on phones. And we also want this to look nice on bigger devices like a laptop. Okay, cool. So what we're going to put inside of here, the first thing we're going to do is we're going to check to see if the profile has an image. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to say, if the profile has a profile image URL, we want to render an image. And we want this image, let's actually try and import this real fast. Oh, it's not going to let me import it by default or find it. So we'll just hop up top, and we want to import image from next image. And just a few things to note, we're going to go ahead and hard code the height and size. We're going to just say the alt text for this profile picture is going to be profile picture. So that's the first thing we're going to make. And now let's keep going down the list and start adding the title and description for our profile. So all we're going to do is below the profile image URL, we're just going to say, hey, here's the profile text. So hi, I'm Brandon Hancock. And then here's the description underneath it. And you'll notice a lot of these same styles for our class names. And, the fact that we're using an H1 and H2, a lot of these are basically identical to whenever we made our profile preview that we had earlier. So now that we have the top of our profile set up, we're going to start diving into the lead magnet content. So the first thing we're going to do is just put in HR for a horizontal rule to basically separate the profile and the lead magnet. And now we're going to hop into actually adding our lead magnet content. So the first thing we're going to do is put in the title of our lead magnet. So AI SaaS business idea generator is the first thing that should pop up. And then if you remember from earlier, we don't always attach a description or like a subhead to our lead magnets. So what we're going to check to see is like, hey, does this subtitle exist? If so, go ahead and show it as an H2. And let's get rid of that. And then what we're going to put next is if you remember from earlier, the Prosmere or tip tap body, where we allowed the person to come in here and like type up their content. So all we have to do for this is come in here and just add another div. Let our editor know that this is going to be a Prosmere. And if you remember why, it's because we have all those Prosmere styles from earlier, and we want to apply all those. So all of this looks nice. And then what we're going to do once again is dangerously set our inner HTML, and it's going to be set to this time the published body, because this is the published version of our lead magnet. And I guess I should also mention our title and subtitle are also the published version, while previously when we were working with our lead magnet editor, we were only working with the draft title and draft subtitle. Okay, cool. So now that we have this set up, let's go ahead and save it. Let's hop back over here to our page where we said we wanted to use a lead magnet view. Let's import it, save it. So let's head over to our application. And if I try to load this right now, it's not going to work. And that's because obviously I'm trying to access a lead magnet that doesn't exist. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to go back to our application, and we're going to start actually using a new feature that's going to be the view published version of a lead magnet. So when I come in here, this takes a second to load. Let's close out of this our inspector. And so let's start with actually publishing this lead magnet that you're looking at right now. And then let's work on clicking that view publish button we made a while ago. That takes us from our editor to our published lead magnets, so it's easier to access. So let's go and start working on that right now. So right now, if I was to click publish, we would actually run into a small error, and here's what we need to fix. We have to head back over to our lead magnet editor context. So we want to go to this context, and if you scroll down to publish, you'll notice that right now, if things are published successfully, all we're going to throw up is a success toast. And what we want to do is also return and set the updated edited lead magnet. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to set the edited lead magnet to be the response data. So that's the first change we need to make. And the second change I also realized is we need to update the UI for our Navbar. So if we head over to our lead magnet editor Navbar, you'll notice right now for our publish button that it's going to be the default, deep purple. And then when it comes to like our save button, and ideally the rest of our buttons, they're going to be outlines. However, in our case, whenever we have our unpublished button and our view published, they're not the right color, or they're not the right variant. So we're just going to come in here real fast. We're going to update those to show the right variant. Fantastic. So that's good. So now let's move and also implement the next. We're also going to have to update this in just a second, but one step at a time. So right now, if I was to go ahead and publish the lead magnet, here's what would happen. First, it's going to go off and do its thing, and it's going to come back and give us our toast. And then now our new buttons are nice and showing the proper variant. So that's the outline variant. But if I was to click view published right now, it's going to take me to the wrong spot. And if you see, it's taking me over to test/lead magnet slug. So it's grabbing the right lead magnet slug. It's just not grabbing the person's current username. So here's how we need to fix that. First, we need to go over to our top profile editor context, and we're going to come in here and we're going to update it. Because right now, all we're doing inside of here is making fetches to our backend database to grab the person's profile. But what we're also going to do now is start grabbing the person's account. So this is how this is going to be our quick workaround to grab the person's account, so that when we're here in our edited Navbar, we don't have to pass in / /test. Yeah, we can put the person's username in here going forward. So that's what we're going to work on. So let's hop back over to our profile editor and start adding our content fetches. So the first thing we're going to do is come up here and we're going to add a new state. In this case, it's going to be the account state. So account, we're going to do set account. And then these are going to be set equal to use state. And then it's going to be of a type account or null. Fantastic. Now we need to import the missing client table. Great. So now what we're going to do is just scroll down a little bit and add a new use effect. And what we're going to try and do is create a new fetch request that's going to grab the person's current account. So here's how that's going to work. Inside of the curly brackets, we're just going to come in here and make a new Axios request to a new endpoint that we're going to make in just a second, but it's going to be a GET request, and it's going to be a GET request to /API/account. Fantastic. So let's just go ahead and add our catch and then response and make this look nice. So what we're going to do is first check to say like, hey, does the response have any data? So we're just going to say if response has data, what we're going to do is come down here. We're going to open up some new brackets and set it to this. We're going to say set account to response.data.data, and this is going to be a success. I meant to put that there. Great. Otherwise, we're just going to set it to null. Else, we're just going to set it to null. Set account. Fantastic. And we're going to do the same thing here for the error statement. Let's log our error and set the account to null. Okay, great. So this is how whenever the page or whenever this component or context component mounts, it's going to go off and do a quick request to our backend and grab the account. So now is the perfect time to start making this new endpoint, which is going to be a GET request. So the first thing we're going to do is go ahead and open up our File Explorer. And we're going to head over to the API section, go to our account route, and open it up. So let's go ahead and make the page bigger so we can start working on adding our new requests. So if you remember, so far we have a put request, but this time we're going to make a get request. And here's how that's going to work. So the first thing we're going to do inside of this get request is we're going to grab the currently authenticated user. So per usual, what we're going to do is come down in here and just say const user is equal to current user. And then if the person, you got to love autocomplete. If the person isn't logged in, we're going to return a next response saying that the person is really unauthenticated. Authenticated. Fantastic. Next, what we're going to do is grab the person's account. And it is important to mention here that there is a chance that the person does not have an account yet. And if you remember from earlier, over here on this page, where we were grabbing the person's account when we were generating the account page, or sorry, fetching all the information for the account page, we were creating a new user. But this required the person going to the account page in the first place. If instead the person just goes to the editor page before they ever go to the account page, they're not going to have an account. So we need to do two things here. We need to fetch the account if it exists. And if it doesn't exist, we need to create a new account for them like we did over there on the other page. So that's what we need to do. It's also important over here to not only grab the account, like I said, what we need to do is check to see if they have it. So if they don't have an account, here's where we're going to make them a new account. And what I'm going to do, actually, let's make this as wide as possible. And let's go ahead and actually, we'll do two things. We'll make this go back to small screen, hit up in full screen, and we'll do we'll split stuff so we can see what we were doing earlier. So if the user does not have an account in our route, what we want to do is make them a new route. So all we're going to do is just say account. We're going to say let account is equal to, and we're going to make a new one. Let's see if autocomplete did everything it needed to. So account is equal to prisma.db account create. And then obviously we're missing some data. We need to pass in the user ID. We have that. The username, we're going to make them one. And then we need to get the person's base email address. So let's once again grab the person's base email address. So that works perfectly. And now we can come in here and say email is equal to base email. And then now when it comes to the username, we're going to use this generate from email function. So pass this in. Now we're going to have to import this on our backend. Fantastic. But now we've handled both scenarios. We're going to fetch the account if it already exists. If it doesn't, we're going to make a new one. So we're making great progress. Okay, so here's what we need to do next. We just need to come down here to the end of our route and then add a success message if everything works out properly. So we're just going to say status 200. Okay, cool. So right now, if we were to hop back over to our front end and actually try and make a request to this route, I think we would get an error. So what we need to do is actually update our middleware. So if you remember right now in our middleware, what we have is these are our public routes. But what we need to do is go ahead and create a new route for our account route. So all we have to do is come in here and we're just going to say /API/account. Fantastic. All right, cool. So that's going to help save us as we start to make more progress. So let's hop back over to our front end code. So we're just going to close out of all of this and open back up our profile editor context. Zoom in. So everything's working. We're setting the account. But now what you'll notice, even though we're setting the account and we save it here, this is currently dulled or dimmed out. And that's because we're not doing anything with this account variable yet. So what we need to do is update our context state. And we're just going to say we want to have an account. And then this account could be just like that or null. And then that way when we come down here, you're going to look at our value section and you're going to see that, hey, we're missing the property account on this type. So we just have to add the word account. Fantastic. Now what we should be able to do is whenever we hop back over to our editor Navbar, there it is. What we should be able to do is come up top and go to our use profile editor. And then we should be able to grab our account just like that. Okay, cool. So what I'm going to do now is let's actually join our screens back together. And what we're going to do is try to make sure that whenever we are looking at a valid lead magnet, that we direct people to the right account. So let's hop back over to our code, refresh the page. So now whenever we click this view published button, we want to make sure that the person gets sent over to their lead magnet. So let's search for viewed published. And what we want to do is when someone clicks this, is we want to take them over to the account.username. just like this. Fantastic. And there is a potential error that we run into with this. So what I'm going to do is actually, we'll just throw a little wrapper around it real fast. If our username hasn't loaded yet, what we'll do is just disable this. So if basically only if there is an account, I want to show this link. Just because if you remember from our types back in our context, the account could be null. Yeah, it could be an account or it could be null. So we don't want to go down the scenario where they click on this, there's an undefined username, and then they just get directed into an incorrect URL. So fantastic. Well, now that we have that working, let's go ahead and try it out. So when we click view published, it should just redirect us over to our lead magnet. For whatever reason, it's like the page isn't fully loading, but it is working. So now whenever I come from over here and when we condense it, you notice it gets stacked on top. So our lead magnet is working. It, like I said, it just, for whatever reason, when we traverse from our editor over to our lead magnet, I think there's some residual styles coming from that upload thing package that we incorporated, which causes the items in this container to stack weird. But ignore that. It works great whenever we actually refresh the page and get rid of those residual styles. So, but as you can see, everything's working. And now it's actually time for us to try out our AI chat container to make sure that it's properly capturing emails. Because right now, if I come in here and type in a message, so what do you need help with? Make me, 5 business ideas. Right now, if I just send this, it's just going to start working. But that's not what we want actually. What we want to happen is we want our users to be prompted with a little box to say, to where we can capture their email address, because hey, that's the whole point. We're making AI lead magnets, so we need to start capturing leads. So let's start working on that next. So the first thing we need to do is hop over to our lead magnet chat container. So lead magnet chat container, there it is. So right now, if you notice and look at the prompts that we're passing in, all we're passing in is the prompt and our first question. But what we really need to be handling is the scenario where, hey, what is the email capture prompt that we want to pop up? Also, are we trying to capture emails at all? So let's go ahead and start incorporating some of these extra prompts that we're passing in. So capture email, and then we're also going to pass in email capture prompt. And we're also going to pass in lead magnet ID, and that's just because we want to, I gotta put a comma there. And that's just because we want to be able to tie the leads that come from this lead magnet together. So now that we have those set up, let's start working on actually putting these new variables to work. So the first thing we want to do is actually go ahead and add some new state to this chat container. And here's what we need to do. The first thing we want to do is add a new state. And in this state, we want to track, do we want to show the email capture modal or not? So here's what we'll do. We'll say show email capture. Fantastic. And let's zoom out so we can actually see more of our code as we type it up. So by default, we want this to be equal to false because we obviously only want to show the email capture whenever the user asks to see it. Great. So the next thing we want to do is let's go ahead and build that modal down at the bottom. So what I mean by that is we want to come down here and we want to, whenever the user does want to see the email capture modal, we want to show them the lead. We basically want to pop up a modal. So we're just going to go ahead and call this our lead magnet email capture modal. Fantastic. So right out the gate, what you'll notice is we obviously haven't built this. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to go over to our components and make a new file. So in this case, we're just going to come down here to the components, and then we're going to make a new file called basically the same name, .tsx. Fantastic. So let's go ahead and make this React functional component and start adding in all the props that we need to be passing into this. And before we dive too deep into all the props, I think it's important to see how the final version of this is supposed to work. So if we go over to the final version of our application, whenever it loads, what you'll notice is whenever we type in a message, so let's just say like test message, what you'll notice is whenever I hit the send button, what we want to do is check to see if the person has given us their information. So in my mind, that means we already need to track, do we have the user's information? So like has user's info, and then the user info is going to contain the first name and the email address. So this is the modal we're going to be building. As you can see, we're going to need to be able to track the user's name, info, or email, and then we're also going to be able to need to pass in that, that email prompt that we set up earlier. We also need to set up the ability to handle whenever we click the submit button, we want to send the new lead to our database and create it. So hopefully this makes sense. So now let's actually start going back to our code and start fully fleshing out this modal so it looks like the end state. So the first thing we want to do whenever we create a new function like this, or React functional component, is we want to make our interface for our props. So inside of our props, these are going to be a little bit different. But the first thing we want to do is add in that lead magnet info, because we want to know what do we need to tie this new lead to. The next thing we want to pass in is our email capture prompt, so we can show this right here. The next thing what we're going to work on adding in is going to be a set has captured user information. So, whenever we successfully capture the user's information, we need to tell our parent component that, hey, you got all the information. The user is now free to start working with our AI chat container, because that's super important. We only want to allow people to interact with our AI after they have given us their information. So we're going to call this, we're going to say set has captured user info. And this is going to be a dispatch set state action Boolean. And the reason why is because, we're going to be using use state. So this is the type for a use state set function. And then finally, we just want to say, hey, should we show the email capture modal anymore? So that's the prop we're going to set for that. So let's go ahead and start passing these props down into here. Fantastic. Okay, so now let's start building this out part by part. And real fast, just to provide some additional context, all of this that we're building is going to be set up to wrap around our email preview that we created earlier. So if you remember, it was the email preview component, right here, email capture preview component that we made earlier. So what we're doing is basically building a modal around this with a little X in the top right so people can cancel out of it, and we're just adding some state around it. So I think the best thing to do is, instead of just looking at the final version, I think it's also important to actually go ahead and look at our version as we build it so we can understand the changes we're making. So what we're going to do, head back to the original chat container, and then we're going to add in the missing, well, first off, we're going to import the missing component that we just created, and now we're going to add in the missing props. So let's work on adding these in one by one. So email capture prompt, we know that is just going to be our edited lead magnet. Sorry, let me screw back up. It's really just going to be, scroll up to the top. We just need to add in right here, our email capture prompt. So email capture prompt, just like that, save it. And then now we're just going to keep going one by one. So the lead magnet ID, pass that in as well. Just lead magnet ID, fantastic. Next, set has captured user info. We're just going to set this to false right now. And then what we're going to do next is set show email capture modal. So that's the set state we just created. Okay, cool. And we actually can go ahead and up top and make this as well. We're going to come back up here, show this, and make this real fast. So const. So this is going to be just another set state. And then let's just do this. I'm just copying and paste it to make it go faster. There we go. So now we don't have to write false. Fantastic. So now this is all, set has captured. There we go. Great. So everything's working now. So let's go ahead and set this to true so we can see what happens when we try to show it. So right now what you'll notice is this email capture modal appears right here below our send, basically our form. And that's not what we want to have happen. We want this to appear as a modal in the dead center of our screen, just like that. So let's hop back over to our capture modal and start working on it. So the first thing that we're going to do is go ahead and get rid of this boilerplate content. And we're just going to go ahead and place in a new div. And basically what we want to do with this first div is we want to say, hey, all the HTML content that I'm about to put inside this container, I want to make sure it has a Z index of 10, which basically just means like everything inside of this needs to be in front of the content that's already on the page. This is just pretty standard whenever you create modals, and it prevents it from, like, if I was to click on the modal to make sure I don't hit something behind it first. Okay, cool. So then the next thing that we're going to work on doing is adding in the actual background container. To start, it's just going to look like this. We want to take up the entire screen. We just want to make sure everything gets centered in the middle. And then now we're going to start on working on adding in the actual modal. So here's what we're going to do next. First, we're just going to come in here. And like I said, this modal, the whole point of this modal is to basically capture our preview modal. So hop in here, and then what we want to do, we're missing one div real fast. That was my bad. There we go. div. Fantastic. So let me walk you through what's happening. So right now you can see this little white modal that's appearing in the middle. And I think we actually need to make a nice background that's kind of like a gray, so this modal pops out more. So let's do that real quick. And to do that, all we need to do is go right after justify center, and we're just gonna say, hey, we want the background to be black. And then you can use the / to set up some sort of basically alpha or like transparency. So in our case, we're just gonna say we want it to be 20%. So now you can see the white really pops. So you can tell that we're really working with the modal, and you need to address the modal first before you can get back to the content. Okay, cool. And just to provide a little bit more information on what's going in here, the important parts are we want to make a white background modal. It's rounded, and we want to have a little drop shadow. So we'll, like I said, we've made 20 of those now, so you're good on that. But the important thing is what we want to have in here are two different components. The first thing we want to have, especially when you look at the end version, we just want to have this nice little X in the top right. So when the user clicks it, they can hop out of the screen if they choose to. So here's how we're going to work on adding that. We're just going to make a new button, and we're going to say for this button, it's just going to be the little times, just like that. And whenever the user clicks on it, we want to set the show email capture modal to false. So that's the first thing we're going to pass in. Show email capture, fantastic. So if I was to click this right now, what I would expect is it to go away. But if you remember, right out the gate, we've already set this to true. So normally this would disappear. Okay, cool. So the next thing that we're going to put inside of this div is we want to put in our lead magnet email capture preview that we created from earlier. So here's what that's going to look like. So we're just going to go ahead and import that from our components. And now we need to start adding in the rest of our props. So email capture prompt is the first one we're going to add, then our lead magnet ID, and then we're just going to pass in our set has captured user info. Okay, fantastic. So this should be working. We are getting a small little error with this, and it's saying, this doesn't exist on that type. So let's head back over now to our preview that we worked on when we were first just setting up our project and get this to work so it's ready for the final version. And right before we do that, I'm going to go ahead and back and change this to its original value to show email capture modal. That way it's, it only shows up when we want it to. Okay, cool. So let's go ahead and head over to our email capture preview and start adding this new property. So now that we have this open, it's funny, you can actually see from beforehand, we already added in some to-dos for what we wanted to do in the future. And hey, the future is now. So the first thing we want to do is come in here and update our props. So all we have to do now is pass in the two new interfaces we want to add, which we're just going to be the show captured user info, like have we captured it, and then also do we want to show the modal. So let's go ahead and import these missing types. Fantastic. Okay, so now that we have the missing types, what we want to do is start basically handling the different scenarios when we submit the lead. So here's what we're going to do first. So if this response comes back successful, what we want to do are two different things. First, what we're going to do is say set has captured user info to true. And then what you'll notice is when we created this, first off, we got to actually add it up here. So set has captured info, fantastic, and set show email capture modal. So what you'll notice is we're going to get an error for this, even though we're importing it right here. And here's why. Up here, when we were defining our props, we made this conditional to where you don't always have to pass in the, hey, are we capturing the user info or not? And the reason why is because we're using this component, the email capture preview, in two scenarios. One, it's getting used over here when we're making lead magnets. And when we're making lead magnets, we obviously want to capture the leads. And the other option is when we're working inside of our editor menu, we actually don't really want to capture the leads because it's us working on it. So we don't want to capture our own information. So that's why we're making it conditional. So the workaround to make this work and not throw errors is to just use this check to say, hey, if we have this function, run it. And we're going to run the same function for the email capture modal. We're going to set it up just like that to say, hey, we successfully captured the information, don't show the modal anymore. And now that we have that set up, let's go ahead and actually head back to our original code when we were working with the AI chat container just to make sure we have no errors. And everything looks green so far. So what we want to do is make sure whenever we hit this send button now that we trigger this modal to come up. So here's how we're going to do that. First, we're going to go to the handle submit function that we made a while back. And as you can see, we had a nice to-do for our future selves. So let's work on getting this implemented. So the first thing we want to do is prevent the default behavior. So we'll just say e.prevent default behavior. Fantastic. And now that we've done that, what we want to do is make actually a new function above this. And in this new function, we want to say, hey, has the user entered their information? And we want to handle this. So what we're going to do is say const has user entered info. And this is just going to be a generic function. And what we're going to do in here is first we're going to say, so if we have capture email and we're going to say we have not captured the user information, we do want to show the email capture modal. And what we're going to do is we're also going to make this a return statement. So we're going to say return false because obviously we don't have the user's information. Otherwise, we're going to return true. So down here, we're going to call that function just like this. We're going to say if we, call the function. So if the user has not entered their information, we're just going to return false. And that's just going to prevent the user from actually working with our chat. So that's, I think, all we need to do. So let's go ahead and save it and start trying this out. So now whenever I come over to my lead magnet, I'm just going to refresh it real fast. But now whenever I try and type in a test message, what I would expect to see is a modal to come up. And fantastic. If you look in here, our prompt is appearing right here. And now I'm able to type in my name and email. So let's just do test user, TU for test user at gmail.com. So after I press submit, what I would expect to happen is this to get sent off to our lead magnet backend. And now I should have access to the chat because whenever we trigger this function again, it's going to return as true because we do have our information. So we're going to start handling the user chat submissions. So I'm just going to say test message. And then now when I press send, it should go off and do its thing. Okay, fantastic. So now everything should be working, but let's go ahead and test to make sure that our leads were getting captured on the back end as well. So whenever I head over to Prisma, and I'm just going to refresh it real fast, and well, I need to click leads, and whenever I refresh this, you'll see we now have our test user at testuser@gmail.com. Cool. So our leads are now officially getting captured. And now that we have the ability to actually capture our lead magnets, I think it's time for us to start working on the ability to actually look at all the different leads that we've captured for each different lead magnets. Because right now we're just showing leads that we've hard coded, but whenever we click view leads, nothing happens. So let's start working on this leads table next. So real quick, when it comes to making our leads table, if you look in the top right-hand corner, we're saying we want to direct users to the leads route, and then we're passing in our lead magnet ID. So here's what we need to do inside of our folders to get this behavior to make sure our folder structure matches this desired behavior. So let me close out of files. And if we scroll back up to our dashboard, what we want to do is make a new folder here, and we're just going to call this leads. Then inside the leads folder, what we're going to do is make a new folder for our lead magnet ID so that we can, eventually query for this lead magnet ID. And then after that, we're just going to go ahead and make our new page. So new file, we're just going to call it page. Awesome. So let's go ahead and make this component, and we're just going to call this our leads page. Great. So now whenever we go to this section, we now can see that we're at the leads page. So let's start working on actually grabbing all the leads for this lead magnet. So the first thing we're going to do is come up here and actually grab our lead magnet ID from our params. So we're just going to say interface, and then we're just going to say lead page props. Come in here and say params, and then remember it's important to make sure you match the casing and spelling of your dynamic variable right here. And we know that this is going to be a string. Great. So now we're going to import this into our component, our props. So we're just going to say just like that. And just to show you that everything's working, whenever we log these params and then we open up our browser, open up our terminal, we can see that we're at lead magnet ID, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And we can see up here in the top right, that's the same thing. Okay, cool. So what we're going to do next is actually go ahead and try and grab that lead magnet ID to make sure that it's a valid lead magnet. So what we're going to do is just say const, and we're just going to say lead magnet ID is equal to params. There we go. So what we're going to do first is just say, hey, if we don't have a lead magnet ID, we want to return that lead magnet not found route. So lead magnet not found. Fantastic. And then we're just going to have a redirect, and we're going to redirect real fast to, a return. Oh, well, first off, we got to import the missing component. And I don't know why it's not doing it. Lead magnet not found. Oh, it's just not found. There we go. import that component, and then now we're going to set the return link. This time we're just going to set the return link to go to the lead magnets table that we were just at a second ago. Cool. So let's try this real fast just to see if it works. So if we just go straight up leads, well, the route's not even going to work. If we go here, let's just try this. Yeah. So yeah, things are looking okay so far. All right. So what we're going to do next is actually fetch that lead. So what we're going to do, let's just go back to it real fast. 1, 2, 3, 4, 7, 8, 9. So what we're going to do next is actually check to make sure that that's a real lead magnet. And then we're also going to grab the leads for that lead magnet at the same time. And instead of, if you remember from last time, we talked about making parallel requests. That's what we're going to do again. So we're going to say const fetch lead magnet is equal to, and we're just going to say get lead magnets. We'll make this function in just a second. Get lead magnet, just like that. And then const fetch going to be all of our leads for that lead magnet. And we're just going to call get leads. Yep, just like that. And what we're going to do all the way at the top of our component, we're just going to make these two server-side functions real fast. So, first one's going to be const get lead magnet, where we want to pass in the lead magnet ID. And all we want to do is return all the items from our Prisma DB for our lead magnet. And then it's just going to be find unique, and then to close that off, where the lead magnet ID is equal to that. Fantastic. So that's how we're going to get our lead magnet. And then when it comes to our leads, we're just going to do this. And the thing that's important to note here is for lead magnet, we want to do find unique. And when it comes to leads, we want to find many, because when we set up our schema, we set it up so that one lead magnet has many leads. Great. So this is what we want to set up. And then we want to go one step further, and we want to order our leads based upon when they were created at. That way, whenever we fetch them, the most recent leads appear first. Okay, cool. So now that we have that set up, what we're going to go ahead and do is actually await all of these different fetches. So let's come down here. Let's await the fetches. And we need to make this an asynchronous page. Great. And now what we can do is actually say like, hey, if the lead, if this lead doesn't exist, we're just going to return that page like we always do to let them know, hey, you're at something that's invalid. And let's just make sure that it works. Yeah, so it's not working. And then also while we're here, let's update the style of this. I do not know why it's only taking up just a small portion of this page. If we hover over it and look, we'll notice that, yeah, it's only taking up a little bit. So let's head over real fast to this lead magnet not found page, and let's make this take the entire height and width real fast. And after just a little bit more of digging around, we are taking up the entire height and width. So I think we need to go even higher up the chain and look at our global CSS. And right out the gate, I think we definitely are missing. We did not set that we want the root of our HTML body to be 100%. And the second that we add that back in, it does take up the entire height now that we wanted it to. Okay, fantastic. So we have that working. So let's head back over to the next part. So let's hop back over to our page that we were working on. And right now, let's go back to a real lead magnet that we have. So when we're back on this page, you'll notice right now we're just showing our default HTML, and that's not what we want to have happen. We actually want to pass our lead magnets and our leads to a leads container. So we're just going to call it leads container. Like I said, we want to pass in our lead magnet and our leads, but now it's up to us to go ahead and create that new component. So let's go over and to our file explorer and make a new components folder. We're just going to call this components, and then inside of here we just want to make our lead container. I actually misspelled that. It should be leads container. Fantastic. So we're going to make our new file for our leads container. Great. Let's go ahead and make that functional component. And per usual, we're just going to import our interface so we can see our new props. In this case, we just want our leads and lead magnets. So our lead magnet is of type lead magnet, and then our leads are of type leads. And what's cool is that you can already see that we have an array. All right, so if we come down here, what we can do is go ahead and import these props. And when we head back over to our page, we can import this container. And now we are working with our container. So let's go ahead and start working inside of this container file, because what we're going to do is actually end up making a header and then a table below it. So let's look at the final component real fast. So in the final version, when we head over there real fast, what you'll notice when we look at our leads is that it shows up to where we have a bar up top and then we have all of our leads below it. So we're going to work on this, and we're also going to make sure that the number of leads doesn't stick so far to the right. We're going to fix that in our code. What we're going to do is inside of here, we're first going to start working on this top bar, and then we're going to make this table next. So let's go ahead and get started. So to start off, let's head back over to our page and let's start getting rid of the default boilerplate code. And we're going to replace it with our new basically action bar. So it's important to mention in our action bar, we basically just want to set up some margin around it and make sure we take up the full width of this page. And then inside of that, we're going to start actually setting up our header. So our header is going to do two things. First, it's going to have an H2 to let people know that they're going to be looking at leads. And then right below, and then to the far right of that, we just want to let people know how many leads they have. So that's why we're setting this up to be a flex row. Flex row. And then inside of this, we're going to go ahead and first put in our H2. So our H2 is going to show the title of the lead magnet that we're currently working on. So that's why we need to go ahead and import that lead magnet. So, we're now looking at the leads for, this is a draft lead title. And then to the far right of that, what we're going to do is put the number of leads that have come from this lead magnet. So we also need to import the leads. Great. So right now, this is showing off, that's funny. It looks like we have 24 leads, but now we just need to put some space between these. So now it's working, but we need to fix that little error where, it's actually getting pushed too far to the right. So here's how we're going to fix that. So the quick fix for this actually comes down to these class names, which we were making for our whole leads page. So the error was we were saying, hey, we want this whole page to take up the entire width. And then around that width, we were setting an additional margin of 6. So if you come in here and look at how the page looks, you'll notice that we have this margin around it of 6. That's why there's that white gap to the sides. And it basically is taking an additional, more space over here on the right. So if we change that from margin to padding and save it, everything looks how it's supposed to look. And this is the desired behavior. Okay, cool. So now that we're showing the title and the number of leads, what we want to do below this is to actually show our leads table. So I'm going to go ahead and type it out, and then we're going to work on adding it in just a second. And obviously it's our leads table, so we want to pass in leads so we can generate those. All right, so what we're going to do is go ahead and head over to our file explorer, and inside of our components, we're going to make a new file and just call this our leads table.tsx. Fantastic. Let's go ahead and make that page, and per usual, we'll just actually go ahead and import our leads. We don't need to make an interface because we're only doing one thing. So we're going to be passing in leads, and our leads are going to be of type lead, and we're going to have an array of them. And then obviously we want to access these. Fantastic. And let's import our missing type. Okay, great. So now we're going to start on implementing this table, and this table is going to look very identical to the table we had for our lead magnets. If you remember this table right here. So let's go ahead and start building it. And just because we've already built one of these tables before, I'm just going to show you what the final code looks like because it's pretty straightforward. So what we're going to do, let's replace this boilerplate code and put in the final version. Let's get this going. Fantastic. So here's what we want to have in the final version when it comes to our leads page. What we want to do is we want to have a table, and this table is going to be using our shad cn UI table. So we're going to go ahead and import all these missing components one by one real fast, and then I'll walk you through why we're using each one of these and just some of the other parts that are important to notice. Okay, cool. So here's what we want to have happen inside of our, well, let me import DJS real fast. Import. Actually, we might not have actually imported DJS yet. There we go. No, we have. Oh, no, we haven't. Okay. So what we're going to do real fast, let's just go ahead and pause this, import npmi day.js. Basically what day.js is, it's a date library that makes it very easy to work with dates. So in our case, we're just going to do some formatting. So let's go ahead and render this final version of the leads table. Kind of to come back over here and import it. But in the final version of the leads table, let me walk you through how this is set up. First, we have a table, and like with any table, we're going to go ahead and set our header. Inside of our header, this is just going to be one row, and inside this row, we just want to show for each of our lead the name, email, and when they signed up for this lead magnet. So that's what we're setting up. And then now what we're going to do inside of our body is we are going to iterate through each of our leads. And when we're making each lead, we're going to put them on their own row. And then we're going to identify the name of whoever signed up, their email address. And then when it comes to the sign up date, this is where we're going to use day.js so we can look at when the lead was created. And then we're going to format that into the, month, day, year format. So that's how it all works. And then you'll notice what I did is another thing is I wrapped this entire table in a React fragment. And the reason why I did that is because just for whatever reason, if a person comes in here and they do not have any leads yet, like they just made a new lead magnet and they don't have any leads, what we're going to do is just say, hey, if you don't have any leads, I just want to show you text in the middle that says no leads found. So that way they know, it's empty and don't panic. Okay, cool. So now that we worked on the leads table page and that we have our actual leads working, what we can do next is start setting up the payment portion of lead convert. Because right now, when we go to our lead magnets, any user could come in here, paid or free user could come in here and create unlimited lead magnets. So what we're going to work on next is start setting up our subscription and setting up Stripe. So we're going to cap people out at only 2 lead magnets on the free tier and then let them upgrade to the paid plan where they can create unlimited AI lead magnets. So let's start working on that next. All right, so welcome to the money making portion of this tutorial where we're going to focus on setting up Stripe inside of your project so people can pay you. And before we dive into coding, I just want to give you a brief overview of the 3 core things that we're going to be setting up for Stripe inside of our project. Okay, so the first thing that we're going to set up inside of our project is going to be our checkout session. And our checkout session is what's going to allow people to start their subscription with us. So whenever we tell them, hey, you have to upgrade to Pro, we're going to take them to a page that looks just like this. Cool. The next thing that we're going to work on is creating a billing portal session. And what this is going to be is, say someone is our customer, they've been our customer for 3 months, and for whatever reason, they want to cancel their subscription. Well, this billing portal will allow them to go in there and manage their subscription. And then maybe if they come back 2 months later, they can also restart their subscription. So that's the next thing we're going to be setting up. And the third thing that we want to set up when it comes to Stripe is they rely heavily on webhooks. So as we make changes to our checkout session, such as creating new subscriptions or cancel old existing subscriptions, all these events are going to get sent to a webhook. And this webhook, we need to be listening to, for whenever things such as, a subscription was created or a subscription was canceled, so forth and so forth. So those are the 3 major things that we're going to be setting up inside of our project. So now that you know what we're doing at a high level, let's go ahead and start walking through their installation steps for getting Stripe to work on our project. So the first thing you're going to want to do before you even start installing stuff is you want to come in here to Stripe and make a new account. So I've already made an account, so I'm not going to do that again. But what you want to do is just make an account. Don't worry about hooking it up to a bank or anything yet. I mean, this is all about, we're just setting things up for the tutorial. So for example, if you were to finally log in to your account, you should see something that looks just like this. A default page that says you're in test mode, you're for developers, and it should show the name of your business. So you're going to have to, as you go through their login process, it'll make sense on what information you need to provide. Okay, cool. So what we want to do when it comes to setting up our project, the first thing we want to do is actually just install Stripe. So we're actually just going to head over here to the npm package, and then we're just going to install Stripe inside of our project. Come down here, and we're just going to run npm i Stripe. So once this installs, we need to start setting up the ability to access Stripe throughout our project. So what we're going to do to start off is we're going to create a new Stripe file. And the best place I found to put this is we're just going to go over here to our utils file, and we're going to make a new file, and we're just going to call this stripe.ts. Fantastic. So when it comes to using Stripe, what you can see in their basic documentation is you can just basically call Stripe, and then you need to provide it your secret key. But we need to do things a little bit differently. And here's what I mean. So the first thing we need to do is actually go ahead and import Stripe into this utils package. And then from there, what we want to do is actually go ahead and create a new Stripe variable that we can use throughout our project. And what you'll notice, there's a few key things. First off, we're passing in our environment Stripe variable. So this is our API key. So we'll go grab that in a second. But the other thing that's important to realize is that we are hard coding the API version of Stripe that we want to use, by the time you use this project. it might be a little bit different, the dates, so it'll throw an error if there's something newer. And then outside of that, we're going to say true that we want to use Typescript. So this is just going to enforce typings as we access the Stripe variable. So now whenever I use Stripe and I can, set up billing portals, I can set up our checkout. So this is exactly what we want to do. Great. So now let's go ahead and save this. And now let's start setting up our new Stripe API key and adding it to our project. So the first thing you want to do is you want to head back over to your Stripe dashboard. And then in the top right, you'll see where it says developers. So let's go ahead and click that. And then it'll take you to this page. And what you want to do is click where it says API keys. So once we're here, it's going to show you your publishable key. So this is your public key. And then it's also going to show you your secret key. So the main thing we want is our secret key. So let's go ahead and reveal that secret key. And I'm just going to copy it. Fantastic. So the next thing we want to do is head over to our environment variables file. And we want to copy this in here. And if you remember earlier, we just called it Stripe API key. So Stripe API key. Great. And then it is equal to, let's just go ahead and paste it in. Fantastic. So that's all we need to do to access our secret key. And while we're here, let's just go ahead and put in our public key as well. So we'll just call Stripe and we'll just call it public key. And we'll just paste that in as well. And it is important to note as you begin to set up your projects, obviously right now we're just setting things up for the development environment, but it's important to realize that our environment variables do say the word test. So that's how you know these are made for testing. And then in the production version, when you're not in test mode, it won't have the test in the API key anymore. Okay, cool. So let's head back over to Stripe now. And this should be set up. So now let's start working on the next piece. So the next thing we need to do is actually set up a new subscription model in our database. And let me show you why we're going to make this. So whenever you look at the Stripe object that comes back whenever you start a new subscription, what you'll notice is you get this huge chunk of JSON that tells you everything about the idea of the subscription, what they bought, so forth and so forth. So we honestly don't care about 99% of this information. We just want to track who, what is this subscription ID? We also kind of want to track when was this made at. So, if we're going to charge people on a monthly basis, we want to know basically when they set this up. And then in addition to that, so we want to know when they set it up and when it ends. And then outside of that, we just want to know who is the customer that actually signed up for this. So those are like really the three things that we want to understand when creating a subscription. So let's go over to our Prisma model and make our new subscription. So you're just going to go over to schema.prisma. So when we paste it in, what you'll notice for our subscription is that it's super straightforward. So let's just walk through it real fast. So right out the gate, what we're going to do is set up our ID, which is going to be our new primary key for the subscription. And what you'll notice is this ID doesn't actually match the ID for our subscription. We save that for later on. The other thing is what we want to do is set up the user ID for the subscription because we want to track which subscription our user has. And it's important to note that we're using the unique decorator, and that's because a user can only have one subscription. So that's why we set that up. Great. Then outside of that, what we're going to do is set up a few new properties that are specific to Stripe. So the first one is just going to be the customer ID. So we want to know who this Stripe subscription is related to. So we're just going to be grabbing that customer right there. And then for the subscription ID, this is actually just going to be the ID up top right here. And then finally, when it comes to the current period end, we're just going to be grabbing that from right here. So that's the Unix timestamp for when this monthly subscription goes up. So that's how we're going to set up the subscription. And per usual, what we have to do. We have to push these changes to our backend database. So we're just going to run npx prisma db push. And this should take a few seconds. And once again, this is just going to push everything over to our backend. And then you can ignore that warning. We're just going to go ahead and just say yes. But fantastic. So it pushed our changes to our backend. So life is good. Okay, now that we have this set up, let's go ahead and start working on the next step. So in our case, we're going to start working on the front end and then work our way all the way to the back end. Okay, so one of the first things we're going to do is, if you remember on our account page, what we want to do in the final version of the application was to show a little box down here to allow people to manage their subscription. So we're going to go ahead and start working on that piece first. So what we need to do is we need to open up our account page that we created earlier. And then if you notice right now, all we're doing is fetching the account. But what we also want to do is fetch the user's current subscription. So let's go ahead and start implementing that real fast. So we're just going to say const fetch subscription. And then this one is just going to, we want to pass in the person's user ID. And we know this is going to be a string. And then all we want to do is return our Prisma subscription. We're going to actually find unique, because there should only be one subscription for this user. And we want it to be associated to this user ID. Okay, great. So then if you remember from earlier, we talked about making requests in series versus parallel. So this is another time when we want to make requests in parallel instead of making them in series. So we're going to update our fetch code right here and make it look like this. So now you can see we're fetching the account and subscription in parallel. Okay, cool. So one of the things we want to do now is we want to actually pass this subscription down into our account container so we can start to show it here. So first, let's go ahead and update our props in here. And we're just going to say this needs to be a subscription or null. So we're going to do subscription or null. Fantastic. And then if we come back up top, we can actually go ahead and pass in our new subscription just like this. Awesome. Okay, cool. So let's start working now in our account container to show the button where they can actually start to manage their account. So the first thing we're going to do is scroll all the way down to the bottom so we can start working on our HTML code. And what we're going to do is add in a new horizontal rule so we can start to divide the different sections. Great. And now what we're going to start doing is actually adding in the code to allow them to manage their subscription. So one of the first things we're going to do is actually just show them, are they currently active or are they currently not? And what you'll notice right out the gate is we're getting an error because we don't have this is active variable set up yet. So let's scroll back up to the top and we're going to add in a new state. And we're just going to call this const is active, just like that. And we're going to say set is active. And then when it comes to setting the state, what we actually want to do is grab our subscription and then check to see if it exists in the first place, and then check to see, is the current time past the end period. So what we're going to do is make a new function called get ping status. And we're just going to pass in the subscription to that. And then what we're going to do is go make this new function. So what we're going to do is open up our file explorer, and then let's just head back down to, let's just make a new libs folder. Actually, we can just throw this in our existing Stripe file right here. So we're just going to make a new function called const get ping status. And here's what we want to put inside of that function. So the first thing what we want to do is update our input to say that it could be a subscription is what we want to have, subscription. And then this subscription could be, of type subscription. Great. Or it could be of type null, because not all users have subscriptions set up, especially when they're on the free tier. Fantastic. And then we want to set up the return type for this. And we want to say that this is going to be a Boolean. Awesome. So now we need to actually start returning stuff. So the first thing we want to do is check to see, does this person have a subscription in the first place? If not, instantly go ahead and return false. Otherwise, what we want to check to see is, does this person have a Stripe, like a current period in? So we're just going to say subscription dot, in this case, current period in. So because we need to check this in the next statement, which is where we're going to import day.js. And if you remember from previously, this is just a date library. And what we're going to do is pass in that subscription current period end. There we go, current period end. And then what we're going to do is check to see if it's after our current timestamp right now. So just so you can see what we're doing, make a new model, and we're going to be passing in. So remember that's going to be a date. And then what we're going to check is we're going to see if it's after, and this, whenever you just do day.js by itself, it just makes the current timestamp. Basically, is what it does. So is the subscription after now? If so, we're going to return true. Okay, cool. So now that we have this set up, what we want to do is actually export it so we can use it throughout the rest of our code. So I'll come back over here, and now let's import this. Fantastic. Okay, so now whenever we refresh this, let's see, things should be good. So, yep, so now it's saying status is inactive, and now we can keep going. So the next thing that we wanted to do is actually provide a button that the user can click to allow them to go manage their subscription. So we're going to put this button right below it. And what you'll notice for this button is we do two things. If the user is active, we say manage subscription. Otherwise, we say upgrade to pro. And either way, whichever button they click or whichever state they're in, we need to set up and pass them to the handle stripe function. So let's go ahead and start working on that up top. So we're just going to go right below this update username, come here, and we're going to say const handle stripe. Fantastic. So now what we're going to do is start setting this up. So the whole purpose of this function is we're just going to make a request to a backend endpoint that we're going to set up in just a minute. But what we want to do, let's go ahead and throw up a try catch statement. And then let's go ahead and update our try statement. So what we want to do, like I said, is we want to make a request to a new backend endpoint. So this backend endpoint is going to be to API/Stripe. So, but we haven't set that up yet, but we want a second. And it's just going to be a GET request. And like I said, API.Stripe or /Stripe. Fantastic. So what we're going to do next is go to the end. Autocomplete fights us sometimes. Okay, so what we want to do is once we get a response, we want to check to see if that response returned us a URL, because that URL is going to tell us, it's going to redirect us basically. So what we're going to do is say, does our response have a URL? If so, what we want to do is go to that URL. And those will make more sense once we go over here and set up this endpoint in just a second. But just know, if the Stripe checkout was a success, we want to go take them back to the dashboard to where they can make new lead magnets. And what we're going to do, like I said, is we're going to push people to that new location, doing this href is equal to response data. Fantastic. Otherwise, what we're going to do is tell our user that something went wrong. So we're going to log it to our console. First off, something went wrong with Stripe, and then we're just going to also say, we're going to throw up a toast error and say something went wrong with Stripe, please try again. Fantastic. And we're basically just going to copy this as well for down here. Great. So our handle stripe function is set up, and as you can see, for this user that we're working on right now, I obviously don't have a subscription because we haven't made anything yet. So that's why it says upgrade to pro. Okay, cool. So now let's go ahead and start working on the next piece. So if you remember in the final version of our application, when we're on our lead magnets root page, we show the user a upgrade modal that says, hey, you have generated 2 of 2 lead magnets so far. And then we also disable the create button if they hit their limit. And then we basically, only allow them to press this upgrade modal. So what we're going to do in our application is start working on these UI features and start adding in the subscription to this lead magnets page. So all we need to do is let's just hop back over to our file explorer, and then we're going to go over to just the lead magnets right here, and then we're just going to open up this page. Fantastic. Okay, so as you can see, so far we are just grabbing lead magnets and leads. And now we want to work on the next part, which is actually going to be getting our subscriptions. So I'm just going to paste this in because it's pretty quick. So per usual, what we're going to do is make a request to Prisma. This is going to be find unique because there should only be one subscription for the single user. And then we're just going to return it. And if for whatever reason something goes wrong, we're just going to return null. Okay, cool. So what we're going to do back down in here with our promise, we're just going to update our parallel request. And we're just going to say we want to do a const. We're going to do subscription request. And so we're going to put our subscription request right here. And then we're going to add our subscription right here. Fantastic. So now what we can do is actually pass this new subscription data down to our lead magnets container. So let's go ahead and do that real fast. So subscription is equal to subscription. Cool. Very straightforward. All right. So now we need to come in here to this leads magnet container and start updating our props. So right out the gate, we're just going to say subscription can be of type subscription or null. All right. Import our missing dependencies. Add subscription down here. All right. So now let's go ahead and start working on adding our new modal and disabling our create button. Okay, so in order to check to see if we should disable this create button, we once again need to check to see if the person has a subscription and if the subscription is currently active. So let's go ahead and get rid of these console.logs and start adding some new functions. So the first function we're going to say is we're going to check to see if the user is active. And if you remember, we have that get paying status function from a while back. So we're going to use that and we're going to pass in our subscription. Fantastic. So what we want to do next is say the whole reason we're checking to see if this is active is because we want to see if they're at their limit. So what we're going to do next is we're going to say const is max free lead magnet just to see if they've hit the see if they've hit this. And what we're going to do is, first off, if they're not at, if the person isn't active and the lead magnet's length is greater to, and this is where we get to pick our max. So in our case, I'm going to go ahead and set this to 2, but instead of having, this is called basically a magic variable, I want to make a new constant. So we're just going to call this maximum free lead magnets. And then now we need to create this constant somewhere else. So in our case, what I'm going to do, I'm just going to open up our file explorer, and inside of our just normal libs folder, I'm just going to make a new file in here called constants.ts. And I'm just going to paste, export const maximum free lead magnets is equal to 2. Great. So this way, if we start to, add more, if we need to reference this in more than one place, we have a constant that we can refer to, and we don't have to make changes multiple places in our code. Okay, cool. So let's hop back over here. Now let's import this from our constants. Fantastic. And now what we can do is down here for our button, we can actually go in here and disable it. So what we'll want to do is say, if we want to set up our button to be disabled, we're going to say it's equal to if our is free max free lead magnets. Great. So if we hop back over to our code and go over to lead magnets, what you'll notice is this right now is currently fine. But if we were to set this equal to basically 0 real fast and save it, it gets disabled. Okay, cool. So we know that that's working. So now let's head on to the next part where we're going to start basically building this upgrade modal. So let's start working on that. So the first thing we're going to do is come down here below our lead magnets table. And what we're going to do is check to see if the person is currently not active. Because if they're not active, this is when we want to prompt them to upgrade. So what we're going to do inside of here is make a new div. And what this div is going to contain is basically a card from shadcn. So we're going to build that in a second. But it's just going to say, hey, you need to upgrade to Pro. And if you remember from a while back, in order to add components to our shadcn UI library, let's just head down here real fast to our components. What you'll notice right now is we don't have a card component, so we need to add that real fast. So if we just type in shadcn and we want to add a card, this will take a second, but it'll take us over to the card page. And then we can come in here to the install section. So we're just going to go ahead and click copy. We're doing this for npm. Come back down here. Now let's work on installing it real fast. So paste that in. Takes a second to install. Great. Head back over to our components library, and you can now see that we have access to cards. Cool. So what we're going to do inside of here is first we're going to add our new card, and this card's going to throw a little error. Now we just need to import it from our shadcn UI library. And then here's where things start to get, like I said, just pretty UI straightforward. What we want to do is add a card header, and inside of that header, we want to add a card title. And the purpose of this card title is just to tell our user that, hey, we want to upgrade to Pro. So if we come back over here, here's what our modal looks like so far. And if you remember from earlier, this is the same transition that we've set up on multiple pages where we want to set up that background gradient from red to purple. And the key to making this work was to set our text to transparent and then use that background clip text. So that's how we're getting that set up. So now that we have the header set up, it's time to set up our card content. So card content. And then inside of here, what we want to do is we want to make sure that everything appears in a flex column. And then what we're going to put in here are two things. First, we want to let the person know how many lead magnets they've generated. So right now we have one lead magnet. So that's why it's going to say 1 out of 2 free lead magnets generated. The next thing that we want to do is provide them a button to upgrade. So what we'll do, come down here and add a button. So this is where things start to get a little bit different. But what we want to do is first, let's go ahead and save this real fast. And let me just walk you through what's going to happen. So right out the gate, what we're doing is we're making a new button variant. So we're going to go change that in a second. And then we're going to, whenever the user clicks this, we're going to pass them over to our API/Stripe so they can actually upgrade. Let's start knocking these out real fast. So the first thing is we want to go over to our button, come in here. And what we want to do is actually add in a new variant. Because right now, like I said, we just only have default, destructive, and outline. And for our new AI button, it's actually as simple as this to add new styles. So what we're going to do is just make sure we're following that same pattern from before where we have that nice red to purple transition or background gradient. So now if we come back over here, we have fixed our AI issue. Now we're missing a new function. So we'll just come up here and make that real fast. So we're just going to say const upgrade. It needs to be an asynchronous function, and we'll work on populating that in just a second. Next, we want to add in a new type of basically icon. So if you notice, this is coming from the HI library. So if we scroll up top, what we can do is import from, and if you remember, all of these are coming from React icons /HI. Now that's working. And then what was it? HI outline sparkles. Fantastic. So that's working now. And then the final thing we want to do is track our upgrading state. So whenever the person does click upgrade, we just want to provide them some UI feedback to let them know that they're upgrading. So we're just going to hop up top to our and add a new status. Sorry, use state. So we're going to say basically upgrading and set upgrading. And fantastic. So now we have fixed all the errors. Now we have that cool new button that we just worked on, and everything's looking great. Obviously right now if we click it, nothing happens. So now let's go ahead and start working on populating our upgrade function. So this upgrade function is going to look pretty much identical to the code we had from beforehand. So you're going to, this won't look too new. But what we're going to do is, open up our try catch statement per usual. Try catch. And because we're tracking that loading state, we're also going to add a finally statement as well. And then in here, we always want to set our loading to false, or set upgrading to false. Cool. So what we're going to do first in that try catch statement is we're going to make a request to our backend API for Stripe. So const response is equal to await, and then axios.get per usual. I'm going to go to API Stripe. We're going to import our missing Axios library. Fantastic. So once that comes back, what we want to do again is track to see if the response contains a URL. So if response data URL, going to push everything over to, we're going to push our new window location over to that. So basically navigate. And then what we can actually do is so what is weird is over beforehand, what we had to do was use window location. But for whatever reason, over here inside the lead magnet container, I just had issues in the past, but we can actually just use router now. So we can just do router.push, and this router is going to come from next.js. So what we can do is come up top, and we went to import router. So let's go up here, and we're just going to say const router equals use router. And then when we go to import that, we want to get it from next navigation. Fantastic. So next we're going to push people to that URL right there. If something goes wrong, per usual, we just want to throw a toast up to say, hey, something went wrong with Stripe. Let's import that missing library real fast from toast. Great. And let's just also copy these statements over here into our catch statement. All right, awesome. So things are starting to look pretty good in here. Now what we want to do is go ahead and actually start working on setting up that API on the back end. So now we can actually have somewhere to send all of these requests. So I'm going to go ahead and close out everything, and let's start making that new endpoint. And if you remember, what we want to do is come over here to API. We're going to make a new folder, and we're just going to call this Stripe. And then inside of Stripe, we're going to make a new route. So just route.ts. Okay, cool. So if you remember from our code, when we were setting this up, it was actually a GET request. So all we have to do is just type in export async function get, and now we can come in here. All right, so I'm going to zoom in so we can start actually coding this all up. So the first thing we're going to do is actually grab the current user from whoever's logged in. So, and we're going to use auth from next.js, from Clerk. So grab it from Clerk real fast, and then we're just going to grab the user ID. And you remember, if the user isn't logged in for whatever reason, we want to go ahead and throw an error here. So if no user ID, what we want to do is return a next.js response and say this person is unauthenticated. So return next response.json. Let's go ahead and import that missing package real fast. And then inside of here, what we're going to do is just say the person is unauthorized. So message unauthenticated, because they're not even authenticated yet. And then we're just going to send back a status of 401. Fantastic. Okay, cool. So now that we have the user ID, we can move on to the next step, which is going to be grabbing the current user's subscription. So the reason why we're going to do this is because there's two things that need to happen. First off, if the person already has a subscription, what we want to do is take them over to the billing portal. If the person doesn't have an existing subscription, what we want to do is take them to the checkout session where they can create their new subscription with us. So let's take this piece by piece. So first, what we're going to do, per usual, is just grab our subscription. So user subscription, and we're just going to make a request to our Prisma DB, and we're just going to grab our subscription, and we're going to find unique, and we're going to find a unique subscription where the user ID matches the user ID we just passed in. So where user ID. Fantastic. And let me actually make this a little bit bigger so we can actually see what we're typing the entire time. Okay, fantastic. So what we're gonna do next, like I said, there's two scenarios that we want to trigger. The first one is if the user has a subscription, we want to take them over to their billing portal. So we're gonna say if the user subscription exists, what we want to do, autocomplete, it's crazy sometimes, but what we're going to do is take them over to the billing portal. And we also, just to make sure that this isn't just a fluke, what we want to do is also check for the Stripe ID. So we're going to say user subscription dot Stripe customer ID. Fantastic. And now what we can do is come in here and we want to create a new Stripe session. So we're going to say const Stripe session is equal to, and this is where we're going to actually start using that Stripe package that we made from beforehand. So we're going to go and import this, and we're going to import it from utils.stripe. And the reason why we're importing this one instead of just like the normal Stripe is because this one's been populated with our private key and the specific API version of Stripe we want to use. Cool. So what we're going to do next is we're going to say, hey, we want to work with the billing portal. We want to make a new session. And what we want to do inside of this session is we need to pass the current customer's customer ID. This way Stripe knows who they're working with. So we're just going to pass that over. And then the next thing we want to do is say, where do we want to return the user after they make their new subscription? So what we're going to do is actually, yes, basically do this, what it's saying right here. But in our case, we don't have this base URL set up inside of our app yet, so that's what we can start working on. So what we'll do, open up our environment variables real fast, and we actually will come in, let's just go ahead and copy this, next public base URL. And what is interesting to note, you see how this says next public? This means that this is going to be available on the front end and back end. So, you know, if you want an environment variable that is public, this is how you do it. So we're going to come in here and we're just going to say next public base URL. In our case, it's just going to be equal to HTTP localhost 3000. And then, yep, and do not put a / after it because we already have a / accounted for over here. Great, so let's go ahead and save it. All right, well, now that we've set that up, let's go ahead and go down to the next part where we want to return that Stripe session URL. So we're going to say return next response. And in our case, what we're going to do is, in this case, what we want to do is return the URL. So we're going to say JSON, and then inside of here, we're just going to say URL, and it's going to be the Stripe session URL that we get back. Okay, cool. And because this works, we also want to have a status of 200. Fantastic. So this is how we handle the situation when the user already has a subscription and we want them to manage it. And now we need to work with the other scenario where the person is creating a new subscription for the first time. And this one is definitely a little bit more involved. So the first thing we want to do is go ahead and make a new session for Stripe. And this one is going to be another checkout session. And then inside of here, what we want to do is basically set up all the configurations for this checkout. So that's going to be how the person pays and so forth and so forth. So here's what this is going to look like at a high level. So we're going to say, where do we want to direct people when they log in or when they pay successfully or when they cancel. Outside of that, we want to set up how do we want users to pay. In our case, we wanted to pay with a credit card. And then, is this going to be a one-time payment or a subscription? Well, this is a SaaS app that's a monthly subscription, so set it to subscription. And then we're going to grab the customer's email address. We're going to fix this in just a second. But here's the other important part for our specific app. We have to tell Stripe what the heck is our customer buying. So in our case, we're telling Stripe that they are buying a single item that's going to be Lead Convert Pro, and we can just give it a description. And this is actually what's going to pop up in our dashboard later on whenever people go to checkout. So you'll see it. And then you have to set up how much this cost. If you notice, this is $1,000, and that's just because, sorry, it's a 1,000, but that's just because Stripe doesn't include periods for pennies. And then we next get to set up what type of recurring process this is going to be. So in our case, we want this to be a once a month kind of thing, and they're just buying one lead convert pro. All right, and then the other thing that we want to do is pass in our user ID. And the reason why is because we later on want to be able, when we're working with this Stripe session, figure out who this Stripe session is related to. So that's why we need to pass in the user ID. So in case we ever, we're on the Stripe website and we're looking back. And also, whenever we start working with webhooks, whenever we start receiving those in just a second, we need to be able to correlate that the incoming, create new session or create new subscription or deleting a subscription, we need to correlate who that change is going to affect. So we're going to pull that all out from the user ID. Okay, cool. So now let's go ahead and start fixing this user error real fast. So all I'm going to do is just scroll back up to the top, and we're just going to make a quick change. Instead of doing user ID, I'm just going to do this. We're going to paste like that, and we're going to grab our current user from Clerk per usual. Let's get rid of auth. We don't need that anymore. Paste user right here. And then when it comes to where, we're just going to do user.id, just like that. Oh, and then we're going to say where user ID is equal to user ID. And then we're going to have one other bug right here. We're going to say user ID is going to be equal to user.id. Okay, fantastic. So now that we have this API set up, what we need to do is actually return this Stripe session. So this is going to be basically identical to what we just did a few seconds ago, where we're going to say return next response. We want this to be a JSON, and we want the URL to be a Stripe session URL, and then throw in a status code of 200. Okay, the only other change that I want us to make inside of this is sometimes everything doesn't work properly. Right now, something might go wrong with Stripe or so forth, or something might go wrong with our database. So what we want to do is let's just throw all this inside of a try catch statement. So catch, just like that. Let's go ahead and put all of our code in here, and then so save it. So things are looking good in the try statement, and then when it comes to the catch statement, what we're going to do is just console.error and just say Stripe error like this, Stripe error, and then we just want to be able to throw out the error. Fantastic. And then we're just going to return a response to our user to let them know that something went wrong. So we're going to say for this one, we're just going to do a new next response and just say that it's an internal error 5,000. Okay, cool. So that is good enough for now. So now that we have set our new API endpoint up for Stripe, let's go ahead and start working on that endpoint, that webhook endpoint that's going to get hit whenever a user checks out successfully or they manage and cancel their subscription. So let's go ahead and start working on that now. So the first thing we're going to do is open up our file explorer, and then we're going to go with inside of our API folder. We're going to make a new one, and we're just going to call it webhooks. And then inside of webhooks, we're going to make a new folder for Stripe. And then inside of Stripe, we're going to make a new route.ts. Okay, fantastic. So now we have our webhook file set up, and this is where we can basically start to handle all of the messages that get sent back to us from Stripe. So the first thing that's going to happen is Stripe is going to be sending us post requests, because all of their requests are going to contain a body, something like, let me just show you, for example, they'll be sending us something back like this large object to say like, hey, things were canceled and so forth. So let's go ahead and start populating this and pulling out all the different Stripe events that are going to get sent to us. And just to help us on this journey, what we're going to do is pull up the webhook endpoint builder so we can use this as a guide. So what I'm going to do, resize the windows real fast, and then we're just going to start walking through this and make it work for our TypeScript version of this endpoint. So let's go ahead and get started. So the first thing we need to do is actually pull out the request body to see what the heck's been passed to us in the first place. So over here in our next.js code, what we're going to say is const body is equal to, and we're going to await the JSON on the request. Fantastic. And then from here, what we want to do, if we hop back over here to the example code, is we actually want to pull out the Stripe signature from the headers. So here's how we do that for next.js. We just come over here and say const signature is equal to headers, and we'll grab this in just a second, and we want to get the Stripe signature and do it as a string. So all we need to do is go ahead and import headers. well, if it doesn't let us, we can just manually type it in. We're just going to say import from, and headers comes from next/headers. Headers, fantastic. And we just have to import it real fast. Headers. Okay, great. So this is how we're going to grab our Stripe signature. And then from there, what we want to do is actually figure out which Stripe event was sent to us. So basically this right here. So we're going to go ahead and copy this over here. And we're going to throw this in a try catch statement, just like they're doing as well. So we'll go ahead and just copy the whole thing and then adjust it as needed. So try, well, we actually need to throw this above so we can access it throughout the rest of our code. So we're going to say let event, and we need this event to be of type stripe.event. Okay, cool. And then, so what we're going to do from here is actually import the rest of our missing parameters. So the first thing that we're going to do is import our missing stripe hook, and we're going to import this from our utils. And then what we want to do is pass in the body that we just captured, pass in the signature. So that's what's going to come from the header. And then from there, we want to say, where do we want to, what is our endpoint secret? So for us, this is actually our Stripe webhook secret. So we need to go ahead and make that real fast. And here's how you do that. First, you just need to head back over to your developer dashboard. So all you have to do is when you're in your Stripe dashboard, just click developers and it'll take you to this page right here. And then you need to click webhooks. Once you click webhooks, it'll take you to this page and you can set up two different types of webhooks. One, which is just going to be a normal endpoint. So this will be when you're making your production website. But as we begin to test things locally, we're just going to set up a local environment. So we're going to come in here and just follow these steps because it's going to provide us some, like a webhook secret, just like this. So the first thing we're going to do is click this button right here because what we want to do is download, or we want to log into Stripe. And if we haven't got to install Stripe yet, we actually need to follow these instructions. So let me just show you what this looks like real fast. So we're going to scroll down and follow these Stripe CLI instructions. And all you need to do is just click which operating system or which installer tool you want to use to install Stripe. So I'm just going to use Homebrew because I already have that installed on my computer. So I'm just going to copy and paste it. Now I already have Stripe installed on my computer, so I'm not going to run this brew install command. And I'm just going to hop down to the next command, which is Stripe login, which is actually the same thing that we had over here. So I'm going to go ahead and run this code and just show you what you guys need to do after you log in. So right when you click enter, what it's going to do is say it's going to give you a pairing code. So, we're going to use that in just a second. But the main thing is it's going to give you a link where you can go confirm that you're trying to authenticate. So I'm just going to command click this to open up this authentication page they want us to go to. As you can see, it's saying, hey, do you want to allow access? And we do want to allow access. When we come back over here, it should be triggered and say, yep, you are successfully authenticated. So now we should be good to go for authentication. And then when we come back over to our setup, we can hop down to the next stage over, on this window. So congrats, we did that. The next thing we want to do is actually go ahead and generate our webhook. So here's where we need to move on to the next step. And that's back on our set up Stripe events page, and it's just right here, Stripe listen to, and it's going to forward. Basically what this is going to do is set up a web tunnel to where our local host can access the internet, basically is what it's trying to set up. So I'm going to go ahead and copy this command, paste it down here in my terminal, and then the second it sets up, what it should do is generate a webhook secret for us, just like this. Fantastic. So I'm going to go ahead and copy this. And it's important that you keep this running whenever you're building your Stripe application because you need to make sure that this tunnel is running. Because if it's not running, there's no way for your local application to receive the webhooks from Stripe as they happen. So what we're going to do next, now that we've copied that webhook secret, is we're going to go over to our environment variables and we are going to set up a new environment variable. And we're just going to call this Stripe. In our case, we're going to call this our Stripe webhook secret. So webhook secret. And then we're just going to copy in our new command. Fantastic, webhook secret. That looks great. We're going to save it. And if we hop back over to our original webhooks, we need to change this. So we're not using an endpoint secret anymore. We're going to be using process.environments Stripe webhook secret. Okay, awesome. This might just give a quick error because it's saying this could be undefined. So up here, we could also just we could throw an error if we ever do not have this environment variable. So we could just do something like this. if not process environment webhook secret, throw an error. Okay, fantastic. So that's just going to make sure that we always have this. Okay. Other than that, we're just missing another import from Stripe. Now everything looks good. Okay, cool. So now that we are listening to our different events, what we want to do, well, we got to tweak their final code response. In our case, we just want to return a next response. Next response. .json. In our case, the message is going to be, or the error is going to be, webhook signature validation failed. And then status, we'll just say 400. Fantastic. And just return error. Okay, great. We're making good progress. Import our final missing dependencies. I'm going to zoom out so we can see everything that we're typing. And now that we have the proper event set up, what we're going to do is move on to the next step, which is handling the different potential events that can be sent to us. So as you can see over in their code, this is exactly what they're doing. And, they're listening to a payment intent succeeded or so forth and so forth. So let's go ahead and start working on the next event. And just to help paint a picture of where we're going, we really need to be tracking 3 different events. So we're just going to put these in some if-else statements. So the first statement that we want to, or the first event we want to track is to see if the checkout session completes. So this is what's going to trigger whenever the person first creates their subscription with us. The next thing that we want to track is to see if the invoice payment succeeded, because this is going to trigger every time a person who has a subscription with us renews their subscription. And the third event we want to track is to see if the person just canceled their subscription. So let's go ahead and start working on implementing these top from bottom. So the first thing we're going to do is go ahead and come above here, and we're going to make a new session object. And what this session object is going to track is to see the current checkout session, so we can see basically what data the user is working with. And if you remember from a while back, this is where we were kind of passing some metadata around, where we were like saying, hey, the user ID is blank. That way we can start to update our own database to update our subscriptions. So that's why this is important. Okay, cool. And then, so what we're going to do in addition to this is we are going to track to see if we're going to grab the subscription from this session. So what we're going to do is say const subscription, and then we're going to say is equal to await Stripe subscriptions retrieve, and then we're going to try and grab this current session subscription. And there's going to be a few different cases where this matters. When we're making a new checkout, when we're making a new subscription, obviously this isn't going to exist, so we're going to make a new one. Whenever the payment succeeds, this obviously does exist, so we need to update it and make sure that the end date gets pushed back another 30 days. And then whenever this happens, what we want to do eventually is just go ahead and, handle the case where they delete their subscription. So let's go ahead and start working on these one by one. All right. So in the case when the person makes a new subscription, what we want to do is check to make sure that that user data ID was passed along, because if it wasn't passed along, we have no way of handling, what needs to come next, which is going to be updating the person's subscription. So what we want to do if the webhook does include the person's user ID, what we want to do is actually update our subscription like we just mentioned. So what we want to do, come in here, we're going to use Prisma, and then we're going to create a new subscription where the user ID comes from our metadata, our Stripe subscription ID comes from our subscription object that we just made up here, our subscription customer ID is going to come from our subscription customer, and a lot of these come from this object right here. So if you can see, when we come down here, our customer, this is going to be our customer ID. And this is how I know how to access what property on our subscription model. And then finally, when it comes to our subscription current period end, we're just going to take the current period end and multiply by 1,000. And let me show you why. So if we scroll down to the current period end, this is a Unix timestamp, and we need to multiply it by 1,000 to get everything set over to milliseconds. So that's why we're doing that. So this is us creating a new subscription. So now let's go ahead and move over to updating a subscription. And this one is super straightforward. All we want to do is grab the current subscription and update it. So what we're going to do is we're going to say const subscription, and we're going to find the first subscription where let's go ahead and open this up, where our Stripe subscription ID is equal to the current session subscription ID. So let's do this. We're going to say subscription And I'm gonna just call this subscription from DB and is equal to subscription dot ID. Fantastic. Let's fix up our curly brackets. So this is gonna check to make sure that our subscription from DB exists in the first place, because if this doesn't, something went wrong with this webhook and we need to look into it more to figure out what went wrong. So let's just do that. Fantastic. And then, but if it does exist, what we want to do is actually update that subscription, and we want to update the endpoint. So what we're going to do is make another call to our database, and this time what we're going to do, grab that same subscription, and we're going to change the current period endpoint, and we're basically just going to move it back 30 days once again. So that looks great. So, and once again, we're always just doing that, multiplying it by 1,000 to move it over to milliseconds. And then finally, the last thing I wanted to mention is there's actually nothing for us to do inside of this customer subscription delete. If we save this real fast and look at our Prisma schema, what you'll notice is there's nothing we can change. Basically, because what's going to happen is in our code on the front end, what we're doing is checking to see if the current user is active. So if the current user, has a paying subscription and it ends, what will eventually happen is if this ends in October and it's November, well, obviously they're no longer on the pro plan. So we actually can just get rid of that event because we're just going to let time pass and eventually run out. So fantastic. So now we have set up our webhook, and I think we're now good to go to move on to the next step. So now what we're going to do is go ahead and test everything we just built for Stripe. So I'm going to head over to our website, and what I'm going to do is pull up our Stripe endpoint that we worked on earlier and point out what's happening as we make it. Okay, cool. So I'm going to go ahead and click upgrade, and this is going to direct us over to our get function, where we're going to start a new Stripe out checkout session. So what you'll see over here on the right is exactly what we programmed over here on the left. You can see our unit amount of $10 is exactly what appears over here. You can see our name and description are exactly what show up over here as well. So unlimited AI lead magnets and so forth and so forth. So this is working great. So when it comes to actually testing out our subscription, there's a few things that need to happen. Whenever you come in here to type in your card information, it's important to know that you just need to type in the numbers 4242424242 and keep going. And same thing for month and same thing for CV. If you read the Stripe documentation, they talk about this in more detail. And it's also important to realize that you need to this only works in the test environment. You can't just print free money in the real world. And then outside of that, we're just going to go ahead and put your names. I'm just going to put the zip code 4242. We're not going to save. And it is important before I hit subscribe, we want to come back over here to our code editor and open up our terminal. And we need to make sure that our tunnel for running our webhooks is working properly. So it is running, so life is good. So I'm going to go ahead real fast and click that subscribe button. Whenever I do that, this is just say processing and take a second. And then, fingers crossed, hopefully everything is going to work properly. Green check button, everything's working great. And what's also super cool is you'll notice that we got redirected to our account page. And that's exactly what we described that we wanted to happen earlier. Whenever there was a success, we wanted to push people to next public base URL /account. The only thing that's a little weird right now is that this status says inactive, but I think we can work on that in just the next section. Let's go ahead and refresh it, just see if that was an issue. Nope, yep, I think this is hard-coded, so we need to work on updating our account page real fast to reflect our new subscription status. So let's work on that now. So let's hop over to our account container and let's scroll up to the top and figure out what we need to change. So it looks like we are passing in our get paying status, but I think what we need to do is also add in a use effect, just because this subscription might be getting updated, as we render our component. So what I want to do is go ahead and make another use effect. And then what this use effect is going to do is basically just track the current subscription status, just like this. So we're just going to look at the subscription, and then inside of it, we need to put in our new React import. Fantastic. And then what we're going to do inside of here is we're going to update the set is active based on the current get paying status. So what we're going to do is say set is active. We're going to update it based on the get paying status. So now when we come back over here, refresh it. Let's see, it's still not working. So let's do some additional digging. And I think the best place to start is to go ahead and look at our backend database. So we're going to go to localhost 5555, go over here, and then we're going to go over to subscriptions. And then what you'll notice so far is it looks like it's empty, which means that something did not trigger properly when creating our new account. So this would have probably been an error inside of our webhook, specifically on the checkout succession completed. It would have been here where the error occurred. So let's hop back around and start doing some more digging. So after just 2 seconds of digging, I instantly found the mistake. If you come down here and actually look at the logs for your webhook, you're just going to see error, error, error. And the reason why is because we never updated our middleware. If you remember our middleware, we have to come in here and define which routes are public. And in our case, we never made a public route for our Stripe webhook. So now that I saved this, let's do a few things. Let's come back over here and we're going to restart our server itself. So restart that. Then I'm going to also come down here and restart this. Close it out, open it back up. Both of these should take just a few seconds. It's always going to use the same webhook, because if you look here and come back over to your .env, you'll notice it's the same number. Fantastic, that all looks good. Close out of this, head back over to our code, and let's try it one more time making our subscription. So I'm going to go back over to lead magnets. It takes a few seconds because we just recreated our application for everything to load properly, but there it goes. Okay, great. And now once again, we're just going to click upgrade to pro. And then what it's going to do is say, would you like to, once again, upgrade? And we're just going to do the same thing. We're just going to hop back through this, update all the credit card information, put our name in here. We're going to put, once again, zip codes. And I'm also going to, as we run it this time, what I'm going to do is make this much larger so we can see what's happening in our Stripe webhook tunnel. So now when I click subscribe, we should hopefully start to see some traffic over here whenever, the session complete works. But once again, it keeps failing. So let me dig into it one more time to figure out what the heck just happened. So after looking at this for just a few more seconds, I realized that the problem is that it's trying to send the traffic to the wrong endpoint. If you look right here closely, you'll notice it's trying to send traffic to HTTP localhost 4242/webhooks. But we have our webhook set up at API/webhooks/Stripe. And we're running on port 3000. So it's the command itself that's messed up. So we need to come in here and update this to port 3000. And then we want to go to API/webhooks/Stripe. And once we do that, all right, fingers crossed it works this time. But let me just make sure. Sanity check, forward to localhost 3000 API webhooks Stripe. Fantastic. Looks great. Let's try it one more time from the top. And then we're going to go back over real fast to our lead magnets. Click this upgrade to pro button. Go back through the Stripe upgrade process one final time once it redirects us. And y'all know the routine now. Just hit 4242 a bunch of times until it takes you through everything. Put your name in, put your zip code, and then check out. Okay. So now, whenever this turns green this time, what we should notice is some success marks over here. Okay, much different. No more errors. Now we get directed back to our account page. And then if we were to now look at our Prisma database and refresh our subscriptions, we should notice that there is a new subscription made in here. But for whatever reason, it's not doing it. So let's look at why, now that we are actively sending over, invoices, payment succeeded, and we'll just compare in real time so you can see what I'm seeing whenever I look at this. So whenever I go to webhooks and I look at checkout session completed, this is the keyword that I'm looking for. As I scroll through here, I see customer created, charge succeeded, customer subscription created. Yeah, I guess we just need to change out, checkout session completed. That's the same thing. So it should have ran. And if we look back over in our application, over here, we should see, that a new payload was made. Everything looks great whenever stuff comes over. Oh, but in our case, we're getting a Stripe signature error. So in our case, we need to actually work real fast with the signature that was being passed and set up top. So we're going to work on this real fast to figure out what the heck went wrong. So it looks like the final change we just need to make to our code is to move this away from JSON and to actually move it back just over to text. And this should work properly. If you look at the error, it says it needs to be a string or buffer. And when we were putting things inside of a JSON format, I believe it was throwing things into an error state. So now that we have this working, let's try it one more time. And we're just going to run back over to lead magnet. We're going to click upgrade. And now this should just take us back to the whole process. We're going to get very used to this real fast. So 42422, do this a bunch of times. Same with the CV. And I'm just going to say B Hancock. Great. Now let's try it one more time. Now that we're using text, this should be going and everything's working. We did get a quick error from a route handler from our stripes. Ensure that you're returning a next response on all branch types. And I believe that was just because at the very end, we need to return a success statement at the very end. But what you'll notice now is that we actively did create a new subscription. And now if we come in here and click manage subscription, what it should do is actually take us over to the subscription management section, and you can actually see that everything is working. So you can see that we're on the Lead Convert Pro plan. You can see what our payment method was. You can see all of our billing information. I could cancel the plan and things would work great. But while we're here, what I'm gonna do is just go ahead and, like I said, it was upset that we didn't return something at the very end, even though it did what we wanted. So we're just gonna put that return null at the very end. So, okay, cool. So we have Stripe set up working perfectly now. So this is how we can start to make money. The only thing that you would need to change for production is, when we hop over to Vercel, you would no longer use this webhook secret. You would come back over to the official endpoints in your dashboard and put the real webhook secret in here. But that's that. So what we're gonna do on next is hop over to building out our landing page, because right now our landing page looks just like this. A lot of nothing. So we're gonna work on building out our landing page next. All right, so welcome to the landing page portion of this tutorial. This part is going to be super fast because we're mostly just going to be walking through what we call dumb components, because there's no logic to them. It's all visual. So, we're going to be building out all the different sections that you see right here in our final version of the landing page. And just to remember, all of the assets that you see right here are going to be stored in GitHub. So if you click down in the link in the description below and look at the source code, you'll be able to go over to GitHub and pull out all of these different assets, so you don't have to, worry about generating them yourselves. But we're going to be working on building all of this and directing people over to create their first lead magnets and get people to sign up for our SaaS business that we're creating. So let's go ahead, and before we get coding too much, let's go ahead and stub out all of the different components we want to build for our landing page real fast. Okay, so to go ahead and start stubbing things out, the first thing we want to do is replace this boilerplate code, and we want to go ahead and throw in a new div. And inside of this div, we want to just go ahead and make sure we set everything up properly. And we're just going to say we want the class name to be equal to flex, and we want to set things up to be in a column, so they stack nicely like they do on the landing page, and we want everything to be aligned center. Okay, cool. So the next thing we want to do is go ahead and set up our main. Let's go ahead and do this real fast. We want to go ahead and set up our main div. And basically, you use main whenever you want to set up the main content, hence the name, for your website. So you shouldn't be throwing nav bars and footers in here. You just want to throw in unique, basically all the unique HTML for your application in here. So this is all going to be the unique content for our landing page. Okay, great. So what we're going to do next is we're going to go ahead and start stubbing these out. And I'm going to basically call out each section as we do them. So the first one is going to be our hero. And our hero is going to be the first thing you see on the landing page right here. So this is going to be where we have basically our call to, not our call to action, but basically our nice header, where then we're going to provide some nice description about why people should sign up for this service. In this case, we're helping creators turn their content into interactive AI experiences with the goal of helping people capture leads so that they can eventually sell them, a digital product or a course. So that's why we want to do it. And then in the hero, the most important thing you need to do at the very end is have a clear and concise call to action. Okay, cool. So after we have our hero, the next thing that we want to work on is basically we want to call out the features of our application. So this is just going to be, unique AI lead magnets. And so that's everything that you've been working on so far. And then we're going to say we can help people capture email, and then we also integrate with social media. And this is the final thing we're going to be working on this tutorial, is to make those nice little cards that appear when you attach our links to tweets and LinkedIn posts. Okay, cool. So after it comes to features, the next thing we want to work on is how it works. So how it works is we just want to call out how the application works in 3 simple steps. A lot of this comes back to copywriting. So feel free to kind of study why we did what we did, but we want to keep things very simple and concise, because we're just trying to answer all the questions that our customers might be asking in their heads of why the heck should I use this? What does it do? And how does it work? So in our case, this is literally us showing them how it works. So you create the AI lead magnets, You go over here, share it on social media with the goal of getting eyeballs on your content, because we're solving specific problems for specific people, and those people will see it. And once they see it, they're like, ooh, I actively need help with that. So they go over here, click on your leads, your AI lead magnets, put in their information, and then get the help that they were looking for. So that's the how it works section. And then finally, what we want to do is answer the question that our future customers have on their mind. How much does this cost? So we're just going to let people know that it's $0 on the free plan and $10 a month on the paid plan to create unlimited lead magnets. Good thing we have Stripe set up so we can start capturing some money. And then finally, what we want to do is also set up this final call to action. So that's going to be right here. So our final call to action, and basically just say, you now know what you need to do to transform your content. Go ahead and start using AI to help better engage your audience. So, and then final, click to create your lead magnet. Okay, cool. So what we're going to do is I'm going to comment these out for right now, and then we're just going to come right down below this and start building these one at a time, from hero, features, how it works, pricing, call to action. So one at a time, knock it out, and I think you'll be pretty excited to see how quickly we can put this great looking landing page together. So the first thing we want to do when it comes to creating our hero is let's go ahead and uncomment it. So as we're building it out, we can see what it looks like inside of our local host. So we're just going to come down here, and let's just go ahead and make our hero again real fast. And then here's where we're going to start actually working on typing in all the code to get this hero looking nice. So when we go ahead and come in here and save it real fast, we can see that hero is returning properly. Okay, cool. So now we can actually dive in and start making it look nice like the final version. So the first thing that we want to do is go ahead and get rid of this just generic, div hero. And we want to come in here and actually add in a new basically container. And let's go ahead and resize these so we can see what's going on. So the first thing we want to do, let's zoom out just because this is getting a little long. But the first thing we want to do is we want to make a nice container for our new hero. So mostly we're just going to be focusing on setting up margins around what we're building. We want this to take up basically the entire width of what we're doing. So flex 1, take up the entire size. And we want our items to appear in a column. We want them to be centered. And then obviously we're going to add some mobile responsiveness to add in different margin at different sizes. Okay, cool. So then once we set up our outer container for our hero, we're going to move on. We're going to move on to basically setting up our header that's going to appear at the very top. So this H1, we want it to be huge. So that's why we're basically saying, hey, we want the maximum width to be, 5XL, and if you hover over that, that's pretty big, 1024 pixels. So that's going to make sure as we work on different screen sizes, no matter what we can actually just say it real fast, whenever we zoom in and out, this doesn't basically, once we get too large, it doesn't start to, spread out super far to the wides. It will be capped at 1024. So that's why we set it up. And the next thing we do, make sure our font is nice and large, and then at larger screens we're just going to keep bumping it up and up and up. Okay, cool. So then the next thing we're going to do is, if you remember in the final version of our application, we have this cool looking AI lead magnet to help capture the viewer's eye. So what we're going to do is we need to throw that inside of a span. And we want to use that trick we've been using throughout the application, where we're going to set up a background gradient, make it go from red to purple, and we're going to clip it and make the text transparent. So that way, whenever we save it, we can see that the text follows that background gradient. Okay, cool. So in the next part of our application, what we want to do is set up this description and then move on to the final button, which was our first call to action. So inside of here, what we want to do, make some space, and then we're going to create that description that's going to appear under our title. And we're just going to, focus on making sure that our text sizes look good at all different screen sizes. And then once again, for this one, we're going to set up the maximum width to be 2XL. Because if you can see in the final version of the application, you'll notice that gray text for the description gets capped out, and it doesn't just keep eventually scrolling super far to the left where you just end up with one super long string and it looks just kind of ugly. We cap it out so it looks nice at all screen sizes. Okay, cool. So let's go ahead and say that for our application. And then the final thing that we're going to do is work on adding that button. So this button, what we're going to do is I'm just going to put it inside of a div. And the reason why is we just want to make sure that we just want to make sure that it stands by itself. We want to, add some custom styling to it. We want to add some margin to the top. And then we really needed to add the button by itself was getting too big originally. So we're just going to go ahead and set some maximum widths for this. And then inside of this div that we're creating for our button, what we want to do is add a link. Because whenever a user clicks on create their first lead magnet, we want to direct them over to the link URL. So that's why we have a link, and this link wraps a button. So let's go ahead and import these missing fields real fast. So we're going to add this from next link, add this from button, and then what we need to do next is say that this is going to be a default variant, and we just want to say default. Fantastic. And then the one thing that we want to do for this button is we actually want to update our class names. We want to make sure that we have our text inside of the button looking great at all screens. So on a small screen like that, I think the text looks fine, and we're going to add some more. But on big screens, that text is just a little weird. So let's just do on medium-sized screens, we're just going to say text, and let's just make it 2XL. See what that looks like. A little too big. XL. That looks great. So like that's how we make it, responsive. And what's cool is this button is coming from ShadCN. So once again, ShadCN to the rescue, because we can apply styling on one spot and make it work everywhere, and then we can come in and override a few of the normal type of classes to work for specific use cases like the landing page. Okay, cool. So now we have our great looking hero. So now we can move on to the next part, which is getting things working for our feature section. So let's go ahead right now and start working on the feature portion of our landing page. First thing we're going to do is come back up top. We're going to uncomment features. That way we can see our changes as we update it, save it, come down here to the bottom, and now we're going to make our new features section. So features, and then we're going to come in here, make our return statement. And now we're going to start working on all the HTML for our features portion. So the first thing that we're going to work on when it comes to this feature section, there's two really major components to this. First, we have that skewed looking purple background. That looks pretty nice. And then inside of this, we have what we're going to call here in a moment are going to be our feature cards. And if you look at each feature card, what you'll notice is that it has an icon up top, some text in the middle, and then a description below that. So let's go ahead and start working on that skewed background first. What we need to do first is create a new div container, and let's just walk through some of the important parts that you need to know. So first off, we need to set this to be relative because we're going to do some absolute positioning inside it when we make our subcontainer. And then we're just going to set our z index to 10. The reason why is we just want this to basically appear above everything else. And then what we're going to do next is we want to make sure that everything that appears inside of this is going to be a column. And the reason why is because on small screens, let's just show you, on small screens, we want things to stack by default on a column. And then as we go to larger screens, we want things to go to a row. And then just going down the list, we just want to make sure everything's centered. Apply some nice spacing between our components. Whenever we're on the, let's just call it a mobile view, we want there to be Y spacing. And then whenever we go to a larger screen, we want to set X spacing. So that's how we change that. So we're canceling out the Y spacing, adding in X spacing. And then outside of that, we're just adding more padding around things on bigger and bigger screens to make things look nice. Okay, cool. So now that you've seen what we're going to do with the first relative container, which just basically is going to house everything, now let's go ahead and start working on that nice purple skewed background. So for this, what we want to do is create a new inner div. Let me scroll this back out to the side. And we want this to be positioned absolutely. And then what we want to do is add a negative skew Y of 6. So this is what's going to be that nice, diagonal effect that you can look right here. And we're just going to set a background gradient from left to right. And this is just going to be a very minor background gradient where we're going to go from like a purple to, a slightly lesser purple. So this will just sit here by itself. What you'll notice is that this div is already closed off. It's not going to encapsulate all the feature cards itself. It's just going to sit. That's why it's positioned absolutely at 0, and it's just going to sit in the background, and it's going to have that just nice skewed background. Okay, cool. So now that we've talked about making this skewed component, let's work on building our feature cards. And our feature cards are super important because that's just how we're going to inform our user. And instead of being, noob software developers, where we would create this once and then copy the code and copy it down here and then copy it again for the third thing, we're going to just do it once in a feature card. So here's what we're going to do for our feature card. We're going to make it. So we're going to do const feature card. And then inside of here, what we want to do is a feature card needs to have 3 components. It needs to have a title, a description, and then it also needs to have an icon. And this icon is going to be of type JSX.element. Fantastic. So here's what we want to put inside of, let's go ahead and import all these things first. Icon. All right, so here's what we're going to put inside of our feature card so we can start to use it. Right out the gate, what we want to do, let's set up our return statement. And here's what we're going to put inside of our return statement. So the first thing to add is going to be that outer container, which is that white card that you can see, flex column. So everything's going vertically, center everything, and then, make things rounded. So that's that rounded XL. And then we're going to put a border around there to help basically delineate between, the purple background and then our cards. And from there, what we want to do is add our first thing, which is going to be our icons. So to add our icons, what we're going to do is we're going to make sure that they're rounded completely, and we want them to be purple. And then inside of our purple icons, we want to make sure that the actual, effect or inner parts of the icon is going to be set to white for that effect. And what you'll notice is we're dynamically passing in that JSX icon right here to appear. And then immediately after that, what we want to do is start working on our title. So our title, just make sure it takes up a large bit of text, add some margin up top so it's not sitting directly on that icon, and make it nice and purple. And then the third thing that we're going to be adding is just that description. And this is just going to be some text. We're going to make it italic, make it, not a super dark color. So we're going to say gray 600, and we're going to dynamically pass in that description. So if we save this, head back over to our code, what you'll notice right now is we just have a slant with nothing inside of it. So this is where we need to start adding in our feature cards for all of the different features that we offer in our application. So in our case, I'm just going to copy these over real fast because this is just more copied. This is more focused on actual just copy than it is programming. So what you'll notice, for each card, like I said, we are just providing the title, description, and icon that we need to use. And once again, we are using React icons for these different components, and we're setting the specific height and width for these icons. So let's go up top real fast and import each one of these. Because if we try right now, it actually is going to work. If you just try to dynamically import it, it's going to work for sparkles. It's going to work for mail. Fingers crossed. It also works for the share icon. Oops, didn't work for the share icon. So let's go import that ourselves real fast. So import from React icons, and then in our case it was IO. It's gonna be IO5, and it was the share social sharp. So share, share social sharp. Great. So now we have our feature section working. So let's go ahead, save that, and then for whatever reason, let's make it over here real fast. And let's refresh this just because I think something's a little off real fast. Yeah, the reason why it was off is just because all these feature cards are supposed to be wrapped inside of a new container. And the reason why is if you look, we're setting this to be, Z index 0, while this is 10. So we basically just want to go ahead and make sure that the SKUs in the background and the feature cards are in front of it. So here's how we do that. We create a new container div. Once again, make it one of the higher Z indexes so it's above our SKU background. Now when I save it, they appear just like we wanted them to. So small mistake on my part, but once again, this is set to be mobile responsive. So as we're on smaller screens, it eventually swaps over to column view. And when we're back on larger screens, it looks at row. And the SKU looks great at all different sizes. Okay, cool. So now that we have that set up, it is time to start working on how it works. So we're going to go ahead and unedit that, paste the comment down below, go down here, and we're going to start making our new function, our new React function component. So here's how it works. And this is where we're going to start working on everything inside of it. So let's just go ahead and put a little div real fast, HIW, so we can see it's down there. Takes a second. And what's interesting though, because we have a SKU, there's a good chance that it's sitting directly under that SKU background right now. So let's just go ahead and start working on the full thing, and you'll see it actually appear as we start to add more margin. So the first thing we're gonna do, let's go ahead and get rid of this, how it works, and then just go ahead and put in our super large amount of padding that we're going to be using for everything else. Okay, if you look in the final version of how it works, what you'll notice is we have a large H2 title up top, and then we do this thing where we have images alternating between the left side, then the right side, and then the left side. So what we're going to do is basically the code is going to be very similar for both of these, but we're just going to flip some stuff as we go through it. So let's first start off by just adding in the title and go step by step. So the first thing we want to do, let's go ahead and throw in our title in here, how it works. And then as you can see over here, how it works now appears. Cool. So now we can start working on the different steps. And it's actually best to go ahead and we're going to put all of these steps inside of one larger container. And this container is basically going to make sure that everything appears in a vertical column at all times. Because even if you notice on smaller screens, how it works, what happens is those steps that were initially left to right, those steps get put into columns. But overall, the step 1, 2, 3 still remain in a column. So that's how that works. And then what we're going to do is basically just change, our different widths and spacing at different sizes. Okay, cool. So let's go ahead and start working on our first step. So for our first step, what we want to do is first create the container that's going to wrap both our steps over here and the images on the right. So what we want to do over here, like I said, go ahead and make that container. And we want to make sure that we justify between, which means we're going to push our second item to the right and our first item to the left. And then we're going to just apply some different spacing at different sizes. So you'll notice to start, we make sure that everything is a column. And as we get to a bigger size, we're going to make sure that everything aligns as a row, just like this. Okay, so the next thing I want to talk about is we're really going to be creating two different components here. The first thing that we're going to be creating is going to be the image over on the right. And the next one is going to be a new steps component that we're going to work on in just a second. So when it comes to making our image, what we want to do is make sure that it takes up as much width as it possibly can up to a 50%. So that's why we're going to set the width to be 50%. And then outside of that, we want to put MX auto to make sure that it gets centered inside of basically the new div that we're creating for it. Okay. And then when it comes to creating the image, we're just going to follow the normal next.js class. We're going to use that for creating an image. And I've actually hard coded these widths and heights from the image itself. So what we're going to do first, let's go ahead and import this from next.js image. And if you just remember from a while back, we've done this a ton of times. We're just going to go ahead and say that this comes from import image from, and it's going to be next image, just like that. All right. And then the next thing we want to do is actually go ahead and add this image to our public route. Because if you come over here right now and look, you'll notice that we just get this weird blank, empty, broken picture link. So let's go ahead and start adding that image to our public folder real fast. So the first thing we need to do is open up our file explorer, and we are going to go to the public folder. In our case, that's just going to be right down here. And then what we're going to do is make a new folder called images to just help keep everything organized. And I already have a folder for the images that I've already made in the past. So I'm just going to go ahead and drag in the 3 images that we need to use for this project. Fantastic. So once we save those, come back over here and refresh it, we might see our new image loading. Okay, fantastic. So we can see our images loading, and it has a nice little bit of drop shadow to make it really pop. So now that we have our image working, what we can do next is start working on that new step component that I was talking about just a second ago, where over here we say what needs to happen at this step and give them, the benefits of working with this step. So let's go ahead and come down here, and we're going to make that new step component. So we're just going to call this const how it works step. Fantastic. And like I said, so this component is going to be very specific to what is going to be inside of each step. So we need to do what we just did a few minutes ago and pass in the variables for this React component. So what we want to do here is we want to pass in a title, we want to pass in a description. This is going to be a string. And then the third thing that you can almost see already over here is we want to pass in basically checks. So these checks are just going to be an array of strings, checks, and these are going to be these right here. So check 1, check 2, check 3. Okay, cool. So here's what we're going to put inside of this how it works steps. Right out the gate, what we're going to do is put in a container. So return, and this container is just going to wrap our steps. What we're going to do is make sure that when we're by default, when we're in small, like mobile responsive, because we're building this mobile responsive first, we want to make sure that everything is in a column view. And then what we want to do as we get to larger sizes, we want to make sure that this only takes up a max of, width 50%. Inside of this, what we want to do is first add the step itself. So this is just going to be an H3 that's going to be nice and purple. We're going to say it's going to be semi-bold. Let's go ahead and come up here and add in our props. So title, description, and checks. Fantastic. So that's how we're going to add in that step that says, create your AI lead magnet. And the next thing we want to do is add in that description. So that description is going to be that bold text right below it. And then what we're going to do from that point forward is we are going to create an unordered list. So this unordered list is going to look a little bit different than most lists you've seen. And the reason why is because we're not just going to use a normal bullet point. We're going to put in a FA check. So basically an icon. And in case you're unfamiliar with basically, mapping through strings to create React components, what we're going to have is a list of strings that are just going to say share across multiple platforms, integrate with LinkedIn and Twitter, and customize your lead convert link. So that's just going to be an array of strings. And what we're going to do is map through each string, and we want to return a list item. And we're just going to say the key for this list item is just going to be the index. Then we're going to, do some styling where we're just going to say text is gray. We want it to be pretty light so it, doesn't contrast and really drag your attention to the checks. And then what we're going to do inside of here is we're going to load that icon directly next to the check itself, which is just the string. And it is not detecting this icon, so let's head back up top and we're going to try to import this real fast. So there we go. Seems like it's working. So now we have our how it works steps. So now we can come up here and actually add in the how it works steps next to our image. So just directly below our div, we're going to just paste our new how it works step. And let's go back over to our application so you can see how it's working. Okay, cool. So we have our image landing page step 1. We have our titles working, create your AI lead magnet, and everything's looking good. And then when we go to a smaller view, what you'll notice is it does flip from a row back to a column. So that's looking great. So now that we have that working, let's just go ahead and paste in the other 2 steps. And these are, like I said, just basically super identical. Let me paste these in real fast. And what you'll notice, like I said, this is pretty much just copywriting at this point. So there's nothing special about this, but when we paste these in, we now have our share on social media. And like I said, we're going to be working on making these cool links in a minute, but like I said, we now have our how it works section working properly. And if we just hop back over to our final version, we can see the next portion of our website that we want to make is the pricing page. So let's come back over here, uncomment pricing, paste this down here, and let's go ahead, head back down to the end of our application and make our new pricing component. And per usual, we're just going to return a new div and start making this. And this is going to be a pretty straightforward component inside of our landing page. So the first thing we're going to do is make our new pricing container. And this pricing container is going to be the thing that sets up our background gradient to go from purple to red to really pop, to get people drawn to our pricing because they're super fair. And then what we're going to do next is inside of here, we just want to go ahead and add that first H2 to let people know that they're looking at the pricing section of our website. We're just going to give it a nice large text and make it white so it really pops on that color background. And then next what we're going to do is make a new div. And the purpose of this div is to make sure that we can show both of our pricing plans side by side. What you'll notice once again is following our mobile first approach, we're going to make these a column by default. So when we're on a small phone, they're stacked on top of each other. And then when we go to a large phone or a computer, what they're going to do is be side by side. And then the next portion of our pricing component, we're going to be using cards. So I'm just going to go ahead and show you what the final version of the code looks like and import it. So what we're using, once again, is card from ShadCN. And what we're going to do, I'm just going to go ahead and import all the missing imports real fast. So that hopefully should have done it. Yep, and it did them all correctly from our specific ShadCN UI cards. And let me just walk you through what's happening in each one of these. So right out the gate, what we want to do is make sure all of our text is centered inside of a card. And then when it comes to the header of a card, we just want to show that this is our free plan. And then what we want to do below that is show the cost and make the cost really pop. What we're going to do below that is actually have the content of the card. So the content of the card is going to contain our description. And then below our description, we just want to put basically buttons. And these buttons aren't going to handle any actions. All they're going to do is, if you look right here, is they're actually surrounded in a link. So whenever anyone clicks on one of these get started buttons, we just take them over to our landing page. And on our landing page, they'll be able to click that upgrade to pro button. So that's how we have it working right now. And then, and the reason why we do that is just because we're not really managing state on any of these components. So it just really reduces complexity. Okay, cool. So this is how we have our pricing component set up. So if we head back over to our code, save our changes, especially since we broke a lot of the imports, you now see that we have our pricing section working nice and it is mobile responsive and looking sleek. Okay, cool. So now let's head on to the final version of, or final component inside of our landing page. And that's going to be our call to action. So our call to action is going to be super straightforward. It's almost going to be a replica of our top component because we're just going to have a title, a description, and then a quick call to action button. So let's head down to the bottom and make our final component. So call to action. And this one is going to be, like I said, super simple. So right out the gate, what we're going to do, like we do normally, is go ahead and create that container. And as you can see, this container, we're just going to make sure that everything always appears in a column where our title's on top, description in the middle, and then our call to action at the bottom. Make sure that we have a nice white background so that our colors of purple and black pop on it. And then inside of this container, what we're going to do is go ahead and add in our H2 title to say, hey, are you ready to transform your content? And then after that, what we're going to do is just throw in our description. And like I said, feel free to read through this if you want to learn more about copywriting. And then the final thing we're going to do is put in our button. And our button is actually going to be wrapped inside of a link. That way, whenever someone clicks it, once again, we send them over to our lead magnets page. Okay, cool. So now if you look at our final version of the application, once I save this and we go down to the bottom, you can now see we have our ready to transform. And we actually need to add a little margin. I don't know why that didn't get added. So margin top, we're just going to say like, I think 4. So it pops. And then let's just add some more padding around it. So we're going to do PX. We'll do 1 on the sides and then PY 2. So it just really looks extra nice and bold. Maybe make this 2 now, make that 4. Or sorry, make this, make that 2, make that 3. Okay, yeah, so that's it's looking a little bit nicer. Maybe we can even make it bigger. I just really want this to pop so people really look at that button. Okay, yeah, now that's looking a lot nicer. Okay, cool. So now we have our ready to transform final call to action. And if you'll notice though, on our final application, we have this nice little contact bar at the very bottom. And that's actually just going to be our final footer component. So here's how we're going to make that. All we need to do is come back over to our file explorer. And then if you remember earlier at the very beginning of this project, we made this components folder. And then inside of here, we had a landing page in Navbar. Well, what we need to do now is make a new file, and we're going to call this landing page footer.tsx. And if you remember, the reason we were able to load in those components the way we did is all of that got handled inside of our layout. So let's go ahead and make this component real fast. Reactional functional component, save it. And then we're going to come back over to our navbar, and below our body where we were creating where we were basically building this landing page that you're looking at right now, let's go ahead and put in that landing page footer that we just made. Landing page footer. There we go. Close it off. So now if we save it and scroll to the bottom, you can see we have our landing page footer. So now let's go ahead and actually, finish filling this out. So we basically give the ability for people to contact us if they have any questions about our application. So the first thing we're going to do, per usual, is go ahead and get rid of this boilerplate code. In our case, we just want to go ahead and make a container for our div, for our footer div. And basically we just want to add a little line above it to help delineate between our final components and our new footer. And then, we just basically want to make sure that if you look in the final version, all of our footer, basically this gets thrown to the right. So that's why we're just going to say text to the right. So all we're going to do inside of here is basically put two spans side by side. And what you'll notice for the first span is we're saying contact. We're going to make it gray. And then finally for the second span, we're going to make it purple so it pops. And then what we can do is actually add an A tag, and we can set up a mail to link. So anytime anyone clicks this link, what it'll do, if you notice right over here, it says mail to. So it'll open up the default email application on the person's computer and help them email me. So that's how all that's set up. So we now officially have finished creating our landing page, and we can move on to the next portion of our application. And we're almost done. So give yourself a pat on the back. We are cruising, guys. So be super proud of yourselves. Okay, so for this section, I'm basically just going to walk you through how I was able to set up so whenever I share a link to my website, leadconvert.ai, whenever someone shares a link to a public lead magnet, it shows up an actual image of the lead magnet so people know what they're about to see. So for example, whenever I typed out a message saying, hey, if you need help generating SaaS ideas, what you can do is just go ahead and click the link below and it will take you over to lead convert. So whenever I click this, as you can see, it actually does take the person over to lead convert. And the part that I think is so cool about this is like the content we set up in lead convert is actually what shows up. So title, AI SaaS businesses, get 5 SaaS ideas, and then the body of the text and our profile picture shows up. And I think that's so cool because that's exactly what shows up over here. So this really helps make your application stand out instead of just providing a lame link that's just a piece of text and people wonder if they're going to get scammed or not. Nope, none of that. We are actually, going a step above and beyond. All of this comes back to over here in the code. All of this comes back to actually using the generate metadata function that basically comes when you go to create server-side functions. Server-side components. So let me just walk you through exactly what's happening inside of this generate metadata function real fast and basically show you how it's actually creating this picture that you see right over here. So let's go part by part. So I think one of the first things that is important to notice is that we, per usual, are coming in here and grabbing our lead magnet parameters. So if you notice up top, what we're doing is grabbing the person's username and the lead magnet slug. And these came from our URL up here. So what we're going to do is, per usual, we're going to grab the account that's associated with a person's username. And the reason why we do that is because eventually we're going to go ahead and grab that lead magnet slug. So, but like I said, getting ahead of myself, the important part when creating metadata is that we can actually kind of alter some of the information that you see on the application. So right now you can see that I have a title, a description, and what the title would normally do is it would show up here in the top nav bar. But in our case, you can see I say lead convert.ai. But if we have an account and we have a lead magnet, what I do is I override the title of our website with the actual name of this lead magnet. So if you see in the top right, it says AI SaaS business, and that's exactly based on the published title that we gave it. And then we're also going to do some other SEO, such as setting the description of this website to be the published subtitle. So that's going to be, whenever we're looking at SEO, this is what would show up. Okay. So the other part that is super important about this is we are going to use Open Graph Image. So this is basically the standard for helping websites like Twitter, or LinkedIn, and Facebook, and all those other ones to know what picture to show. So I'm sure if you've ever shared a YouTube picture or a YouTube link to someone else, if you have an iPhone, what will happen is you can go ahead and see the thumbnail of that YouTube video on your phone in your messages. So here's how we were able to set that up. So in Open Graph Image, what I did is I said the URL of the image that I want you to do comes from this website called thumb.io. And we're going to look into that in just a second. But what we're going to do is say, I want you to use thumb.io. I'm going to pass in some screenshot variables, such as my screenshot access key. And then I'm going to set up some things such as like, hey, I want the width of this picture to be 1200. I want you to crop at 700. And then here's the part which you'll kind of recognize is we're saying I want you to go to HTTPS, my URL, for our lead convert. Then I want you to take a screenshot of basically the username, so B Hancock, and then with this slug, AI SaaS generator. So basically what's happening in a loop is we're using this screenshotting service to then reach out and take a screenshot of this lead magnet. That way we can start to share it. Okay. So here's, if you've never used thumb.io, and like I said, you probably haven't, but if you head over to the dashboard, basically what they are is they are a website to help you take screenshots. And it costs like a few dollars for like 1,000. Yeah, I'm on the free plan, so you don't even have to pay anything. But basically you get 1,000 screenshots per month, and then you can upgrade to the pro plan to basically, get up to, I think 10 or 100,000 pictures for not much money. So instead of like building out all the screenshotting logic for making sure that, you're running like Puppeteer or something to go take those images and send them over to a blob store so they can always be permanently saved, and having to worry about like, oh, did the user come over here in the past 2 days and update their lead magnet? You don't have to worry about any of that. Anytime anyone loads a page, like this right here, anytime anyone goes to load this page, this code right here will get triggered and go ahead and take a fresh screenshot of our lead magnet. So that's how all that works. So all you have to do inside of thumb.io is make a new account. I think you do have to put in your credit card, even for the free tier. And then what you want to do is just create a new key. This new key is going to be your screenshot access key. So you just need to copy that and paste it over to your environment variables, just because they need to know, hey, for all these people that are making requests, who do I need to assign them to? So that's why that's important to copy over. And then outside of that, once we've kind of set up our different title, description, and open graph image, all we need to do is return these. And if you notice why we have to do it, is because we're saying this generate metadata function is going to return a promise of metadata. And if you look at this, basically our metadata needs to have a few different properties, such as title, open graph, in our case, that's the open graph image. And then when people are working on within Twitter, we specifically want to say the card, basically the site, and then we can pass in the title, description, and open graph. And if you just basically set up open graph in Twitter, it pretty much should work on most platforms, but you can also, like if you come down here, you can see some of the other things that you can set. So, but this is just getting a little too much for, what we want to do, and just make it look nice like this. So, okay, cool. So we have officially set up our image code. And like I said, you can just go to the final GitHub of the project if you just want to copy this over and copy it. So, all right, let's go ahead and move on to the final step of this application, which is going to be deploying all the code that we've just worked on. So, all right, let's go ahead and hop over to Vercel. All right, welcome to the final portion of this tutorial, where we're going to focus on deploying the application that you just built. So what you'll notice is right now on my screen is that I have pulled up Vercel.com. So Vercel is actually the creator of next.js, and they make it super easy to deploy next.js applications like we just built. So if you just head over to the pricing page, you'll see that basically we can create projects on the hobby tier, and they're completely free. But you'll notice as you start to build bigger projects, you can actually move over to the pro plan, and it's $20 a month to basically host a super scalable web application. So just keep that in mind. But like I said, we're just going to be sticking to the hobby tier for today. All right, what you need to do is sign into Vercel and use your GitHub account. And once you sign in, you'll be taken over to your dashboard page, where you'll see all of your active projects. Now, if you're just starting out, you will not see any existing projects in here, and it'll just be prompting you to create and add a new project. So that's what we're going to walk through real fast. So the first step you need to do is click this Add New button in the top right, and you're going to create a new project. So once this loads, what you'll notice is it'll show all of your current projects that are linked to the GitHub account that you signed in as. And we've been working on the lead convert YouTube project this entire time. So that's when I'm going to go ahead and click import. So here's what you need to do when it comes to configuring your project. You first pick a name. I'm going to stick to the default. And then next you need to click the preset. We did create a Next.js project, so we can leave it how it is, but just for, your essay, what you can do is actually create a bunch of different other projects. So if you're working with something like Vue, or if you're working something with like Angular, or for whatever reason you would be doing that, but you can actually go ahead and deploy those types of projects here on Vercel as well. But it just, Next.js is just treated as a first-class citizen. All right, and the next thing you can do is you need to define the root directory of your project, but in our case, we didn't do anything fancy where we had multiple projects inside of ours, so ours is just set up inside of the root directory. Okay, cool. So now we're going to go ahead and open these. So by default, what you'll notice is we can change the build command, output, and install command, but we're not using yarn or anything like that, and I think by default it just uses npm, so we're just going to leave it how it is. All right, so now here comes the important part. We need to pass in the environment variables needed to run and build our project. So I'm just going to show you what you need to do. Not actually going to fully deploy this project because like I said, already have the demo project that I showed you from the get-go running. But what you need to do is you need to come in here, and let's actually I'll get rid of this comment real fast. So here's what you need to do. You need to come in here, press copy, and then you're going to actually just paste all of these inside of here. And what Vercel does really well is it actually just goes ahead and creates your public and private key back to back. So what you need to do is actually focus on changing a few of these keys. And let me show you what we need to change. And just to provide a side note, what I mean by change is when it comes to Vercel, you have the option to define if you want to deploy your environment variables to development, preview, or production. So for example, you might not want to say your public base URL in production is localhost, because it's obviously going to be some sort of website that you set up. So what we're going to do, I'm just going to go ahead and deploy this, and then we'll make changes to our environment variables afterwards. So let's go ahead and just click deploy. And then this should just take a few seconds to make all the changes. And what's cool, while this is building, just to provide some other information about Vercel, it does an amazing job of listening to your GitHub. So what I mean by that is once you start to continue to make changes and push them to GitHub, what it'll do is it'll trigger an event inside of Vercel to build your project again. And then it'll actually go ahead and deploy that project to production. So as you type on your keyboard, it will go ahead and push those changes to production. And then if you're building on a different branch, so like say you're not working on main, what it'll do is go ahead and actually make a preview branch for you so you can try out your new feature. So it's a godsend is the best way to describe it. I've worked on it with a bunch of different platforms over the years, and Vercel is by far the best one that I recommend, especially for beginners, because it handles all the heavy lifting for you. So we're going to go ahead and wait a few seconds for this to finish building. So ta-da, it just finished building and deploying everything and actually assigning it to a domain. So you can actually see up here in the top that we have our own lead convert YouTube Vercel app. So if we go over here, open this in a new tab, you can actually see that it takes us over here to our landing page that we just worked on building. And if we come over here and click sign in, what it'll do is actually take us to sign in, because we're still using our Clerk authentication. I can come over here and sign in with my email address, and then this will take me over to our lead magnets page. And what you might be asking yourself, like, why the heck is there already data here? And that's because we're using the same Prisma database right now for our production and our local development. And you can work on later on setting up different environment variables. So you can say, hey, when I'm in production, I need you to point to this production database. And when I'm in local development, I want you to point to this local development database. And that's just all about creating multiple accounts and multiple environment variables. So that's why I actually wanted to go ahead and take you back over real fast to this project and then go over to settings to show you what we need to change. So, and just to, like I said, this is just to help you out going forward. So right now, when we paste in those variables earlier, we set up the development, preview, and production version. So that's why, a second ago when I did that like redirect after sign in, that's because I had it try to go to localhost, so it kind of did a little bug out. So what we would actually want to happen is we would want localhost 3000 to only trigger for production and preview. What we would really want to happen is for next public base URL, let's just save this real fast. What we would want to happen is it looks like we're over here, lead convert YouTube Vercel.app. So what we do is I would want my next public base URL for production and preview to point to this. Let's just go ahead and copy it real fast. Fantastic. So that's how we would work on, assigning environment variables based on what we want to happen. And then, like I said, just to provide you some more information, if I was you, here's what I would do next. Database URL, if you want to, like I said, have a production and a development environment URL, you could just create multiple planet scale databases, point your production to one, and keep your development pointed to your current one. When it comes to upload thing, like I said, you could share things. I think that's totally fine for sharing, like I said, your blob store. And then, but the other major one that you're going to want to change is when it comes to Stripe. Right now, if you look at this, we're still using our secret key. That's a test. And we're using our secret key test for production. Obviously, what you'd want to do is officially go into Stripe and create a full account linked to your bank and everything, and then pull in the real environment variables that are not for test. So that way, whenever people go in and actually try to pay for your application, they get directed and have to use real money to pay to join your app. So those are some of the main things that I would update, and obviously same for your Stripe webhook. Whenever you go and create your real endpoint, it's going to be pointed at something else. So that's just an overview of what I would change going forward if you want to actually fully deploy this out into the real world and actually start making money with this SaaS application. And yeah, overall, you guys have crushed it with this tutorial. So let's go ahead and recap everything that we just worked on real fast.
All right, guys, give yourself a round of applause because you just completed a really big project and you learned a ton along the way. And just to recap, you learned how to make a modern Next.js 13 application using TypeScript and Tailwind CSS. You also dabbled a little bit inside of ShadCN, the new UI library, to help managing your UI components a lot easier. You also worked with ChatGPT to help stream responses. So whenever our people talk to our AI lead magnets, they're getting real-time responses from OpenAI. Outside of that, you also learned how to use Stripe, and you now are managing payments. So whenever someone signs up or changes their subscription, you're managing that all now in Stripe. And outside of that, you also worked with using Clerk to help manage your authentication state, and you also learned a bunch more. So I hope you guys loved it. And if you did, there's a bunch more content just like this on this channel. Just feel free to click around and browse through my other videos. They're all AI tutorial focused to help you become a better developer. So with that, I hope you guys have a great day, and I look forward to seeing you on the next video. See ya.